Good afternoon, Natasha McFarlane with ABC News. The Victorian Premier says she and other government ministers would be available to answer questions in an independent review into the state's construction sector if required. Jacinta Allen has ordered the probe, which will be led by former Department of Justice Secretary Greg Wilson, following allegations of serious misconduct within the CFMU's construction division. The review will look at ways to strengthen the powers of state bodies and laws when responding to allegations of criminal or unlawful conduct and consider ways to protect whistleblowers and complainants. Premier Allen says she wants to move quickly to stamp out the rotten culture in parts of the sector.
If in the course of Mr Wilson's work he needs to talk to myself, the Treasurer, the Minister for Industrial Relations and other ministers, of course he will have the ability to do that, and we will of course participate in those discussions openly, transparently and with full cooperation.
Detectives believe a man who went missing in February in Melbourne's north may have been murdered. 43-year-old Adrian Romeo was last seen by family at his Craigieburn home in the early evening of Saturday the 10th of February. Police say he met with friends at a property in Greenvale that night, but there's been no trace of him or his gold Toyota Camry sedan since then. Detective Inspector Dean Thomas says Mr Romeo's disappearance is very out of character.
There is nothing to suggest he has any link to any organised crime or anything in his background that gives us an inkling as to why he may have gone missing.
Police are urging anyone who may have seen his distinctive gold 2004 Toyota Camry sedan to get in touch. Figures from Microsoft suggest Friday's global IT outage was the biggest cyber event in history. Microsoft says it estimates that around 8.5 million computers were disabled in the outage, with the tech giant adding it resulted in broad economic and societal impacts. The glitch caused chaos across the globe, taking out systems in a number of industries including health, travel, media and banking. The worldwide crash was caused by a faulty software update pushed out by security firm CrowdStrike. To news overseas, investigators looking into the assassination attempt on Donald Trump last week say they believe the gunman flew a camera-equipped drone over the site before the attack. The BBC's Kat Weiner reports.
Security officials say the drone was discovered in Crooks's car and is now being examined by the FBI. They believe he flew a programmed reconnaissance flight over the Butler Farm Show site just hours before Mr. Trump was due to address a rally there. The aerial view would have helped him pick the best line of sight for the podium where Mr. Trump would be speaking. If confirmed, that Crooks was able to fly a drone in a supposedly secure area would suggest a further major security lapse in arrangements on the day. Crooks was able to fire multiple rounds from a nearby building, grazing Mr. Trump's right ear, before being shot dead by a sniper.
Fires are continuing to burn in the Yemeni port of Hodeidah in the wake of an Israeli airstrike. Ali Crew with the details.
Video footage shows black smoke billowing over the port after Israeli fighter jets attacked Houthi military targets in the area. Houthi sources in Yemen say 3 people were killed and 87 were wounded. The strike comes just a day after an Israeli civilian was killed in a Houthi drone attack on Tel Aviv. In a statement, Israel's defence minister says the fires burning over the port can be seen across the Middle East and send a clear message that Israel won't hesitate to retaliate if its citizens are harmed. The Iranian-backed Houthis have launched a series of attacks against Israel and shipping in the Red Sea in what they say is in solidarity with Palestinians in the Gaza Strip.
To sport, Sydney's Harry Cunningham will run out for his 200th AFL game when the Swans clash with Brisbane at the Gabba. Cunningham is one of 3 inclusions for the ladder leaders, with Isaac Heaney and Corey Warner also named in the final lineup. The Lions will welcome back Brandon Starkovich from concussion, while Charlie Cameron will also feature after his 3-match ban was overturned earlier in the week. In today's other games, Melbourne travels to Perth to take on Fremantle, and Carlton faces off against North Melbourne at Docklands. To the weather, there's a strong wind warning for the West Coast, Central Gippsland Coast and East Gippsland Coast. For Melbourne, cloudy today, a high chance of showers, most likely late this afternoon and evening, a top of 16 degrees. Tomorrow, a shower or 2 easing, a top of 17. Right now in Melbourne, it's 16 degrees. ABC News.
The road to an Olympics or Paralympics is rarely straightforward. It's filled with pain, pressure and expectations.
The gold is always on my mind.
For me to go to the Olympics would be everything.
Being able to bring home the first ever gold for Australia would be a very, very proud moment for me.
ABC Sports documentary Countdown to Paris follows 5 Australian athletes in their quest to make it to Paris 2024.
I knew straight away that qualifying for Paris was what I wanted to do.
The desire to make an Olympics never goes away.
Countdown to Paris is available to watch now on ABC iView and the ABC News In-Depth channel on YouTube.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. AFL Sunday on radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
As for the race for the 8 intensifies, it becomes a weekly challenge to bring your best and hold your spot. The Dogs continue their charge towards September, having now beaten 2 top 4 sides in recent weeks to announce their best can be a contender. To West Ham, pass to Ugelhagen, drives it inside 50, it might go through, end over end it does! An incredible finish from Jamara. That's got to be 75 metres plus, and that might be every bit a sign that it's the Bulldogs' night in Geelong tonight. The Power jumped from 9th to 5th on the AFL ladder, outlasting Richmond at the Adelaide Oval by 41 points to try and claim a place in the top 8.
Back in the side after 2 months, and boy have they missed him. Willie Rioli has 2.
Briggs follows up, just hacks it out of the air. High inside 50. Hogan out from full forward. That ball just kept travelling, and Jesse Hogan takes a pretty simple chest mark in the end for the equal lead in the Coleman medal. On the approach, crosses the 50. Little stutter step. On its way. Steers it through. Jesse's got 4. And it's party time out west for the Giants.
The Giants 39-point winners over the Gold Coast Suns, led by Jesse Hogan, who brought his best to the table. He joins Charlie Curnow in the battle for the Coleman medal in 2nd position. And the Hawks, the other big winners of the weekend, downing the Magpies at the MCG. And it was Jack Ginnivan who was the star of the show once more for the Hawks.
Kicking it off with Scrimshaw. He's got 3 Hawks. There's a nest of them at the top of the goal square. Dylan Moore goes up. Ginnivan stayed down. Offloads to McGuinness. Had it, lost it, dropped it. Back to Ginnivan. Around the body. Got 2.
The Hawks are September dreaming once more and now just outside the top 8 on percentage. Hello, welcome to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. I'm Matt Clinch. The Saints also big winners over the West Coast Eagles by 72 points. 3 matches to conclude round 19 of the AFL today. We start at the Gabba as the 6th place Brisbane Lions take on the top of the table Swans. Then from Perth, the Fremantle Dockers take on the Demons. The D's are outside the 8 with no Max Gawn. And still sitting in 2nd position, the Blues, having lost their last 2. They take on the 2nd bottom North Melbourne to close out the weekend's footy. Western Bulldogs young gun Sam Darcy will be our special guest, and as always, we love to hear from you. 0437 774 774 is the SMS line for the best bits of the weekend and your thoughts on observations of the weekend's footy. Each Sunday we try and bring you what has been the best which has taken place and make sense of it. It's getting more and more challenging as the weeks roll on. 3-time premiership player, premiership captain, Geelong legend Cameron Ling, welcome once more to you.
Good afternoon, Clinchy. Great to be with you again. Yeah, wow. When you look at that ladder, there is so much to talk about, so much to dissect. And some of those games yesterday, and particularly last night from the Western Bulldogs, were just massive wins, important wins in the context of a run to September, a top 8, a top 4, a top 2, a home final, whatever it might be. But I want to start off with probably 2 teams that aren't going to feature in September. Clinchy is my highlight of the weekend so far. And it's the Saints. I know I've been critical of the Saints a little bit throughout the season and their inability to score. They kicked 113 points, but I want to zero in on one man that I was just so very, very happy for yesterday, Clinchy, and that is Tim Membry. We know he missed last year's elimination final against GWS, was a late withdrawal as he was going through some very deep personal things. His game yesterday was just superb. 5 goals, 10 marks, had 23 touches as well. So he wasn't just playing deep, he was roaming around, 7 tackles, and just seeing him play with that joy and that smile and the quality that he can still produce for the Saints. I loved that, Clinchy. Great to see him enjoying his footy.
It's a good shout. Here was his 5th goal as called by the ABC Sport team.
Wangani Malera, he marks in the middle, kicks long to the man with the hot hand memory, punched away from him, roves it, snaps and goals! Handful for memory! It's exactly what he's been for the West Coast Eagles defenders.
Cameron Ling with his highlight of the weekend, Tim Membry, and it's a good shout-out with how his season finished last year, and the Saints are trying to make some ground after a disappointing season. They won't feature in September this year. 0437 774 774, the SMS line for your highlight of the weekend. Ling, for me, it's hard to go past the Hawks. I know you love talking about the Hawks, but Sam Mitchell's 3rd season in charge, suddenly they're only outside the top 8 on percentage, following a 66-point thrashing of the reigning premiers, and the swagger is back. All of you Hawthorn fans, I'm sure they've been in touch saying, how good are we this weekend? And Jack Ginnivan, the premiership pie, traded on the final day of the trade period. All happened late. Collingwood and Hawthorn swapped second-round picks. The Pies thinking, well, Hawthorn will be down the bottom end of the ladder. Collingwood thinking, well, we'll take their second-round pick. It might end up backfiring on them. Collingwood have got Lockie Schultz. Hawthorn have got Jack Ginnivan. 2 goals, 31 disposals for Jack Ginnivan, who was the ultimate showman at the MCG. And Lingy, I want to bring in Luke Bruce, who's a premiership hawk who's seen a little bit of everything. He caught up with Tim Hodges post-game yesterday. I thought summarised the day perfectly.
I don't want to say dare to dream because you've won it all multiple times before, but do you start to think this team is ready to play September footy?
Yeah, you do. I probably haven't thought about it just yet, but it's the reason why I hung around. Like, I was under no illusions that when I signed, it was maybe going to be a couple of lean years. I'd had a really good run in 13, 14, 15, and then we had to do a bit of a rebuild. So has it come quicker than I thought? Probably. Are they ready? Absolutely. And games like today prove it.
And just a roller coaster, like from round 1 to round 5 when things were pretty tough, to mid-year when there was momentum, and now it just feels like it's a steam train heading towards, I mean, it might be finals this year, it might not be, but the future is so bright.
Yeah, the future is, very bright. As you said, it's been an interesting year, like inside the 4 walls, the week to week, like you obviously a bit of a grind early days and you're just like, what is going on? Like we worked our backsides off in the pre-season and then things just weren't clicking. Not too much has changed, but guys have just been more consistent and played at a higher level for a longer period of time, and all of a sudden we're keeping ourselves in games and now winning. So great feeling around the club, and yeah, I'm loving walking into Waverley every day.
Your own form, you must be really satisfied as well with how well you're playing.
Yeah, so frustrating year from my point of view. Groins and my body's probably let me down for the first time in my career. So I'm doing the best I can to get myself right so that we can have a really good back end of the year. Disappointing to the first full game back down in Geelong. Tough road trip down there. Really struggled to get involved. And then I thought my last 2 weeks have been, much better and back to what I know I can produce.
And can I just ask you about Jack Ginnivan? I mean, it's tough for him every time he gets to play against Collingwood. It will be for the rest of his career after what he's achieved there. But for him to play, I mean, that was clearly, I think, his best game in the brown and gold.
31 or something, 31 and 2. Like, it takes me 4 weeks to get 30. I couldn't believe it when they said that stat post-game. It's just, he's been so good for our group. Adds a different dimension down there. He's similar player to me, but then can go on and mass possessions like that and get up and around the ball. So I've loved his addition. Then you obviously throw in Nick Watson as well. Myself, Dylan Moore, Connor McDonald. We're starting to get a really good, strong group of smalls down there that can be dangerous, and then throw in Charlie and Deere, who are just creating a contest for us and keeping it in our front half.
Can I ask you just finally, what do you see in the Magpies? You've won premierships, multiple premierships. What do you see in what they're putting out there? Do they look just a tired team that maybe can happen after having such a long run last year? Yeah, it's funny you mentioned. I had a really good chat with Nick Dacos there at the end of the game, and he just couldn't believe how we did it consistently in 13, 14, 15. He's like, boy, like you're the hunted, and that's the difference. It's tough. Being the hunted is hard. We found it difficult at times. A couple of our years where you start 4-4 and you really start to second guess yourself and the brand of footy you're playing. Opposition start to work you out. So you've got to continually evolve and try and stay ahead of the competition. So they'll find their way. I said to him after the game, like, stick fat, they're a quality list, they're a quality side, and they'll bounce back. Whether it's this year or in the following years, they'll be contenders again. Great words. We appreciate your time. It feels like a finals winning room down here, doesn't it? It does. We've only opened the rooms twice for the year, and
this is absolute chaos. So
every family and friend and partner is here.
Exactly. So no, it's a good feeling. We know obviously a big game against Collingwood is probably a good chance to open the rooms up and get people down here. But it is nice when it is only the family and friends.
Luke Bruce with Tim Hodges yesterday after Hawthorn's 66-point win over the Magpies. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you. It was beautifully summing up all the emotions that were taking place. And the Hawks, the youth, the speed, the flair, the swagger. It was everything that Collingwood lack a bit at the moment.
Yeah, it's quality footy, wasn't it? And they have been playing quality footy. And Luke alluded to probably the only one down point was the trip down to Geelong. But other than that, they've been the one of the form teams of the competition, and it's sensational footy to watch, which is kind of why we were scratching our heads a little bit right at the start of the year when there was those couple of games where they tried to play a full kick mark, super slow style of footy, and thinking, hang on, that's not the brand they'd been building up to, and now they're back playing that sensational footy, and it is very, very good. I do want to just stir the pot a little bit, Clinchy, and ask the question. I'll get you to give the SMS number out again in a second. But Jack Ginnivan, superb game, brilliant game. And you can tell he just loves it and feeds off it, and well done to him. His behaviour, or maybe behaviour is not the right word, celebrations, fun, disrespectful. Well, fair enough. They got rid of him, and they've got to cop it on the chin, and you can boo him as much as you like, but you moved him on. What's the thoughts out there? What's the vibe? Now, I know Collingwood fans will go one way. Hawks fans will certainly go the other, but I wonder if there's a few neutrals out there. What did you think? Are the celebrations just a bit of fun, or pull his head in and not do it against the old team? I'm not saying one way or the other, because I love all the theatre that goes with it, and I love players playing with that instinct and that natural character. But just wonder, what's the SMS number again, Clinchy?
0437 774 774. So Lingy's asking the question, Jack Ginnivan's goal celebrations, are you all for it? Here's a quick snapshot, Lingy. I would love Ginnivan at the Blues. First SMS. Fellas, massively disappointed with Ginnivan's goal celebrations that it didn't incur in front of the Collingwood supporters at the city end of the ground. The Laudit has turned villain. The blink of an eye and false teeth would have flown everywhere. Cuts the Traralgon Tiger. Very nice from you. Phil from Victoria. A lot of pizzazz, but Ginnivan needs to know when to hold back. A little bit disappointed with his actions after the goal. A bit immature, needs to grow up. That's from Phil. The Pies are cooked and don't want to do the hard things. They need a spell. That's from Brendan in Hobart. And Fran, who's a regular listener, has also been in touch saying, I loved the expertise of Brendan McCartney, who had part of our commentary team last night. He was very good on the Pies and their struggles having been the reigning premiers. It is becoming a bit of a trend, Lee, when you think of Geelong in 2022, Collingwood now in 2024, sides that have been so dominant the previous year trying to back it up. Ahead of your thoughts, here was the Collingwood coach, Craig McRae, on yesterday's loss.
We're a team that's spent the better part of 2.5 years building a culture about being winners. We lost today, and we're right on the edge of being losers. You can lose and still be winners, and we're right on the edge. So we address that, talking about what that looks like going forward. Regardless of whatever is to be done, we want to be winners doing it. And we've said that from day one. You've heard that come out of my mouth. So there's no timeline on that. There's no full stop on that. There's no end date to that. It's just constantly being a winner. And the behaviours and the actions and the connection and the systems and doing your job and being reliable and finding 23 guys that really want to fight to the last second, that's been a winner.
So in horse racing terms, Lee, you'd say he's riding the years off trying to get Collingwood into a spot where they might sneak into finals. If you're paying attention, they're far away from the side in which they were last year for a variety of reasons. How do you see Collingwood and another loss as they try and get their season going?
Yeah, it is. The Collingwood example is a great one for how hard it is to back things up, but also how good the competition is right now, how even the competition is right now. I think in years gone by, if we go back, say, roughly 10 years ago, with the 12, 13 years ago, the expansion teams coming in, the Giants and also the Suns, it diluted the talent pool briefly for a few years. And now it's catching up again. There is just talent everywhere. The teams that are at the bottom or just missing the 8 are topping up with some high-end talent, and they're having a big impact, and some of the development of second, third, fourth-year players are having a big impact. So Collingwood's trying to cope with that, and they're struggling to. And the moment they got behind the 8 ball early on in the season with the win-loss, and then the injuries started to mount, they've been chasing all year. They've been chasing their best team, the personnel-wise, and their best footy, and it's so hard to do that. Now, I think, given their run home, Clinchy, it's probably too hard for them to make finals. I honestly thought they were going to come on a charge and, really fly home, and they would do some damage in September. I've had to rethink that now. Just the fact it's not going, it's not happening, and when they get 1 or 2 back, they're still losing 1 or 2 out the other side as well. They're copping more injuries. So given, I'd assume they win next week against the Tigers, but then after that, it's a horrible run after that for the Pies. They've got the Blues, they got the Swans, they got the Lions, and then they've got Melbourne, which makes it really hard and possibly too hard for them. But I think I'm with Luke Bruce. Don't worry, they will be back at some stage. They're too good, too talented, too much quality. And this year might be, for some of those players, one of the best learning years they'll ever have to understand the level they've got to come up to all the time.
AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you. So the ladder has Sydney on top of the ladder, 14 wins and 3 losses. They can extend that with victory over the Brisbane Lions today. The Blues in second position. They can close the gap, 11 wins and 6 losses if they beat North Melbourne in the final match of round 19. The Giants have jumped up the ladder. They're in third spot. The Cats losing are in fourth. Port Adelaide in fifth. The Brisbane Lions in sixth. They can continue to climb with victory over Sydney today. Fremantle in seventh. They can again accelerate if they beat Melbourne. The Bombers are clinging on. They're in eighth spot at the moment. 10 wins, 7 losses and a draw. The Western Bulldogs just outside on percentage. Melbourne in 10th and Hawthorn are in 11th. So between Clinchy, 11th to secondly is currently 4 points on this Sunday.
That's the one, isn't it? Exactly right. Thank you. Sorry for jumping in there. If something was to go wrong with the Blues, Hawthorn are a game off second spot. Amazing.
So just give me a yes or no on Hawthorn. They have Adelaide, GWS, Carlton, Richmond and North Melbourne. So after winning one of their first 6, they've now won 9 of their last 10. Well, they make September.
Gee, they win 3 of those at a minimum. They win 3, which gives them the 13 win. How tight it is though, Clinchy? Are we still saying 13 wins is the mark? It might be 13 and a half,
yeah,
with the draws.
Yep.
So they might need to find one more. And the form they're playing, the way they're playing right now, they probably find that one more. Maybe they get to 14 wins. I would have them definitely on 13 wins. Yep. Let's put it that way. So right on that cusp of either in or just out.
AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. A lot of messages coming through around Jack Ginnivan, whether you loved his goal celebration. 0437 774 774. A man who's not bothering with the ladder predictor on this Sunday morning is the young gun and the Western Bulldogs forward in Sam Darcy. And he's been good enough to join us on ABC Sport. Sam, well done. Congratulations, your 10th win of the season and back-to-back wins against top 4 sides. What a great victory in Geelong last night.
G'day, Matt. G'day, Lingy. Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a great win.
What was the most telling point from your point of view in terms of the preparation for how you wanted to play against Geelong and then the ability to be able to execute it? And really in that final term with 5 goals to none and keeping Geelong goalless in that opening quarter, you must have been so thrilled with the way in which the side played.
Yeah, it was a great result. We just wanted to, I think, really focus on our defensive game and bring the pressure and the heat, and especially with the wet and scrappy conditions, just really fight it out. So it was very pleasing.
Sam, well done. Congratulations on your game, on the win. It was fantastic. Just a totally complete performance. When we were analysing the game and looking at it and given the conditions, for a moment we thought, hang on, have the Bulldogs gone in a little tall here, given how slippery and muddy the conditions were? It in fact was a strength of yours. Right across the ground, the height and the quality across there was massive. What was your own individual preparation like for a game like that where you know the ball's probably going to be on the ground more often than not? How do you go into those games?
Yeah, I think just have the mentality. I think it's going to be pretty scrappy. We just want to try and surge the ball forward. So just be ready to compete and bring our energy on ground level. I think all of us talls are still pretty capable on ground level. So just compete and fight it out.
Well, you certainly did a good job of that. I did have a moment's worry for you. I think it was quarter time. You're getting that knee checked out. Obviously, all clear, given you played out the rest of the game and played it so well. But what was the worry there? Was it from when you landed in that marking contest?
Yeah, I think just landed a little awkwardly and had a little bit of history there. But I think, should be all fine. All good, no worries.
Oh, that's good to hear. And as the team continues to progress, and obviously now 2 really good wins, Carlton and the Cats down at Kardinia Park, I know you're young and new to it, and there's a lot of more experienced leaders, but are you sensing a bit of excitement, a bit of belief building amongst the group?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really even competition, so yeah, anything can happen every week. But yeah, we'll have a lot of faith in what we can bring as a group. So yeah, there certainly is a bit of excitement building for sure.
Western Bulldogs forward Sam Darcy is with you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Now, I want to ask you about the forward line structure first and foremost, Sam, but I can't get past the 11 tackles you had last night. Now, I know it's wet, but for a player who's just under 210 centimetres, I mean, what a statement. Were you trying to make sure you laid as many tackles as possible?
I don't know. I think it's just the way the game planned out, just around the ball a bit more. But, didn't expect that.
Well, now there's no excuses for any of the other forwards. So how did it function last night? Like, we were curious calling the game. It felt like between you, Aaron Norton, Jamara Ugle-Hagan, you sort of rotated having 2 of the 3 tools on at one stage. Is that sort of part of the chemistry you're trying to build? And obviously an area you're trying to improve as well is when the ball does enter 50, you're able to take more of those marks when on the lead and not flying against each other.
Yeah, for sure. We probably didn't want all of us on there at the same time too often. So yeah, so just when there's 2 of us on the ground, just to bring high energy and keep competing and working together and continue to build that continuity in the forward line.
Now, I'm interested in your progression, Sam. Obviously, your 3rd year on the AFL list, and it feels like as you're getting more confident in your body, you had the challenge this year where you were suspended for a bump on Braden Maynard. And Brendan McCartney was part of our commentary team, and I don't want to embarrass you, but he was gushing over the player in which you could become. For a player who has the ability to gather the ball below his knees with your height and your versatility in the air, he was so excited about what your career might eventually become. But for you, do you feel like you're starting to get more confident, like you belong at this AFL level now in your 3rd year?
Yeah, for sure. It's been awesome this year to get consistent taste of AFL level. Still got a lot of area for improvement, a lot of room to grow. But yeah, it's just been really, really nice to get a good run at it this year and keep building and improving with such a great group of boys.
And your dad, obviously, is a Western Bulldogs legend in Luke Darcy. Got a bit of stick when he kicked a big goal against Collingwood and he wasn't celebrating. Obviously, he's doing a professional job in the media as well. But away from the cameras and the mics, I'm sure he's your biggest fan. What's he sort of given you in the early stages of your career around the advice of trying to make the most of your opportunities at this stage?
Yeah, he's been awesome. He's really supportive, not too over the top. And just kind of lets me do my thing, and it's been really good in my corner. He's loving seeing me out there.
Sam, over the last couple of weeks in particular, though he's been building, I reckon, for the last 18 months, we've seen Jamara Ugle-Hagan make that even bigger leap, back-to-back massive games against good opposition. He's a few years advanced on you as far as age and experience, but not that much older than you. What are you seeing from him? What are the little learnings from his progression around his training habits, around his work rate in games and everything that he's providing now for the team?
Yeah, he's just providing a real spark up there. He's so agile for his height, and he's crafty and speed around the ball. So he's had a really, really big last couple of weeks, and provides so much of a score for the ball. So yeah, he's been awesome.
How long do you reckon his goal was, Jamara? Sam, did he get out the tape measure post-game before he left Kardinia Park last night?
No, I haven't actually seen the replay yet, but I remember I was bored of it, so it was probably a good 70, 80 metres. Yeah,
I reckon I gave him 75, and I'm now starting to doubt whether I maybe cut him a little short in terms of how far it actually was. But in the wet conditions, what a great tumble punt end over end. And finally, Sam, as we let you go, I'm just interested, obviously, your draft year, 2021, you were the 2nd pick in that year. How sort of in regular contact are you with the guys in which you were drafted in that year?
Yeah, I've got a few close mates in that draft class, but probably keep in contact with a few. But there's a lot of guys who are going really well who I got drafted with, which is cool to see and keep track on how they're tracking, developing.
So Jason Horne-Francis was pick 1, you're pick 2, Finn Callaghan 3, Nick Dacos 4, Josh Rochelle at 6, Jai Amos at 8, Josh Gibcus at 9. It's starting to become a pretty good draft
group
here, isn't it? So I guess, is there a little bit where you compare with, I mean, Nick Dacos is probably the shining light who has absolutely exploded, but do you sort of stay in touch with those guys?
Not too much, but, always after you play against them in the game, always talk to each other and, see how they're going a little bit. Sometimes see them out and about. But, it's cool to see how much, someone like Nick's had an impact for his club. And he takes some inspiration out of that. Yeah. And
is Rory Lobb now a full-time defender in your eyes?
Yeah, he was unbelievable last night and has been since moving back. So it'd be hard to move him away from there after the impact he's been having.
And finally, there's been a bit of chat around sort of father, sons and academies. How much did it mean for you to play for the club in which your dad played for? Yeah, it's an absolute privilege, and especially Grandpa also playing for the same club. It's it's pretty special for sure. So very lucky to be able to represent the club which family's played for. It would be a sad part if that tradition no longer stood. Sam, great to hear from you. Great to learn a little bit more about your footy journey, and good luck in the Bulldogs push. Can you be there come September? Yeah, absolutely. Have faith in us for sure. Yeah. Good on you, guys. Good on you, Sam. Happy birthday for Friday. Enjoy the day. Thank you. Have a good one. Western Bulldogs young forward Sam Darcy joining us on AFL Sunday. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you.
It was pretty impressive last night, wasn't he, Sam? He's been it all year. And you can see that potential. It's amazing. You mentioned it. You asked the question, Clinchy, and off the back of what Brendan McCartney was talking about last night, his ability at ground level and the follow-up work and the tackling was there, which shows an attitude and an aptitude to want to do that side of it. But the incredibly impressive thing is the reaction time between going for a contest overhead, a high mark, to be able to then just bang, land and ground ball. Land and get involved, chase, tackle, whatever it might be, get a hand in. That is the most impressive thing. And to think he's in his third season, as you said, but reality-wise, he's pretty much in his first season of AFL senior football, and given a little bit of injury worry, but could just be anything. He's incredible. I love watching him play, and I know it was against my old team last night, the Cats. So I didn't love what the Dogs were doing to them, but I love the way the Dogs play. That's almost what we've been hoping they could play like last week and this week, where the midfield dominated and their quality midfield was there, but there was a real intent to take it forward and move the ball forward, and that forward line is functioning beautifully.
All right, Cameron Ling posed out the question on 0437 774 774. Jack Ginnivan's goal celebration. Did you love it, hate it, loathe it? I'm going to have to compile all these. So give me your thoughts on the Cats, but firstly, here was Chris Scott from last night's loss.
We had a really bad night, and that was pretty clear from early in the game. And the opposition were good. You always look at them and see the amount of talent they have and sort of hope that it's not all going to come together against you. But I think it's sort of symptomatic of what we're seeing across the season a bit. If you're off, you can lose to anyone. And if the opposition are really good, you're going to find yourself under pressure. But I thought it was an uncharacteristic performance. So if that happens regularly, you just become a bad team. I don't think that's us at the moment. But right from the start of the game, we weren't getting what we wanted, what we talked about. And even when we did get some looks later in the game, it was uncharacteristic, but we just didn't make the most of them.
So before our South Australian audience join us, Lee, give me your best 60 seconds on what you took out of Geelong's loss last night.
I think that's a very fair summary, what Chris Scott has said there. They were well beaten, badly beaten territory. So, winning the ball in the middle of the ground and getting it forward, the Bulldogs completely dominated it. And that was I think from Chris Scott's perspective, the team's perspective, a really disappointing result on their home deck. And then some of their ball use going forward was really rushed and really haphazard, and the Bulldogs took everything away from them. They tried to mark the ball early, but then struggled to mark the ball. And then Buku Kamas, Rory Lobb just intercepted everything, flipped it back the other way. And it was a complete domination. And the Bulldogs really only got the reward of the goals in the last quarter. But the first three quarters, they were dominating and could have been a long, long way ahead earlier. So a complete performance by the Dogs and a really, really off one, a pretty poor one from the Cats. They've played it 3 good weeks, poor one. Now their challenge is don't overreact, bounce back and try and take down the Kangaroos.
Yeah, 30 scoring shots in the end to 13. It was a very one-sided result, and the Bulldogs get the 4 points. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. In a moment, the chief footy reporter for the Age newspaper in Melbourne, Jake Nile, is about to join us.
Roy and HG. This medal-winning duo are no strangers to the City of Lights. But, mes amis, it's not just the Olympic Games. It's the culture, the fashion, the politics, the art, the opera, plus BMX bikes and weightlifting. That's people, medals and cheese daily during the Olympics across the nation, teetering on the brink of joyful chaos on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch, Cameron Lynn and Jake Nile.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
My job is to make sure that the quality of football is as good as it is and will be tonight and will be better into the future. The other job we have as a broader industry, and that captures the local team that your grandson plays for, it captures senior footy around the country, is to make the game safe. And we know what we do at AFL and AFLW level cascades down, and that's something that we won't apologise for. It's something that we're not going to back away from. It's not something that we're going to change. But the part that I'm proud of and that I'm really pleased to see is we can do both at once, and we've been doing it, and we're seeing a high quality game, and we're seeing that because more people are coming to our game than ever before. More people are watching it.
That's a load up. That's a load up. And, we don't want to go there.
What do you mean by that? You're shaking your head.
Oh, well, the game's not getting better. It's getting more confusing. And don't worry about the crowds. The crowds, it's all doctored early in the season. And have a look now. We're getting crowds that are terrible.
Ding, ding. That was the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, with the GM of footy, Laura Kane, on Friday Night Footy. A big welcome to our South Australian listeners for the first time to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Jake Nile, the chief footy reporter for the Age newspaper in Melbourne. There's no late changes for the match we'll take you to start this Sunday of round 19, the Brisbane Lions and the Sydney Swans. But Lingy, as Jake joins us, you just sat back and enjoyed as Laura Kane tried to put her case forward that they're trying to prevent concussion as much as possible. They're trying to make the game as safe as possible, but the communication and the transparency is what has people in commentary boxes, in the community, at local footy clubs, in clubland, starting to question as to how simple is it to try and execute in our current game.
Yeah, that was the one for me, Clinchy, was the fact, and Laura's doing everything she can to make the game safer, but she kept saying that they wanted to make the game safe, almost perfectly safe. Well, that to me, that's an impossibility because it is an unsafe game. It is the game that we play is unsafe. There are collisions, there are accidents, there are. I love some of the work that's been done around the bumps and some of the work that's been done around the sling tackles and the dumping motion and everything like that. But we can't make it perfectly safe where a player's head isn't going to accidentally hit the ground and there's going to be a concussion suffered, unfortunately, when a completely legal and I don't think overly rough tackle is executed. And to think that we can get to that place is delusional a little bit.
The full interview is up on the ABC website or wherever you get your podcast from. Just search ABC Sport and the best of ABC Sport will be there. AFL Saturday. Chief footy reporter for the Age newspaper in Melbourne is Jake Nile. Jake, welcome to you. Laura Kane was pretty happy to sort of quote the stat that there's been 18,000 tackles that have been safe across the home and away season. It's 9 instances where we've had suspensions. Now 2 of them were overturned with a legal technicality. How have you seen how the AFL have tried to, I guess, silence the critics and ease the fans that are starting to grow in frustration?
Well, there's a few things here, Matt. One is that you can't... Laura Kane is talking about safety and talking about making the game look like a better spectacle. Clearly, there will be times when one objective will contradict the other or run into the other. So if you want to clear it out, for example, they've had this rule about, or this change in inverted commas interpretation around tackling, which is given more incentive to the tackler and less to the player playing the ball. They wanted, that's about a little bit about congestion. And so what ends up happening is that emboldens the tackler. Then you end up with these one-arm tackles. You end up with chicken wings. You end up with more discussion. And then you end up with you can create more dangerous tackles. More tackles, even as a percentage, equals more dangerous tackles if the percentage holds. So that might be a small number, but it's still 2 suspensions last week that were overturned. So I can't, just broadly, Matt and Lingy, is there a game in the world that spends more time discussing the rules and interpretations of the rules right through a season constantly? I cannot think of another sport where this occurs.
No, I mean, world football has had their issues with VAR and where that sits, and they have had controversial moments in key finals, but not to the level in which we're putting so much strain and stress on our umpires to try and understand the interpretations and the laws of the game, which feel like they have changed throughout the season. On the SMS, 0437 774 774, Jake, Lingy posed the question as to whether you're a fan of Jack Ginnivan and his post-goal celebrations, so plenty of thoughts coming through on the SMS. Stan says, didn't like it at all. I can say is karma could bite you in the behind. Get over Pies stuff and move on. John in West Footscray says the VFL W Grand Final is taking place at the moment. It's North Melbourne 4-3-27. The Bulldogs 1 behind. RJ says give Guinea some credit. Hope he's around for a long time. Put a smile on my dial. Jason in Geelong. I'm getting a scattering of different thoughts here. Lingy, you interviewing Ed Richards brought a smile to my face. His hair was far redder than yours. Okay, thanks. Mark in Upway says, I think any player who is discarded from a team deserves the right to answer the critics in any way he sees fit. Guinea is simply arrogant, a smart aleck, no humility, a show pony, matter of time before Footy Karma and Ginnivan meet. And why do you guys keep talking about a team that's 13th on the ladder? That is Collingwood. That's from Jacinta. So 0437 774 774. We get a scattering of thoughts there in terms of what people thought of Jack Ginnivan's goal celebration. But what did you think, Jake, as you watched from the MCG? Is he right to reply in any way he sees fit after Collingwood decided they were happy to part ways with him?
Oh, look, he's played with an exuberance and as a showman from day one, from when he first came into the game. He's the most talked about player that's not probably one of the most talked about players I've ever seen in the game, in the AFL, who's not like an out-and-out star. So, he's not Dustin Martin. He's a player that was traded. Now, it's interesting, the trade, Hawthorn have done exceptionally well on this trade. They did give up a second-round pick last year, not a very high one because of academies and so forth, but they've done a swap with Collingwood, and at the moment, their second-round pick is Collingwood's, and Collingwood's second-round pick is Hawthorn's. And at the moment, Hawthorn are ahead of Collingwood, so there'll be a net gain for losing the player this year, which is terrible for Collingwood, who've already, of course, given up their first-round pick for Lachie Schultz, which at the time, Collingwood thought they'd be around the top 4, and at the moment, they're 13th. So not great for Collingwood, but I think on Jack Ginnivan, the standout to me, Lingy and Matt, is that he's playing in a higher role, which suits him more, and it involves him in the play more. I also think he lacks leg speed, but he's counteracting that with he's very, very clever player. His hands are clean, he's smart, and I think Sam Mitchell's used him exceptionally well. He's actually been used better by Hawthorn than he was by Collingwood. That might also be that he's got something to prove.
Yeah, he's certainly playing that way and playing some great footy. When you talk about those picks, Jake, have you got that continuing that way? Do you reckon the Hawks can make it and are Collingwood done? Are they heading in opposite directions for this season?
Yes, I think they are. I think Hawthorn can, but it's a narrow path to the finals. I would fancy the Bulldogs would be a little bit better placed, even though Hawthorn's momentum and consistency has been better in the last 2 months. I think the Bulldogs' scalps are pretty significant when you look at who they've beaten the last few weeks. So I think there's room for one of those teams, and I would fancy it's the Bulldogs. Although who knows? I mean, 5 games, Hawthorn might have to win. They might have to win 4. 3 might get them in. It's going to be so tight, and of course Essendon, they've got a draw, and they've got to play Sydney and Brisbane the last 2 games, and you wouldn't fancy them in either of those games. So they've got to find, I think, 3 out of the last 5 to get in. 12.5 wins probably won't. But Hawthorn certainly can, and if they got in, unlike some other teams, they would actually, potentially could win 2 games.
It's such a crazy season. I'm trying to convince Lingy to rule a line through the Gold Coast Suns in 12th and Collingwood in 13th, but when you look at the run home, I guess for teams like the Western Bulldogs, they've beaten 2 sides inside the top 4, Carlton and Geelong. They have Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, North Melbourne and GWS to come. So if the Bulldogs are going to get there, they'll certainly will have earned their place in there. And the Giants, having jumped up to 3rd, they're the big winners of the weekend. Brisbane might still be in the top 4 by the end of the weekend. And it feels like the big loser, Jake, is the Bombers. All of a sudden their fans are starting to wonder, is this deja vu from what we saw last season? How did you assess Essendon and their loss on Friday night? And I guess the flow-on effect from Brad Scott as they search for answers.
Oh, I think the standout of that game, what an entertaining game it was, but coaches would be horrified by some of the defensive failings, even of the Crows, who were brilliant to get up with all the injuries they had and the inexperience. I think they had 9 players with less than 50 games. Essendon had 3. So Essendon had the more seasoned team and really should have won that game, and it was on their foot, and they made some crucial mistakes. I thought particularly moving the ball from trying to there was a lot of repeat entries to the Crows at the end of the game where it felt like a scrambled goal, such as the goal that Rochelle kicked. Someone was going to scramble a goal at some point. They kept bombarding. And, of course, Zach Merritt had that chance when you'd normally back him to hit the target inside 50 for the shot at goal to probably win the game, and he didn't see it, which is unusual for Zach, But you look at it, I thought that game was sort of a banana peel moment for Essendon, and if they're probably going to have to beat Fremantle, would be my guess, in a few weeks, down in Melbourne to make the 8, because I don't fancy them against Sydney, and I certainly think at the Gabba they'd be big underdogs for that game. But in this year, anything seems to happen, so it's so week to week. But they are not playing at the moment like a top 8 team.
What was your assessment, Ling, having called the game on Friday night?
Yeah, Jake's pretty spot on with the way both coaches would be approaching it. There were times where the Adelaide Crows were able to... And their foot skills were superb. I want to add that to just Crows fans listening right now. Some of their kicking was just brilliant, but they had a lot of space to do it. Then there were times where Essendon were able to basically just waltz out, hand in hand, 3 players at a time, out the front of their stoppages, as easy as you like. That game wasn't played. That wasn't a final. Let's put it that way. So you can say it was a thrilling game. We loved the goals. Brilliant. And I was caught up in the entertainment of it. I was loving and being at the ground and being a part of it all. But it wasn't finals type football. That was very, very easy football, and a thriller, and we love those close finishes and the sensational winning goal and everything like that. But if either of those teams want to play in September, you don't play like that in September. So the Bombers have got some big concerns about how easy that game was, and they still couldn't win it, and they are still relying on only a couple of players. Their run home is what worries me for the Bombers. Jake mentioned them. They got a tough run home.
Just one other thing quickly on Essendon, Lingy. They don't seem, with their talls, fully settled. They've dropped Peter Wright for this game. And whether they play Goldstein, Draper with them, I wasn't wrapped with Draper's performance. Draper's, he's an up-and-down player. Like, he's got a lot of talent in some areas, but some of his decision-making in terms of where he positioned himself at the end of the game wasn't fantastic, I didn't think, around Riley O'Brien.
That's fair.
I think that's been an issue. Caddy clearly is a huge talent and they want to play him right through, which I would applaud. But this forward mix of ruck and forwards, it's not quite settled, is it?
No, it's not.
I think the other part is they lack leadership behind Zach Merritt. So that's one of their challenges, is the ability to be able to adjust in-game. And there's a lot of focus on their defence at the moment, in which Ben Mackay is the whipping boy for a lot of that. But season-on-season improvement, if they don't feature in finals, there's no doubt in the heart of Essendon fans that's going to be a massive disappointment. Ling, the other one I just want to give the flowers to is obviously the Adelaide Crows with their victory. It's been a disappointing season for them. But if they said to me, Ling, you can play one AFL game of footy and that'll be it for the rest of your career, I wouldn't mind playing like Ben Keys, who all of a sudden played like Chris Judd, yes. Circuit sort of early 2000s, kick 5 goals, win the game. All of a sudden the Bombers loomed and he played a pivotal role once more. So Adelaide, maybe they can try and build into 2025. And Riley Thilthorpe looks like he's going to be the future of their forward line. So the question is where does that leave Tex Walker?
Yeah, so great point you make about Ben Keys, and I love the fact he's getting the love, and he deserves the love. His work rate is massive, and another great example of a player who wasn't quite at the level when he had a first crack at it, maybe opportunity, maybe just he needed to clean a few things up. Then he gets his second crack, and at the Crows, he's been sensational, and now throughout this season has started getting some goals and getting some love from the wider footy world. I know Crows fans would adore him, but I love the fact he had that sort of game. He was a monster. And the pieces, you could see it, little bits of it on Friday night going, okay, so Darcy Fogarty is now matching the work rate to that skill and that strength and that beautiful kick that he's got. Riley Thilthorpe will be, I think, just a wonderful player and has that desire to want to take the contested mark and launch at the ball. And I think just got tired as the game went on. It's his first full game back after being the sub last week. I reckon they're an A to A plus grade midfielder, short still, Clinchy. There's some talent through there, and Jordan Dawson's a wonderful player. Rory Laird will find the footy. But who is going to be their A-plusser in the middle of the ground, in the midfield? That's they're either going to have to trade for that, draft for that, whatever it might be. I think they've got to find that piece to then complement everything else they're trying to build around that group. And I think it leaves Tex out purely because you've got to now build for your next premiership team. And your next premiership team is still a couple of years off, and Tex probably isn't part of that.
AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. My final question for you, Jake, is what is happening with Dustin Martin? As Adam Uze, the Richmond coach last night, gave us the insight. He's been in New Zealand during the week. Previously, he had a sore back, but he loves golf. We don't hear from him a lot, so we're relying on the Richmond coach to give us the insights as to what is going on. This was him last night.
He did, yeah. The week before, he had some time away. His back was a bit crook, so he's come back and he'll hopefully train this week and hopefully be available for the Collingwood game. So, he was a bit sore the other day when he did get back and couldn't finish training. So we need a full week of training so he can be available, whenever that is.
Do you understand how someone would ask him if he's got a bad back, why would you do long-haul travel?
Don't really care what other people say. He needed some time away, and he wasn't going to be available to play. So he got away and spent some time with family, and he'll come back into our program and try to get fit for the next game.
Jake, what's your response to that, given, I guess, some clubs allow their players to be rock stars and others are confiding to the team rules and regulations?
Well, he's got a lot of credits in the bank. That would be my first comment. He's a special player. People at your old club, when you had Gary Ablett Senior, there were a different set of rules for him. Superstars often have different sets of rules, no matter what anyone says. That's the truth of the game and of other sports too. But this is not sustainable, is my comment. I can't see any point in him being at Richmond Football Club next year. His heart doesn't seem, he doesn't seem to have the commitment. And if there are other things going on in his life, it doesn't feel like he's got the commitment to be a Richmond player going forward. So he'll either be at the Gold Coast Suns or retired would be where this looks to be headed. I think Richmond would be better to not have to deal with that, even though, you love what he's done for them as a player and he's a 3-time Norm Smith medalist. He's going to be a future legend of the game in the Hall of Fame. But it's come to an end at Richmond, it seems, and they're playing out time. That's what it looks like. Put it this way, who thinks he'll be playing for Richmond next year?
Not on that, no.
No, not me.
No. Jake, as we let you go, who wins, Brisbane or Sydney?
Brisbane.
Good on you, Jake. Look forward to chatting to you again on AFL Sunday.
Thanks, guys. Pleasure.
Jake Niall, the chief footy reporter for the Age newspaper in Melbourne. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Plenty of your thoughts coming through on the SMS 0437 774 774. Pascal in Perth says, I have no problems with Ginnivan and what he did. You need villains in sport, otherwise it becomes way too vanilla. Matt in Broadford says, agree wholeheartedly with Jake that a time spent navel gazing on rules tribunal, how to fix the game by the AFL machine beggars belief, but that's part of the game, I guess. And John in Coburg, how am I going reading these at the same time? Can we put to bed the notion that Essendon is a young developing team? Friday they had 14 players aged over 26. They only had 1 first-year player, 0 second-year players and 2 third-year players. It is an old team.
Well, it's a good point. It's a good point. We do look at it and think, well, Caddy's obviously the young one, but then, and Nick Cox and a Harry Jones and an Archie Perkins, and they still, I don't know, in my mind I still see them as very young, and maybe they've got enough seasons under their belt now, Clinchy, so maybe they need to be better. I look at, you brought up the leadership thing around Merritt. Jordan Ridley's a quality leader, but who else? Dyson Heppel didn't play and was left out of the team, so we know his leadership is normally there. Yeah, there doesn't... if Zach Merritt does everything he can to drag the team over the line, if he isn't able to completely influence the game, who else can help him out? Sam Durham does a bit and certainly does it well. Jai Caldwell, I think, is stepping up. But they need more. That's how you get to September, and that's how you win in September. It can't be left to 1 or 2.
I don't know how you do these 11 o'clock finishes every Friday night and drive home. Geez, I'm struggling to read the screen on a Sunday morning. Every Sunday, Cameron Ling has a choice as to where he wants to close the program with Lingy's last word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and the Geelong Football Club.
Dane Swan, toughest opponent. Probably Cameron Ling. Ben Cousins, toughest opponent. Cameron Ling.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to Perth for this one, Clinchy. I like to make my last word sometimes based around the Sunday games, and we got a couple of huge ones. Let's assume that Carlton win and bounce back. The other 2 games are monsters. Brisbane and Sydney is the very, very top of the tree, but the other one is probably the most important, well, certainly for one particular club, and that's the Fremantle Dockers. And I think I might have done this a little bit earlier on the season as well. Freo, I loved what Justin Longmuir did 6 weeks ago, I'm going to guess now, when he called out a couple of players and said, I reckon they're more in love with getting a few stats than they are about influencing the game and making sure we win the game. Great. It was a great call out because it needed to be said. 100% needed to be said. Grow up, and there's more to it than just getting yourself a couple of nice little kicks and handballs and reading the stat sheet and thinking, I went okay. Great call out, and they responded. But now it's time to grit the teeth and go, okay, now we're a serious football team. They blew a chance last week, Clinchy, against the Hawks. I know the Hawks are in good form. I know the Hawks play really well in Tassie, but that game was in their hands and needed to be won, and they didn't do it. This week, it's the same. You've got to beat Melbourne. If you're going to be a top 4 team, a finals team, when the ladder is this tight, there is no Max Gawn again this week, and you've got Alex Pearce coming back in, you've got Sean Darcy coming back in. You consider yourself a very good clearance team, a very good stoppage team. You're playing on your home deck. No excuses, Clinchy. The Fremantle Dockers simply just have to win. Win well, and then get themselves, with a win, it gets themselves back to 3rd on the ladder.
Yep.
And then push on to top 4. You drop this one, well, then we're just all the same questions flood in there, and we start thinking, I wanted to believe in the Dockers, but yeah, I just don't trust them anymore. Win this one, lock yourself inside that top 4, full stop.
Love it. Cameron Ling's last word. I couldn't agree with you more. If Fremantle are a top 4 contender, they do what they did to Melbourne in Alice Springs. They beat them, and they beat them convincingly. The Demons without Max Gawn. Melbourne made it back-to-back wins over the Bombers. They're once more without their leader. But if they've got anything in the tank after winning that game against the Bombers, this is the time to show it, and we'll all stand up and take notice. And Brisbane and Sydney, I mean, the Lions have almost swapped spots with Collingwood at one stage. Collingwood were 3rd and Brisbane were 13th. Now, all of a sudden, the Lions are on the verge of the top 4. If they could beat Sydney, who have lost 2 of their last 3, what would that say to you?
I'd say massive things to me, massive things about how far they can go. Isn't it funny how I know we've made mention a little bit that Collingwood are mirroring Geelong of last year, the 0-3 start, the battling and everything like that. I think at about the halfway point of the year last year, Geelong were going to play finals, and the Swans, the team they beat in the grand final, were not going to play finals. And then it flipped in the back half of the year. Geelong didn't play finals. Sydney did play finals. It's done that with Collingwood and Brisbane this time around, and Brisbane are flying home. and Collingwood obviously have got their troubles. But if Brisbane can beat the Swans, put them inside that top 4, Clinchy, and put them deep into September. I thought they were gone. I thought there was a point in the season where they were done, but they are playing brilliant footy, and Sydney are the best in it right now. Knock them off, and wow, anything's possible.
Cameron has you on notice. When Lingy says they have to win, they generally lose. Okay, go D's. So let's see if we put that to the test next week. Cameron Ling with you on your radio on a Friday night as part of the Call team, and joining me every Sunday on AFL Sunday. Enjoy your footy today, Lingy.
Thank you, Clinchy. Have a great day.
Coming up from the Gabba, Brisbane and Sydney. What a match it's going to be. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Matthew Primus and Jason Ackermanis. Regular updates from Fremantle and Melbourne. If you're looking for that match, it's on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button if it's not on your local radio. And I'm heading to Docklands. It's the Blues and North Melbourne to close out round 19 of the AFL's footy. Thanks for your company on AFL Sunday.
Roy and HG. This medal-winning duo are no strangers to the City of Lights. But, Mesa me, it's not just the Olympic Games. It's the culture, the fashion, the politics, the art, the opera, plus BMX bikes and weightlifting. That's people, medals and cheese daily during the Olympics across the nation, teetering on the brink of joyful chaos on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up. They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Collingwood are premiers.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air. Listen to the roar.
Feel a different energy. The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
This guy looks at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Stolen. Snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal. Gathers, snaps, she'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
A month ago, the Lions were 13th on the ladder yet as the sun beats down on the Gabba to start this round 19 Sunday. They bring a 5-game winning streak into a clash against the competition pacesetters, and they're now seen as a legitimate chance of going one better than last season. What a scene we've got for you at the Gabba. Welcome to this Sunday of football on ABC Sport. My name is Quentin Hull. This is the best of Queensland winter. It's a bit breezy, but the temperature is in the low 20s. The track is fast. The skies are clear. And we've got the top of the table Swans seeing if they can come to the Gabatoir and knock off the locals who have got hot in the last 5 weeks. Brisbane versus Sydney. No late changes yet at selection. The Lions bringing Craig Starcevich back in from a bout of concussion. And the South Australian Henry Smith will make his debut. 21 years of age from South Australia. Logan Morris has been dropped and Connor McKenna has been rested. While for the Swans, one of their real journeymen brings up a milestone today, coming back from a bit of a break from a hamstring injury. Harry Cunningham plays his 200th game for the Red and Whites. Isaac Heaney comes back in after his highly headlined week off, and Corey Warner is into the team as well. No Cal Mills, though, so one Blondie in, one Blondie rested. Mills to have a rest. McInerney and Rowbottom just nursing little niggles as well. So they're the changes for John Longmire's team that comes to Brisbane with a 14-win, 3-loss record, while the Lions, off the back of their 5 wins in a row, now have 10.5 wins for the season. Need to win today to get back inside the top 4, but are seen to be, well, finally playing some of their better football in this 2024 season, which certainly continues to intrigue. One of the constants, Michael Price, as I welcome you to the broadcast, has been the Swans. In a year where there has been so much up and down and fluctuating form, boy, haven't the Red and Whites just continued from the outset to put themselves in pole position to see if they can pick up a second flag during John Longmire's tenure. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you, Q. And why wouldn't you be? Today, as you said, picture perfect. This is almost the perfect conditions for footy here in Brisbane. Just a little bit of that breeze, but why wouldn't you get here in the middle of a Brisbane winter? The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky. We've got a red Sharon, and first versus third, fourth, or thereabouts with the Brisbane Lions, depending on results. But the Sydney Swans, for mine, have been brilliant all year, faltering a couple of times during games, but across the board, I just admire the way they go about it. Really looking forward to seeing how Brodie Grundy is fitting into this live. I've seen him on the telly all year, and I think he's been the major difference to add to that exciting midfield. Also excited to hear how many Riverina references we can slot in for Harry Cunningham's 200th game, from Turvey Park, etc., etc. You can get into a greater depth as far as that goes. For a bloke who was nearly 100 in a rookie elevation, what a career coming into 200 games today.
Interestingly, wearing the same number that fellow Wagga boy Brad Seymour wore when played for the Sydney Swans, but Brad played for the crosstown rivals, the Wagga Tigers.
Bingo.
So from Mar Oval at Turvey Park, Harry Cunningham, to now 200th game at the Gabba, having been rookie to mid-90s in that rookie draft, and fantastic that he is a very popular member of this Swans team. Great that he could bring up this milestone today. Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus are your experts today. Acker, the Brownlow medalist of 2001, Matt Primus, coach and captain of Port All-Australian. Gentlemen, what a day we have for you. Acker, I'm going to start with you. Do we believe in Brisbane? That's, I think, one of the questions today. They've won 5 in a row, but playing the Swans at home, if they are to be what they want to be, this is a day where they've, I think, got to show it to the competition.
Yes, good afternoon, Q, Pricey, and, of course, Big Matty Primus. I think I was really looking forward to Craig Starcevich actually coming back in the team.
Did I say Craig instead of Brandon?
I think Brandon will do for now.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Craig could actually walk or run.
He's here today, though.
He will be here somewhere, but yes, I tell you, they are the real deal. The Lions are back in town. They're playing great footy. Probably the best time for them to be playing at home. They've got their fortress back. They're playing against the side 3 games clear, who, if they drop one, it's not really a big issue, but they certainly... they're just in that awkward couple of games to go cycle where you're like, you know what, we don't really have to just give everything and lose. But that said, the battle of the midfield is going to be so awesome today. I'm really looking forward to it because that's everywhere else across the park is pretty tight. I mean, who could take a mark and scramble balls, and they've got so much talent to kick goals. So the midfield battles will be what I'll be looking at all day, I think, Q.
Thanks, Matt Ackermanis. What about you, Jason Primus? How are you doing? Good to have you on board, Matty.
Don't confuse me early. It's 1 o'clock, but yeah, what a day. The form teams of the comp, even though Brizzy's form hasn't been as electrifying as it was the first 6 weeks of the season, but Brizzy humming, top 4 opportunity available, and I've seen Sydney like everybody on the TV a lot, but looking forward to seeing them live, how crisp they are with their ball movement, and that midfield battle is going to be amazing to watch today.
In a nutshell, tell us the value of Brodie Grundy's addition to the Swans in this season.
Oh, look, his ability to hunt the ball. He can get his hand to the ball and all those sorts of things. But his ability, we know he's not a great forward, but his ability to get after and become an extra midfielder. The Big O will dominate with his hit-outs for Brisbane and give them first use sort of thing. But he just becomes that fourth midfielder, and the way he can run and get around the ground, and then he becomes an option as a ruckman when he gets forward. So that's where his bang for the buck is. And Sydney have obviously identified that during the off-season, and hasn't it paid dividends for them.
Let's put something to either bed or to call it as fact. Is it easier to play ruck at the SCG? Are we waiting to the back end of the season when Grundy gets in these big games and at the MCG and so forth? Is it easier to be that guy at the SCG?
I think it is a little bit more, especially with the cricket pitch in the middle, and that's a little bit similar here to the Gabba. Yeah, I think the real big monsters still getting, because he's undersized in the modern game for a ruckman. But how quick Sydney move the ball, that suits him because he has running capability to get involved in that. So, really looking forward to that concept and also the mids today, as Aka mentioned.
Zane Bojack down on the boundary. You got your sun cream on?
Look, you know what, Q, I've got a hoodie on, but I'm going to take it off. It's 19 degrees down here, but absolutely superb. The Lions chasing 7 wins in a row today up against the Swans, who have just teetered the last couple of weeks, but they come here with no fears. They've won 12 of their 20 matches here. They can win this contest and really put paid to what's been a great streak by the Lions.
Let's get going. Michael Price to get us underway on this Sunday in gorgeous conditions, Brisbane and Sydney. If you want to get in touch, by the way, 0437 774 774. And I can keep going with that again because Michael...
the theatre is gone, Q.
The bounce has gone a long way away from the secondary circle. 0437 774 774.
Secondary bounce or thrown up in the middle by the umpire. Dunkley jumps on it. It's got Errol Goulden for company, and we'll have a third start to this game. Dane Rampey won the toss, and they'll be kicking to the left as we're looking at the school end. Once again, umpire throws it up. There is a stack of players here. It's just extracted by Sydney. Well done to Fox, who tries to get through traffic, chased by Dunkley. They've slapped it out wider, through hands. It goes through Chad Warner. Now out to Rampy on the outer wing. Fox has run to half forward. He gathers with the handball receive. Gives it to Hayward. Inside 50. Over the hands there of Logan McDonald. Picked up by Rayner, who gave the big fend off, and then the handball backwards. It was kicked out of there. The Lions defence by Darragh Joyce, and it's going to be a free kick. It's going to come back against Harry Cunningham in his 200th game. It's going to go to Charlie Cameron. The right back flank, right on the 50-metre arc. He's back there to help already.
Very short kick to McCluggage. Takes the mark at right half back. See how Charlie goes today. He's been in the headlines a bit this week. McCluggage kicks turned over to the wing. Parker gets in the way to mark for Sydney. Hand passes to Blakey, who runs to half forward. Chips it to Amati. Takes the mark 52 metres out and hurts Zorko in the process. Zorko stays down after that contest. And that's unlike him. He's slow to pick himself up, and he's hobbling with a left leg, not doing what he wants it to do. And he's right near the man on the mark, so the umpire is just telling Joel Amati to hold up for a moment. And now a runner comes out to attend Dane Zorko.
It's probably the worst spot. It's just over the top of your head, and you're going back and just got to...
Amati landed on the back of his ankles.
Then he lands flush on his legs, so you'd be surprised. He'll either hobble it off and stay out there, or he'll have to come off.
So Joel Amati will now have a shot for goal, even though Zorko's still just a little sore, not far away from the man on the mark, who's 51 out. Amati sets it up for Grundy. And he dropped the mark he should have taken. Grundy rode by Dunkley. Ham passes to Lohman. Lohman's ferociously tackled and dispossessed by Hayward. That's holding the ball and a free kick for Sydney.
Well, Q, I was going to say that Brisbane's ability to go coast to coast the last 6 weeks has been the best in the competition. Sydney are the best at stopping teams doing that, and we just had a vision of it there where they tried to get the ball going, but Sydney's tackle pressure and their forward speed made them pay.
It needs to be on too. That's the thing about that. You don't have no time these days. It's going to be hot, particularly when you're playing the top side on a nice hot day. There was no one except for 2 groups, I reckon, outside of that contest forward of the play.
The number 9 looking in resplendent in the away strip, the old South Melbourne strip, the white with the red number and the white V. Hayward, 4-step approach, 40 out, misses to the right. And that's the first score, a minor score. It goes to the Swans. No late changes here at the Gabba.
Kick.
So Lions bring it back in. That is a great kick. It finds Harris Andrews on the right back flank. 70 from goal. Zorko, who provided that kick, still limping in the background but still running it out. Nice mark taken there by Blakey to intercept for the Swans. Just beyond centre wing. He turns it over. Rayner in the corridor, loops a handball to Danaher from 55. Joe, let's go! It's a great goal to start for the Brisbane Lions. One straight goal to one behind, and as quick as a flash, the Lions hit the front. 4 minutes gone, first term.
Poor turnover, Matty Primus. I tell you, they just that really good. They cut off that inside ball there. Rayner over the top, Joey. I don't even know if he was trying to pass. I think he just tried to have a nice flying shot, but came out quite low on the inside of the foot, but then just, you love that, like you're playing golf, just comes back on itself, ends up going straight and rolling through.
And you act like you mean it too, the golf shot. Okay, but both teams are picking off there. Both kicked the ball very short between the arcs, and Sydney were able to pick the first one off, give them a shot on goal. On that occasion there, Brisbane picked it off, as you mentioned, Acker, and then we know what capabilities they've got forward of the ball once they get a turnover.
Good mark from Blakey, but silly kick.
Yep.
Needed to kick it too. He burned Cameron, who was by himself in the corridor, running back towards goal. But it went through. Brisbane with the first goal. Bounce favours McInerney, who taps it down, but Parker Rose for Sydney. Hand pass to Chad Warner. His brother's the sub today. Rush kick to attacking 50, though. Wilmot gets on to that errant clearance and takes a chest mark for Brisbane on defensive 50. Short pass to Neal. Takes the grab. He'll kick it to the wing on the head of Berry. Over the top of Lloyd. Can't take the mark. Ball to ground level. Ump says...
Paid.
Why?
I don't know. That wasn't a mark. It actually...
And Lloyd touched it first as well. It was right in front of us.
Yeah, I see. Clearly our vision is a little bit easier. We're in the shade, but...
Yeah, and you're right, Jace. The ump's looking into the sun. There's just a little bit of shade around the boundary line on the members' side as Berry from the wing kicks the half forward. Danaher tangling with McCartan. Got a hand, couldn't mark. Ricochet comes back to Joe. Hand pass, though, ricochets back to his opponent, McCartan. He lost it as well. Hard footy to win it, attacking 50 for Brisbane. Archie picks up, tackled by Goulden, but gave the hand pass to McCluggage, turned over. And the Swans get out of trouble with Goulden's left boot. Intercepted by Andrews on the wing. He was looking for McDonald. Great catch from Harris Andrews, one-handed back with the flight.
He puts it back into the centre of the ground to Darragh Joyce, the Irishman, out to the far wing. Gives it out to Ryan Lester, who takes off now. It's a long kick inside 50. Swans with the numbers as McCartan comes back. Courageous mark going back with the flight and takes it just at the top of the goal square. Every player on the paddock here at the Gabba is forward of the centre circles.
That's what they try and do, Pricey. They try and suffocate you, both teams. You have to do a lot of running out of that back half.
McCartan to the outer wing, roved at the back of the pack by Zorko, brings it back into the centre. Darcy Wilmot wheels around immediately onto the right. He's looking for Danaher, who's open. He escaped, nobody with him. He took the ball 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
Snuck out from McCartan there. He got stuck ball watching, turnover. Quick transfer the other side, Matty Promise, and here he is again, and he could have easily kicked it off. He had Archie just in the pocket for about 30 seconds by himself.
So Joe Danaher kicked the first goal for the Lions. This one a deliberate shot from more or less the same spot.
All three results possible.
He comes over the arc of 50. And it's as straight as an arrow for his second. And the Lions get their second. 2 straight 12 to 1 behind. It's an 11-point margin, 7 gone first term. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
I tell you what, this tells you how warm it is today here. Not only do the Swans look resplendent in their South Melbourne Guernseys, but Matty Roberts, he's ready for the Sheffield Shield season. He's got beautiful white zinc over the nose. I suppose you've got to do that when you're a redhead like him. He's coming on right now, and I think he's going to take the new ball from the Stanley Street end.
You'd be hot over there, wouldn't you? Even you from North Queensland be in a shirt today, Zane.
Yeah, I'm taking the hoodie off. This is a ripper day, Yucca.
Only man to get turfed out of the stadium and back in before the game.
2 goals early for Joe Danaher, so that's now 36 for the season. And there's just a big game feel about it today. The locals realise that this is a testing game. Grundy at centre bounce time first hand. Heaney makes a tackle on Neal, but Neal gets a disposal away. High kick for Brisbane, out towards half forward. Lohman was the target. He's infringed over the back of Rampy. So Dane Rampy will get the free kick for Sydney.
I reckon Dane was playing when I was playing. And I haven't played for 14 years.
Well, it is his 12th season, so...
Maybe not.
Maybe not, Jason.
Does he have a brother?
But he's been around for a while. Chip pass marked by Heaney. Heaney kicks to the outer side. Booted into attack by Hayward of the Swans, but no one at the end of it for Sydney. Leicester's tackled by McDonald, will have a ball up. Right half forward for the Swans. McLean against McInerney, neither with a telling tap. And Clay trying to get a clearance at ground level. Goulden is wrapped up. And we'll see another ball up. Brisbane 2 straight 12, leading Sydney 1 behind.
Plenty going on here at the Gabba. The umpire throws it up immediately. McLean gave the handball off there. It was Hayward who kicked it across, and Warner, he got in front. He took the mark to Chad. On the arc of 50, just slightly right of centre. And once again, Charlie Cameron standing the mark, but Chad Warner having a remarkable season will go back and have a shot from 50.
Charlie was coming 100 miles an hour too, so good mark. This is his best year so far of his career. He's really playing some good footy.
28-14 for the year. From 55. Oh, he struck that beautifully. Magnificent shot to start the Swans goal scoring today. 2 straight 12 the Lions, 1-1-7 the Swannies. 5 points the margin, 9.5 gone first quarter.
Yeah, there's no real matchups in there. There's no dead set tags or run with. So it's just midfield v midfield, and both these midfields can certainly get forward and kick goals. As you mentioned then, what Warner's kicked for the year, we know Heaney can get forward and kick some goals, and Brisbane's midfield, especially Lockie Neal, the last few weeks have been able to hit the scoreboard. But just a scrappy kick from the stoppage, well read by Warner, and a courageous mark and a beautiful finish from 50 plus.
It's funny you work on those kicks out too. They're usually on a 45-degree angle and your team is there ready to go. That said, just have a look at Grundy here, Matty Primus. He's just running straight over, going straight into Big O, trying to use his lack of height.
Yeah, they tried to bring in a rule to rule that out 15 years ago, Acker, but he's been dominant at doing that this year.
Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis with you. Bounce. Grundy gets the tap down to Goulden. Rush clearance from the left-footed Swan. Not great purchase on the kick. Marked by Zorko, forward of half-back. Quick kick to the half-forward flank in front of Dunkley. Doesn't take clean possession. Wanted to tap it on. Bounces fortuitously to Lohman. He's kicking to the back of Blakey. Goes to Dunkley. Gives it on to Archie, who's harassed now. 40 from goal at right half-forward. And the umpire will call for a ball up, with Melican there, among others, to provide the pressure. Quickly tossed in the air. And there he is, Roberts for the Swans, getting a hand pass to Heaney. Clearance for Sydney. Hand passes to Goulden, who chips wide to the boundary line, with McLean the presenting target, taking the grab between left half-back and the wing.
So Hayden McLean just looking for options. He's looking back in board, couldn't find anything he likes. It's a long one down the line. Reading it best, actually, Darragh Joyce just edged his man in Hayward under the ball and took a good defensive mark. He flares back towards defensive 50, gets to Berry, to Shadow Brain now, and he laces out Charlie Cameron, middle of the ground. Cameron now goes left and then feigns, comes back right. He saw Leicester more or less on his own on the commentary wing, takes a mark, held up. He kicks it back into the corridor to find Will Ashcroft.
He's going to hold it up, Ashcroft.
So what they're trying to do, just bring their defence up the ground, Brisbane, which is a real key if you want to beat them.
So the transfer to the other side of the square through Zorko. It's Brain got it on the outer wing. Chip to half forward. There he is, Brandon Starcevic. Acker.
Yes.
Not Craig. Gathers hand passes, hoping for Dunkley, but it bounces over his head and out of play for a throw in.
FU of, is that true?
Yeah, indeed.
Can't be that many of them floating around with a name like that.
So 6 wins in a row for Brisbane, taking on a Swans team that's only lost 3 times. Once to Richmond at the MCG, the other 2 back-to-back weeks by a combined margin of 3 points. They are the pace setters in 2024. Rode by Ashcroft from the throw-in left half forward. Rushed entry. Target was big. Debutant Smith couldn't take the mark, the big South Australian. It's at the bottom of the pack and will be thrown up. So he's played 11 games in the VFL this year, Henry Smith. Finished his footy schooling at Woodville West Torrens before coming to the Gabba. From the stoppage, left forward pocket for Brisbane. Rumbled to the boundary line. Heaney can't keep it in, so it will be tossed in. Brisbane 2 straight 12. Sydney 1-1-7 to start this Sunday on ABC Sport. Thanks to Grant and Hobart, one of our loyal listeners, texting in. Good to have your company. 0437 7747 74, the number to get in touch.
Nice and cold down there today.
Ooh.
Indeed, the throw in. Forward pocket for the Lions. Left forward pocket, Grundy got it down. Smothered there off the boot of Braden Campbell. Chance for the Lions through Rayner. Got the handball off to McCluggage. His tackle could be holding the ball. It is. Oh, it should be. Oh. The Swans didn't get the free kick, but they did get the ball through Taylor Adams. He got the 1-2. Nice chipping ball. Goes to the wing. Coming out to meet it was Joyce. It was cut off by Logan McDonald. His handball errant, so Joyce went back and got it. Handball off to Shadow Brain into the centre circles. Long inside 50, cutting across the front.
Oh, yeah, free kick.
Now it was held. It's going to be a free kick to Joe Danaher, who was held there by McCartan. Melican came across the front with the good spoil, but Joe's going to get a chance to kick at his third.
Pricey, I wouldn't call that being held. Honestly, he had him in a bare choker hold, if you could call it that, just giving enough time for his teammate to come across. That said, the umpire saw it, and Joey, what are the chances of Joey Danaher kicking the first 3 goals for the Lions?
Well, the man standing the mark 30 metres out, directly in front.
This is the easiest shot he's had all day too, can I just say. So
you guys are building it up great here. You're building it up.
Here he comes, Joe Danaher. Straight in front.
Oh.
And he's hooked it to the right. There you go. 2 very difficult shots from 55. He's kicked, but it's one behind. 2-1-13 plays 1-1-7. It's one straight goal the difference.
Doesn't look a great matchup earlier. The ball's getting in there easy, but McCartan's getting caught out with Danaher's athleticism early on.
Blakey runs into the right back pocket. Slices a pass towards half-back and a great mark taken by Amati. Leaping high, one clutch clean. Kicks infield to Florent, takes the mark. Hand passes to Papley. Papley's hand pass at the feet of Adams. Did well to gather, gives it back to Papley. Hand pass to Lloyd, who's on the wing, wondering what to do. Slices off a very short pass, not 15. Was taken there by Fox and booted into attack. Looking for McLean, got a hand, couldn't take the mark, but he's battling on at ground level. Taps it to the advantage of Papley, who ran on. Tommy Papley on the left. Can't curl it enough. He was rushed with his kick from 30 out in the right forward pocket. And it's across the face for a behind. Brisbane lead by 5 points at 2-1 to 1-2.
That's what I was talking about pre-game, how good their small forwards of both teams are. That chaotic kind of kick in as we go back.
Oh, Fletcher. Zorko kicked it in. Fletcher received it in the right back pocket. Went to go back to the goal square. The Swans read it, and it got off hands. McCluggage it was who just fisted it over and away over the boundary line. So it's an attacking opportunity again for the Swans. Throw in right next to the point post in the left forward pocket. Umpire throws it in. Amati for the short throw in. Nudged under the ball. Danaher goes in. So does Zorko. Picks it up, gives the handball back to Danaher. Now the hands to Jared Berry. He focuses on the corridor, tries to kick it straight up the middle. Henry Smith, it's a long way down to get there, 206 centimetres. Couldn't quite grab it around his ankles. And Dane Rampy jumped on top of him, and there'll be a ball up at centre-half forward for the Swannies.
Was touched. Hot footy.
McLean and Danaher engaged in the ruck contest. Neither gets a telling tap. McCluggage picks up for Brisbane, kicks it clear towards the wing. Blakey protected the drop, did well to nudge Archie under the ball, wins it for the Swans, chips it wide, and the mark's taken by Jordan. Affectionately known as the padlock by our team in Sydney. Oh, the kick in field's not much good though. Forces a contest, so Jordan comes through to try and tackle Ashcroft, but Ashcroft wins the ball, kicks a grubber along the wing. Blakey got bumped when he was in the air by Hipwood. Legal contact, play on. Sarcevic receives a hand pass. Hands it on to Rayner. Breaks the tackle on 50 and kicks a goal for Brisbane. Rampant through Rampy as he broke the tackle of the Swans defender. And Brisbane has its third goal on this sunny Sunday at the Gabba. The Lions 3-1-19, leading the Swans 1-2-8.
Yeah, that's the second time they've picked off that little 45. Sydney just refused to want to kick long down the line, but the two 45s they kicked it to somebody with someone right up their jumper, and once Brisbane get that turnover in the front half, geez, they're dynamic when they get it and go.
You see there, I mean, again, a bit of tunnelling there. Unlucky there for Blakey, who landed heavily on that big mullet. That probably gave him a bit of protection. But good little bit of dangerous handballing from, not Craig, but Brandon Starcevic. But super strong broken tackle there from Cam Rayner. He's been doing it the last few weeks in the air, but that is a super goal from, as I've been saying, he's a super player.
Dane Rampy, no slouch when it comes to tackling as well. Some very physical work there from Cam Rayner. Back into the middle of the Gabba on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Off hands, it goes back to Zorko. Zorko's kick semi-smothered. Rayner gets involved again, gathered and got swung around. Got the handball out to Zorko. Now to Ashcroft and McCluggage at centre-half forward. Lowers the eyes. What a pass. He hit his target beautifully, and it's Eric Hipwood 25 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right. Perfect side for a left footer.
What about that, Matty Promise? What about the boots too from Eric? But that's just slick.
Hands, wasn't it beautiful? Hands, composure.
Just, it's under pressure, but the line's just really slick in there. That said, really good win in the ruck from Danaher. Couple little sharp handballs. Lockie Neal, Zorko, and then Cam Runner to stand up in the tackle created that opportunity.
Eric Hipwood from 30 metres out, the angle to the right. Oh, lucky to hit foot as it goes over the boundary line, out on the full in the left forward pocket. A shank from Eric Hipwood and a relief for the Swannies. They'll get the free kick.
Could be the boots, I reckon.
Oh, the high-vis, very lime green boots.
It's just a skill that he's not very good at times, Jason.
Yeah.
We've seen it too often.
Didn't look confident.
Long inbound from the Swans to a pack on the wing. Ricochets around before Ashcroft wins the ball for Brisbane. Pokes it back to attacking 50. Gathered by Cameron. Hand pass to Bailey, who just punches it forward. Roberts is underneath it. Rayner drives him into the deck. Strong tackle, and it will be a ball up. It's not quite Maroon versus Sky Blue here, but it's New South Wales versus Queensland, and that was an Origin-esque tackle from Rayner as the ball's thrown in the air. Left forward pocket for Brisbane. Edge of the stoppage. McCluggage has a go. Shunts it to Neal. Neal hand passes to Ashcroft. Snaps on goal. Snaps near side. Kicks it out on the full. And McCartan will take the free kick in the right back pocket for the Swans.
Yeah, the pressure's all over them at the moment, Brisbane. They are harassing every single possession. Every time a Swans player gets the ball, they've got heat on them straight away, dominating territory early.
10 inside 50s to 5. That's a beautiful kick from McCartan. And a nice mark taken by Hayden McLean. The kick, or just cleared, and it got to Hayward, just short of centre wing out of side. He kicks it to right half forward. Dara Joyce for the Lions had the sit. Spoiled there by Papley. It was rode by Grundy. Tackled high. Advantage goes to Papley. It's a little 9-iron that finds Fox right on the boundary line. He's 40 from goal. He chips it back on the arc of 50. Gets it to Warner, who's called to play on. The kick was not the distance. He was caught by Zorko. He dropped the ball. Free kick Brisbane at left half back.
About 7 metres that kick.
Zorko kicks to the wing. Bailey takes the mark, plays on quickly. He's got men in space. Rayner the next in the chain. Gathers it a kick and a half from goal. Deep entry to Danaher. Yeah. Takes the mark in the left forward pocket. Joe is on a heater in this first term.
Well, no pressure ball inside 50 again, Q, and as good a defender and defenders are the Swans, when there's no pressure, you're just a sitting duck. Beautiful kick, but Joey's athleticism is just killing him at the moment, and well, the way he's going this afternoon, he'll probably kick this one from the boundary.
So we've had an on the run from 50 tick, set shot from 45 tick on an angle, straight in front 30 out, the one that he should have kicked, cross.
Yeah.
Now this is hard in the pocket, 20 out. He's going to drop punt with the left foot next to the paint, and he kicks the goal. He is a freak. Forrest Gump ain't got nothing on Joe Danaher. You just never know what you're going to get.
Oh, my goodness.
4-1-25, plays 1-2-8. Joe Danaher has kicked 3 goals 1 of Brisbane's 4 goals 1.
But I will say, Joey, he's got form from over there. I think he kicked the first goal a couple of weeks ago from that very spot. Very tight angle. No one thought he'd kick it. So he just went back straight through the middle. But that turnover tackle from Zorko, it's what set up the quick play. They had players out. Rayner ended up getting on the chain, and then he had options of plenty, but went long because Joey is dominating down there with McCartan, so they're going to have to make a change, and it looks like they have. I reckon that's Rampy's gone back to him.
So we're back into the middle of the Gabba. Sun shining brightly as Joe Danaher is for the Lions, as McInerney wins the clearance, toes it to half forward. Charlie Cameron brought it to ground, front and square, beaten to it. Goulden beat McCluggage, now through hands. It went from Roberts to Papley. He's confronted, tackled, holding the ball. He tried to get through 3 of them, and Dunkley lets him know about it as well.
He broke 2 good tackles, but then got caught in the third, so that's the pressure.
But Tommy Papley being Tommy Papley, he let Dunkley know about it as well, as Dunkley kicks it inside 50, looking for Danaher. Danaher looking for the free kick. Front and square was Roberts. Got it to the left shoe. Going back with the flight shadow, Brain was spoiled there by Amati. Front and square, it was Fox who gave it back to Lloyd now. He just takes his time looking for a better option. Joyce was held there by McLean. He's going to get a free kick and does. Crowd enjoyed that one, and the Irishman will take the free kick just forward of left half back.
Good positioning too from the Irishman, and then had the spoil straight out of bounds as it comes across to Zorko. And this is what they'll do, Brisbane. So they'll just try and chip it around here, make them pick them up. If they have to transfer, they will.
Not unfamiliar territory, though, for the Swans, who at times have been very slow out of the blocks in this 2024 season. That's the next part of the narrative here. Having done same today at the Gabba, what have they got next? As the long ball from the Lions goes towards Zano, who almost had that tap to him by Harris Andrews. Zane Bojack?
Yeah, it was just in front of me, Harris. I prefer it at my chest if you can. But, Joel Armity's got a bit of a problem down here, Q. Looks like it might be with his knee, but he's getting some treatment. The other one is Shadow Brain. He was brave with that contest before, but he's had to limp off, and I'll keep you monitored on how he's going.
One of Greg and Michelle's crew, Shadow Brain. Great footy story. Boundary throw in, no clearance from Ashcroft.
That's got to be the most unique.
No, he's got brothers and sisters named Whisper and Willow and all of that. Jason. Heaney hits the contest from the throw-in. Shunts it to Goulden. Goulden's kick into the pack taken by Berry of Brisbane. Hand pass to Dunkley, hand pass to Wilmot. Nice evasive work to hand it back to Lester. Now the kick to half forward. Blakey leads the race for the ball. Can't mark. Eye contact on Bailey as he went low to win a hard footy. Gets the free kick, 55 out at left half forward for Brisbane. Gets up limping a little to Zach Bailey.
Nearly kick it from there, depending on the wind, but...
Who basically hasn't played as well since the grand final.
Yes.
He was brilliant in that narrow loss to the Magpies. Hasn't had a great 2024, Zach Bailey. Doesn't go for goal. Chips it to the pocket. Looking there for Hipwood. Couldn't mark, and it was Berry. Couldn't mark, and he's landed on his rump. It's gone over the boundary line. Off hands, and he's almost underran the football there, Jared Berry. A little bit of attention from Goulden.
Well, they hurt those ones.
Right on the coccyx, as they say, as the probably got a little bit of winded, I reckon. He's up and about now, though, as the boundary umpire allows everybody to clear the area before he throws it in.
No good for his golf.
Less forward pocket for Brisbane. Charlie Cameron in the ruck against Brodie Grundy, if you don't mind. He actually got to the front, brought it to ground. McCartan tracks it over the boundary line in front of Joe Danaher, though, and we'll do it all again from the same spot. Zane Bojack's down there.
Yeah, I just hope Jared hasn't done his tailbone, because I did that once, and you walk around with a donut and everyone laughs at you when you go to sit down. Poor little fella.
Throw in again from the similar spot. Left forward pocket for Brisbane. Ball hits the deck. Neither ruckman touch it. Picked up by Cameron. Back to Bailey on the arc of 50. He wheels around, kicks it to the top of the square. Blakey. Going back, the Lizard takes a nice defensive mark.
Yeah, this is the issue, though. They're getting all their ball in the back 50. It's going to be very hard to be able to score when you're constantly starting your attack at full length of the ground.
13 inside 50s to 6 in favour of Brisbane. Blakey given space to run through the pocket. Kicks for McLean. McInerney in front makes the spoil, and Ashcroft roves for Brisbane. Hand pass out the back to Bailey. Kicks from the wing into attack. But in front, McCartan takes the grab for the Swans.
What they're trying to do here is they're trying to get numbers at a long kick contest, and then they're going to try and stream forward as they go at the other side here. But trouble.
Yeah, kicks to fullback for Campbell. His kicks on the head of Fox made good of the contest against Dunkley to win the ball after punching it away from Dunkley. Then his kick to the wings marked by Hayward. Right on halfway. Hand passes to Jordan. Jordan kicks it to the left half forward flank. Papley marks a kick and a half from the school end goal. Brisbane leading by 17 points.
But nothing ahead of the ball.
Yeah, very short pass back to Fox.
Kick they want.
Campbell runs by. Fox ignores him. And now Fox kicks deep to full forward in a big pack, and Andrews knuckles it through. Yeah, so often the outcome, isn't it, Matty? If you go deep and Harris knocks it through, 16 the lead for Brisbane.
Yeah, the big O push down to play on Harris's Andrew Mann and free up him. And you mentioned you're right, Hugh. Once they had pressure on the ball, Harris is just going to either mark that or spoil it like he just did then.
It's a poor kick as Berry goes long because it's right on the goal line. It's too easy to spoil there.
Yep.
So Berry does go long, and once again McCartan got to the front of the pack, took a beautiful mark forward to centre wing. The kick not so flash. Making it look better was Ollie Florent, who attacked the ball, gathered, kicked it inside 50 into the path of Logan McDonald. The Iron Dukes, though, he couldn't take it. Front and square was Wilmot, gave the handball off to Rain, a long one, straight down the middle, looking for a one-on-one with Lockneil. Ball actually hit Milliken in the back. Roving it was Hipwood, scrubbing it forward. Archie, handball backwards now, Lockie Neal from 30 from the pocket. Oh, he's had a ping at it, Lockie, across the face of goal. It hits the point post on the bounce. It's going to be a throw in the left forward pocket for Brisbane. They lead this one by 16 points late in the first term.
Missed an opportunity there, Acker.
Absolutely. That transfer play, beautiful, crisp, sharp. Had options aplenty, really had to have the shot on goal, just commit to it. But that said, Lockie Neal 1-on-1 running inside 50. That's always a good sign for Brisbane.
2 more games to come on this Sunday. We've got them all covered for you on ABC Sport as the boundary throw-in takes place. Grundy slaps it straight back to the boundary umpire.
Has he kept that in?
Throw it in. We've got the foot brigade thought, and then Matt's just quietly not saying anything about the ruckman going about his craft.
Oh, that was as deliberate as anything.
Just punched it back over the line. So we do it again. Grundy this time takes clean possession. And he spikes it out of the air. It wasn't a one-handed handball. He had it tapped out of his hand and then punched it. No one clear, though. Who's under that? It's Roberts. Roberts absolutely smashed in the tackle. Tossed up with Brisbane still in attack. Roberts has another go underneath, but he's wrapped up. Have a go, Pricey. Can't get it clearer there. Brisbane 4-1-25, Sydney 1-3-9, getting close to quarter time.
Umpire throws it up left forward pocket for Brisbane, out of the ruck. Grundy for Sydney. Gets it to his boot. It tumbles just forward to centre wing. Going back with it. Wilmot, handball off to Starcevic. Off a step. Back into the pocket. Archie flew out the back of the pack. Is it?
Yeah, it's Bailey.
It is Zach Bailey. Well, it basically fell into his hands over the back of the pack, Acker. Luck's a fortune.
He was there and it was like, oh my goodness, there's 10 blokes about to come into this contest. Do I go? And then he ended up just hesitating, stopped dead, came over the back, and in the end, I'm not even sure if he got the first touch, but just landed straight as it is. A chest mark, goal after shot on goal after the siren.
So Zach Bailey, that's the siren for quarter time, to extend this Lions lead and their good start to the game. He comes in, strikes it nicely. The Lions get their 5th. And at quarter time, they extend their lead to 22 points, 5-1-31 to the Sydney Swans 1-3-9.
Danaher was the story of the first term for Brisbane, kicking 3 goals, 1. Rayner and Bailey, the other goal kickers, while Sydney's only major kicked by Chad Warner. So, as I was mentioning during the first quarter, not an unfamiliar tale for Sydney in 2024. As good as they've been a little Usain Bolt out of the blocks. As good as he wasn't the quickest, but once he got going, he was the best, which is what Sydney's proved to be to this point of the season. What will the story tell on this Sunday at the Gabba? Brisbane 5-1-31 to Sydney's 1-3-9. A reminder throughout the afternoon, we do have calls of all of the games for you. The Dockers taking on the D's. That's a big game at Perth Stadium a little after 3 o'clock Australian Eastern time. And then the twilight fixture comes from the Docklands, where Carlton takes on North Melbourne. There are 3 games in the National Rugby League today. Penrith first up against the Dolphins. And it's Manly Warringah playing Gold Coast, North Queensland against Canterbury Bankstown to seal it all off. Those calls available too on your best friend for Radio Sport, the ABC Listen app. But here, quarter time, we'll get Matt and Jace to break it down for you in just a moment. It's Brisbane leading by 22 points.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country. Hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Rayner in the corridor, loops a handball to Danaher from 55. Joe, let's go! It's a great goal to start for the Brisbane Lions. The Joe Danaher, he comes over the arc of 50. And it's as straight as an arrow for his second.
Rayner the next in the chain, gathers it a kick and a half from goal. Deep entry to Danaher. Takes the mark in the left forward pocket. Joe is on a heater in this first term. Hard in the pocket, 20 out. He's going to drop punt with the left foot next to the paint. And he kicks the goal! He is a freak!
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Loving your company at the Gabba. The way to get in touch, 0437 774 774. Pete from Footscray making an interesting comment about Kai Lohmann and Tony Modra. I think I won't broadcast it, but just the nature of the hair. It is very Godra-esque, isn't it? That blonde mop of Kai Lohmann. 0437 774 774. G'day to Harry, who's listening from a very rainy Sisters Beach in Tasmania. Thank you, Harry. Hope we're cheering up your day by telling you it is not a cloud in the sky here and about 20 degrees. It is absolutely awesome. And Lions have got the jump. This has happened to the Swans a bit this year, but what happened in the first half an hour? Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus.
Well, Matty, perhaps you tell us what's going on, because they're not dominating the ruck and they're not using sort of around the ground, but both sides have had their short 45s get cut off. But that said, the Lions just on the turnovers and rebound are just destroying them with really, really good pinpoint play, passing and slickness.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, both teams like to move the ball similar between the arcs, but Brizzy doing a great job at just getting numbers between there, flooding that 45 lateral kick. I think they've had 18 intercepts, which I'm not sure what a really big number is, but that seems huge, and they're the best scoring team off it the last month, so they're definitely waiting on the Sydney kicks, and then they're going super fast off that. And as we mentioned a few times, their forward six just explode off a turnover, and then Sydney are down -8 in the contest, so they're not winning any ball between the arcs. They're just getting it, as we mentioned during that quarter also, they're just getting it all in Brisbane's back 50, and that's why Zorko's having such a great day. They're owning territory, Brizzy, and then Zorko's a half-back just allowed to play the way he is. He had 10 touches and 131 metres gained and a couple of score involvements and inside 50, so totally on top. And as you mentioned, Brizzy have been great at starting. Sydney certainly come at them, but their homework they've done all week, Brisbane, you can tell their game plan's spot on the first 30 minutes of this game.
Well, despite having the back of his calf landed on by Joel Amartey at the start of the game, Dane Zorko had 10 disposals in that quarter for Brisbane.
It's bad news if you're Sydney, because if he's getting lots of touches, he's too good a kick. He sets up the play too well, Q.
Yeah. Ashcroft with 8 disposals, 7 for Rayner, 7 for Berry. Robbie Fox leading the way for Sydney with 7. Goulden with 6. Brisbane with 23 more possessions in that first term, 94-71. The inside 50s, Brisbane's weight 17-8. But all of this is the asterisk. You are foolish if you don't look at the form, and Sydney's form tells us that it's not really what they do up to quarter time, it's what they do after, which has made them so good this year. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, the good news for the Swans is Marty's back on and he's heading towards the goal square, and also Shadow Brain's back as well, Q. So the two guys that were getting a lot of treatment at quarter time, they're ready to go.
Imagine if he had a brother named No Brains. You could really just...
No, Greg and Michelle didn't go with that, but they did go with a number of different names.
I want to know the middle name. Got to be some good middle names.
Some.
And spelled Shadeau as well.
Sort of.
Okay, let's do second quarter here at the Gabba. Brisbane go into it with a 22-point lead, Michael Price.
Beautiful Sunday afternoon, the sun shining here in southeast Queensland. The bounce is pretty good from the umpire. McInerney got it down. It was taken back by Brodie Grundy, though. Put it back on the big slipper inside 50. It was spoiled away there from McLean and beautifully picked up by Harris Andrews. The handball very laconic. It was out into space, picked up by Cunningham in his 200th. Gave it over to Errol Gulden, back into the corridor. There's Chad Warner now. He's on the logo and he decides he's going to slow everything down. The Lions set up well in front of him. He comes back out towards the boundary line and finds Harry Cunningham. Now he's going to go back to exactly where Warner released it to him and find Dane Rampy on the commentary wing on the logo.
It's keeping's off at halfway at the moment. Rampy taking a long time before eventually saying, I've got to bang it to a contest. So he goes deep. There's 6 in the contest. Andrews with the knuckle, but rode by McDonald for the Swans. Flicks a hand pass to the pocket. First to meet it, Neil. Papley tackles him immediately. No prior. Ball up. Sydney in attack.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was like they didn't want to bang it in early because Brisbane's backs are going to mark the ball, but they lost 10, 20 metres yard and then still had to do it.
McInerney tapped down, but rode by Adams of the Swans. Hand pass picked up by Hayward under pressure. He snaps across the face. Amartey gets to the drop in the pocket, though, and takes the mark despite the pressure from Durra Joyce. So Joel Amartey will have a chance to kick Sydney's second goal from only 20 metres out.
That's a good mark. He was not in the best position. That said, he's going around the corner here.
2 steps, right foot snap punt. Perfectly executed from Joel Amati. Sydney with the first goal of the second quarter. It narrows Brisbane's lead to 16 points. The Lions 5-1-31 to the Swans 2-3-15. You're hearing it on ABC Sport.
That's what they do to you, Matty Price. They just grind away. They get back in the game. They cop a little bit of a serve at quarter time, and then they just come out and play with a bit more fire and venom and a little bit sharper. And that's what they can do to you. Just take those opportunities, get a stoppage, create a goal.
And perhaps the slow ball but inside 50 is maybe a philosophy. If they go in quick and they don't win it, Brisbane going to kill you on the counter-attack. If they go slow, they get lots of numbers in the front half and makes it hard for Brisbane to go fast. But something to keep an eye on, perhaps.
Well, he was a part of the chain there. And Ross from Albury texts, I gave the Brad Seymour reference to the number 7. You said it's Riverina Reference Day with Harry Cunningham. Of course, the great Dennis Carroll wore number 7 for South Melbourne/Sydney as well. Another product of that great part of the world.
How'd you forget him?
We're back into the middle. Grundy versus McInerney. Call that one a draw, and then Grundy just wrestled it out of the arms of McInerney, put it straight to his boot, and it was taken by Hayward at half forward. He goes inside 50. Bailey cut in front of the rampaging Hayden McLean. That was a courageous defensive mark from Zach Bailey. Now he measures a kick towards the wing to the lead of Lohman. It dropped in front of him, nicely gathered on the bounce. Handball back to Dara Joyce. His kick turned over. Awful. It was Chad Warner sitting there waiting for it, looping the handball forward to Cunningham. Over to Goulden now from 55. Now to right half forward to Lloyd. Lloyd to the top of the goal square. 2-on-1 Brisbane. Amati did beautifully to bring it to ground. Now he roves. Handball off to... Oh, it was Taylor Adams and a ping. It bounced through. Joel Amati. Good little handball in the middle of the pack. Got it out to Taylor Adams, and the former Pie puts it through for another quick one for the Swans. All of a sudden, they're back within 10 points. 5-1-31 to 3-3-21.
I mentioned that before the game, Matty Price. Those little half chances, that chaos footy that comes in, both sides have super talent. Small forwards, small mids that can get down there and have those little snaps. And when they do, and they make it count, it's just one of those things about Sydney and Brisbane, but mainly Sydney, that they get these goals, these half chances, these little opportunities, and that's why they're such a good team.
Yeah, Amati did a great job, as you called, Price. You're just competing against 2v1, bring it to ground, and then also got the handball. And yeah, their smalls are dangerous, like Brisbane's are, and they're owning territory very early on, a couple of minutes into it, but it's 3-zip to inside 50s to Sydney.
Grundy twice out of the middle by himself.
Like the game of footy. Looks good so far. McInerney taps down in the middle for Brisbane, but Heaney will rove defensive side of the pack for Sydney. Hand passes to Blakey, just forward of half-back, chips back to the bullseye. Goulden takes the grab. Plays on, left foot, bullet onto the chest of McLean. It hits him right where the V meets in the middle of his sternum.
He's been out twice. Lucky that Bailey took that mark, because he had separation. He had a good 2.5, 3 metres, Q, and he's looking sharp. They've got to do something about that. You cannot let him run. He's just too quick for a big fella.
I don't have the stats, but Sydney's already got a ridiculously good percentage of 145%. I'd love to know what the percentage for the Swans is after quarter time this year. Here's McLean, 45 out, directly in front. And they've conceded the jump yet again, but the Swans have kicked 3 in a row. 4 points the margin for the locals. Brisbane 5-1-31. Sydney 3 straight to start this second term in just 5 minutes of elapsed time. The Swans 4-3-27. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Gee, it'd be filthy if you paid full price down at the school end, Q. They've only seen 1 goal out of 9, so poor buggers. I tell you what's hot down here. I took the hoodie off. I'm thinking I might just duck out and get a Bojingo. Is that all right? Go and get a nice block?
Well, you've been out there before. You should have grabbed one when you were out there. You probably didn't realise. But it is hot. And when you're a player, people don't realise 20, 21 degrees is really, really hot and uncomfortable.
Just watching the footage from behind the goals there, boys, and really doing a job on Dara Joyce there, Hayden McLean, as he just kept working and eventually just broke away yet again back into the middle with the Lions lead restricted now to 4 points. McInerney back over his head. It's kicked off the deck by Wilmot to the arc. Front and square Lohman. The handball was a speculator back to Neal, who gave it back to Lohman in traffic. Now to McLuggage, beautifully tackled. Got the handball back to Dunkley. Now back to McInerney off a step from 55 to the goal square. Rampy spoiled. Oh, did he get a hand to it? Yes, he did. Umpire said it was touched as it rolled through the goals for one behind. 32 plays 27. 5 points the margin. The Lions lead. 6 gone second term.
And Florent directly with the inbound. Beautiful kick, marked at half-back by Florent. Hand passes to Campbell, takes on Starcevic, just got rid of the hand pass to Fox, who's under pressure. The tackle went around Campbell's legs in the end. He gets a free kick for Sydney at left half-back.
Lucky.
Plays on with the kick to Hayward on the outer wing. Kicks it infield back to Florent. And once again, the Swans just taking their time in the defensive half before moving it forward.
They've done a good job. Brisbane is slowing them down, though. They're getting a few kicks but not going anywhere.
Florent chips to Rampy. Rampy chips to Goulden. Goulden's still on halfway on the outer side.
And once again just holds it up there as the Lions have peeled all the way over to that side. Nice little kick, though, to the lead there of Fox, who takes the mark and stands on the logo on the outer wing. Well, that's barely the distance. Do you reckon it was? I don't think it was either. It was taken there and kicked inside 50. That's an awful kick there by
Adams.
Adams, it was Taylor Adams. Just looking for Chad Warner, and it was Rayner who just floated across in front and took a very, very easy defensive mark. He flares it out to the right back pocket.
Too easy, and he had so much spin on that kick. That's where Taylor Adams falls down. So he's sharper, better kicks than that.
Fletcher received it right half back. Long kick towards, in the right back pocket, should I say. Kick to the half back line. Robed off the back of the pack by Cunningham of Sydney. Kicks infield. Goulden marks edge of the centre square. Chips it to the diving, leading McDonald. And McDonald takes the mark, 45 out straight in front.
Yeah, those short little kicks are starting to hurt them a little bit. There's no pressure on the ball and lots of easy lead-ups where Brizzy backs are going to, pan off a little bit and come off their men. That's costing them the first 5 or 6 here.
Great text from Henry from Melbourne. Thank you. 0437 774 774 is the number. So 145 across the season is Sydney's percentage. According to Henry's numbers that he just sent me, Sydney rate at 204%. Against the opposition in second terms this year. McDonald for a fourth. Oh, that's off the instep. Doesn't get anywhere near the distance. Fletcher takes it. Well, yes, indeed. I don't think he hit it properly either, Jace. And Fletcher's kicked a half-back mark by Archie. Plays on with a hand pass to McCluggage, who's edge of the centre square. Hand passes infield to Wilmot. Can't keep going forward. Has to look backwards. Oh, his chip was short of Brain. Brain gathers on D50. Kicks it around the edge of the square. Eventually Fletcher picks up. Now Brisbane going in the right direction again. Almost an intercept from Lloyd, though, with the kick, which has ended up with Hepwood. Plays on, kicks to half forward. McCluggage has it on 50. Beats the tackle of Roberts. Roberts comes again. McCluggage hand passes to Bailey. Hands to Lester. This is an ugly progression into attack. Danaher has a go. McCartan steals it. And the Swans have got it now. Hand pass out the back to Rampy in the pocket. Gives to Florent. And Florent calms it down with a chip to Blakey, who marks it forward of full-back Pricey. That was an ugly rumble forward from the Lions.
Just like the water torture. It just kept going and going and going, and the Swans' pressure eventually just telling the tale. Oh, that was a pretty ordinary kick there from Ollie Florent, though. He was looking for Cunningham, who tracked that over the boundary line where the arc meets it.
Let's go with Harry's numbers. So the Swans are 94% in the first term, 205 in the second, 175 in the third, and 135 in the fourth. So
it's a massive difference.
Yeah, thanks for those numbers, Henry.
Throw in across right half forward for McInerney. Got it down now. Dunkley got in first, immediately was tackled, and the ball stuck under both he and his opponent in Luke Parker on the field now, and the umpire's going to throw it up. 55 out, right half forward for Brisbane. McInerney and Grundy miss the ball. It comes off the deck. Goes to Archie, handball out there to Fletcher. Ducks one, ducks two. Got the handball away to Archie. He hoists it towards the goals. It's wide, it's ugly, it's out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Sydney in their left back pocket.
They need to mix up. They've got too many tools deep here, Brisbane. That wasn't the best kick in, mind you, and that would have suited them. But yeah, they need to just get a bit smaller there in front of goal.
Rampy with a long left foot kick from the back pocket. McLean flew without really getting his hands near the ball. Ump lets them go. Picked up by Hayward of Sydney, hands it to Parker, hands it to Heaney, left half back in tight. Heaney finds some space, chips to the wing, just over the head of Errol Goulden. He sees it bounce and roll out of play, and just remember that. Round one game of 2021, when Errol Goulden graced the field for the first time. So too did Logan McDonald, so too did Braden Campbell. Those three guys made their debut here in what was a shock win for Sydney back then. It's their only win in the last 5 occurrences against the Lions. From the throw-in, won by the Swans, and there is the aforementioned Campbell. His kick down the wing is turned over, though, marked by Andrews at right half-back for Brisbane.
So Andrews goes back in board once again. He finds the Zork, who's just generaling things at the moment. Well, that's a dangerous kick. He looks to transfer it across half-back. Joyce beaten for it by McDonald. He brought it to ground, picked up by Papley, gave it back to McDonald. He tumbled it. It was a shocking bounce to the right. It just squeaks through for one behind. 32 plays 28, 4 points the margin. The Lions lead. Zane Bojack is on the boundary.
Yeah, Will Hayward's had to limp off. He's not looking good. They're giving him some treatment down here, but it's a leg problem for him, and he was having a lot of trouble putting weight on his right leg.
No, he went up in that marking contest as the ball goes out here at centre wing, just near us. He actually went up. I just saw on the replay, and as he went up, he put his foot onto his teammate's foot, then rolled his left ankle. So that they hurt those ones, and they're very difficult to get right real quick. So that'll be what he's done.
So the inbound, got to Hipwood in the corridor. He kicked wide and it went out of play looking for Brain. So we'll see a boundary throw in. Sydney still in their attacking half. Throw in beat both ruckman. Bailey palms it down to his boot to get an uncontrolled kick clear of the congestion, but it's worked out for the Lions. Berry takes the mark edge of the centre square, chips it backwards to Zorko at centre half back. He turns it over though, kicking a very aggressive kick to half forward, kicked it straight to Roberts of Sydney. Takes the marks and kicks infield to Florent. Marks and hands it to Parker. Parker, under a bit of pressure, decides to kick backwards. It's over the head of McCartan. Watch out, Joe's chasing him. Now Joe holds back to see whether the ball's going to stop. And luckily for McCartan, it kept rolling, and he didn't have to work out a way to get it over the boundary line. It went by its own accord. Boundary throw in. Right half back for Sydney. Left half forward for Brisbane. Lions have only kicked a point so far in this quarter to Sydney's 3-1. Brisbane lead by 4 points.
And some errors creeping in from players that you wouldn't expect errors to come from as Grundy. That's on the fall from the ruck contest, which is a free kick. So Brodie Grundy just bashed it, double-fisted the ball from the boundary throw-in over the line. Rayner free kick. He puts it, and he returns serve and kicks it out of bounds on the full in the left forward pocket, even though Oscar McInerney made a big effort to get there and take a mark. Now it's a free kick to Grundy in the back pocket. He puts it forward now to Lloyd.
People don't realise, Pricey, just how hard it is to play and the skill set you need, even when it's super hot with this ball on a day like today. Long kick, though.
Rampy towards the wing. Andrew spoils McLean. Front and square was Heaney. Relatively quiet so far, under a lot of pressure. He got rid of Will Ashcroft too easy. Goes long to half forward. Zorko did well against Papley. Just a nice wrestle between those two personalities, and wouldn't you love to pay the price of admission to see that on the sideshow as well? He fisted it over the boundary line and get a throw in.
I reckon he's the guy. People are talking about Lachie Neale and his form, but Brownlow night's going to be interesting. Dane Zorko might be the guy that gets in the way of Lachie Neale getting the votes that he needs for a third, Charlie. He's had an outstanding season, the veteran. Boundary throw in, attacking 50 for Sydney. Papley hits the contest, wins the ball, hands it to Warner. Chad's right is no good though. He kicks it out of bounds on the full. And we'll see a free kick in the left back pocket for Brisbane. Dara Joyce takes it quickly. Kicks across the face of goal. Andrews in the right back pocket marks and now kicks long from defence. Brain the target with Campbell. Both shielded their eyes from the sun. Brain taps it down. Roving though for the Swans is Melican. He's tackled out of play. And we'll see a throw in.
That's nearly a free kick. He rotated him a full 360 degree. I thought that was holding the ball, but no, not on that occasion.
Well, sometimes when you let go of them, Jace, the umps sort of get away because he didn't continue the tackle. He sort of chucked him over the boundary line. Anyway, from the stoppage, Brisbane's clearance. Ashcroft with a hand pass to McCluggage from right half back. He kicks to half forward. Hipwood presents and marks a long way from home, and now the cavalry streams into a pretty vacant 50. Kick to the pocket, well wide of Henry Smith. And the first gamer can't get to it. It's out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Sydney in the left back pocket. Brisbane 5-2, 32. Sydney 4-4, 28, 15 minutes, second term on a gorgeous Sunday to start your day of footy on ABC Sport.
The kick in has been dropped there. Lions with numbers at ground level. Now he's dragged it in underneath him. He's going to be tackled, holding the ball. There was Hugh McCluggage over the top. The Sydney player, I'm yet to identify as it's Ollie Florent. As McCluggage peeled himself off the top of poor old Ollie. He dropped the mark. He fell back on the ball. He dragged it in. McCluggage tackled, holding the agate.
Yeah, that was what they wanted to do, but the kick just a little bit too high for him. And that's what I've been talking about, Matty Promise. It is hard on these days. It's nice and warm, but the ball is slippery, and if you just mishandle it, all of a sudden, bang, turnover.
Testament to the pressure, Matty.
Yeah, there's been a few of them today.
McCluggage from 30 out, pops it through for Brisbane. That stops that run of three straight from the Sydney Swans as well. 6-2-38 to Brisbane to 4-4-28 the Swannies. 10 points the margin, 16 gone. Second quarter, Michael Price with Quentin Hull. And your experts, Matty Primus, Jason Ackermanis.
Yeah, if those little short kicks work, they send you on your way for your offence. But if you miss them, geez, they put you on a pump, especially in your back 50. And the poor Swans player then, once he missed it, he was thinking about knocking it out, but he wanted to keep it in close. But once he kept it in close, he was cooked.
He was. St. Bojack.
Yeah, you were right, Dr. Ackermanis. It was the left ankle, and Hayward's got some treatment. He's taken some painkillers, and he's back out there. You can see him limping down to the goal square. He's not at full pace, but he's out there doing his best.
They're one of those things, ankles. They're so frustrating. They take 210 days to heal, those ligaments.
210?
Yeah, 210 days.
Where did you get that number from, Jason?
I'll get back to you. I'll tell you my science. But, yeah, 210 days.
Okay.
Ligaments.
You always learn something when you spend a day at the footy with Jason Ackermanis. Centre bounce. Cam Rayner with a clearance for Brisbane. Hand passes to Danaher. Floating helicopter punt inside 50. Pitches away from the intended targets. Roberts arrives for Sydney. Hand pass not great. Cunningham makes good of it though. Jumps over it. Hand passes there to a teammate in Melican who's tackled near the boundary line. It doesn't go out of play, does it? No, the boundary umpire. Yep, no, it's a ball up next to the paint. McLean taps down and now it's over. The fan will throw it in. Left back pocket for Sydney, right forward pocket for Brisbane. If you're late to the broadcast, Brisbane kicking 5-1 in the first quarter to lead by 22 points. Sydney's kicked 3-1 in this term. It's Brisbane by 10. Ball tossed back into play. Smith with the tap down to Brain. Got a hand pass out to Rayner. Rushes it to full forward. Hipwood overruns the football for Brisbane. Lloyd gathers. He's tackled immediately. And we'll see a ball up at the top of the goal square.
They were out there too. 3-on-1 they were, the Swans.
Umpire throws it up quickly. Kick smothered there from the Swans out of the pack. It was Lockneil who picked it up. He's immediately claimed with a Swan either side, a Warner and an Adams. One on each arm, and the umpire's going to come and throw it up. Just 45-degree angle to the left on the arc of 50. Well done by Smith, who wrestled his way with McLean to get the ball down to Lohman. Lohman has a snap on the run. It's straight up and down the chimney in the pocket. Hipwood did well to fist it forward, but it's cut off for Sydney. McCartan with the long bomb in the Amati direction. He got it down front and square. Parker did beautifully. Tumbled it just beyond centre wing. Harris Andrews absolutely destroyed Logan McDonald in that contest. Beautifully done. The handball back to Dara Joyce. Off a step. It's a 3-on-1. Off hands. It's Joe Danaher. Handball inside 50. Smith could have had a ping. Unselfish. Gave it back to Berry. Berry from 40. Sprayed it wide. Henry Smith. Oh, teamwork, son. But he had a chance to score his first goal in footy there. It's 11 points the margin, 39-28 in favour of the Lions. Zane Bojack's on the boundary.
Yeah, look, I can tell you now that they're not waiting here. Corey Warner's going to come in and be a sub. He's about to come on the field. I just don't know who he's going to replace just yet.
I think Dane Rampy's in a bit of trouble, Zano, so keep an eye on that. Thank you. Blakey with the inbound for Sydney. Good kick. Marked by Adams at D50, right half back. Hand passes to Chad Warner as his brother warms up. Not a great kick from the Chad to the wing. Andrews gets to what was a pretty average kick and locks it up. Jordan makes the tackle and we'll have a ball up near the members' wing.
Didn't have much on there, but we just went short. Turnover.
McLean beats Danaher with the tap. Adams rose, but under pressure. His hand pass is swatted away by Ashcroft to Brisbane. Rayner puts his head over the ball. McLean almost takes it off. Free kick to Cam Rayner. Hand passes to Danaher, who booms a left boot from the wing into attacking 50. Melican leaves his man to fly the pack and punch to the boundary for the Swans. Florent picks up before the paint. A hoping clearance is not great. Poked it back to the corridor. Ashcroft gets underneath to mark. 55 metres from goal for Brisbane. And
got options.
What's he going to do? He chips it short. Beautiful kick to... Oh, Sharp first... Smith, the first gamer. Needed to go harder there. Didn't take the mark. Drove by the Swans. The clearing kick, though, is semi-smothered. Parker makes good of it on D50. Hands to Lloyd. Hands to Chad Warner. Hands to Adams. Rush clearing kick from right half back.
Oh, here's a one-on-one. Starcevic versus Papley. Papley goes to ground. And the umpire says nothing. Ball spills into the arms there of Logan McDonald, tackled by Harris Andrews, and we'll get a ball up commentary wing.
Papley's in trouble. He's hurt his ankle, but he's playing for a free kick there, and he just can't do that. Starcevic's too smart.
I'm not trusting Tom in the limp because he could just sprint away and pick it up and have a shot at goal.
He's in trouble.
He's hopping off.
Oh, he is too. It's okay. It's off the hands of Warner to Roberts. He kicks it inside 50, and that's a really good defensive mark. Darragh Joyce doing a couple of good things today.
Yeah, it's the right ankle for Papley. He can put no weight on it whatsoever. So they're effectively a man down. He's got to come from one side to the other to try and get off the ground.
Oh, he is limping very badly, isn't he?
Brisbane's got the ball. Berry in front of the interchange gates. He chips short to Cameron. It's now a Swans trainer. Finally gets to Tommy Papley to help that hop off the ground. And they've just activated their sub as well, as Zane was talking about. Storyline there is Cameron from right half back. Kicks to the wing. McInerney has it spoiled away by Campbell.
Shocking timing of that, Q, isn't it?
Unlucky. Oh. So Dane Rampy's definitely been subbed out of the game for Corey Warner.
Yep, and then a second trainer came in to help Tommy Papley. They carry him off the ground. That's a bad sign for the Swans. Brisbane lead by 11 points. Throw in out of side. McInerney wins the tap for Brisbane. Hands it to Ashcroft. Turns it over. Hand up pass picked up by Roberts. Hands it on from Florent out to the wing for Goulden, who will kick infield looking for McLean. Perfect pass. He marks and hand passes to Lloyd, who'd run on. Deep entry for Sydney's marked by McDonald. Good entry from Lloyd to the fat side, and McDonald was able to get to the drop and takes the mark 40 from goal.
Yeah, Goulden's kicked that one inside. It was very dangerous, but once he got it inside, it opened up the hole inside 50, and then a beautiful kick on the lead. But outstanding kick. You can see why they want to do those kicks. When they work, they give you easy shots on goal.
And that's what they've got to close down, the lines. But they've been lining up there all quarter. They have certainly made a change in their ball movement with that one.
Logan McDonald, slight angle to the right. Man on the marks, 35 from goal. McDonald hits it from 45. Beautiful strike on the right foot. And the Swans get the fourth goal of the second term for them. 4-1 to 1-2 in this quarter for Sydney. They trailed by 22 points at quarter time. The deficit now just 5. Brisbane 6-3-39 to Sydney's 5-4-34. Papley watch, Shane Bojack.
Yeah, he had to go straight into the dressing room, Q. He just can't walk on that leg whatsoever. I think there's a lot of doubt he'll come back. Rampy is out officially with calf tightness, so that's why the sub's been activated, but they're down a man on the bench, as you've already mentioned.
That's not good news for them. Bad timing to get not one but two. But you never know with those ankles, because unless he's done like a syndesmosis where the sort of the two get split, those two tendons, you can get jabbed and come back, but it'd be unlikely. He didn't look real good.
No, well, again, his personality got in front of me there. I thought he might have just had a little bit of gameplay, but never mind. We're back into the middle, and from the ruck contest, it's been wrapped up. Dunkley tackled on both sides. Umpire quickly throws it up a second time. Off hands, was taken there by Gould, and he's immediately tackled and will do it all again, just forward of the centre circles this time. Oh, you could throw a hanky over about 15 players here. Again, McInerney gets it down to Berry. He's tackled immediately into the deck, and we'll do it all again just a metre away. Your turn, Q.
Oh, Ruckman share that one. Still in the middle. Ashcroft makes the tackle. Oh, let's have another one. Goulden was trying to crash through, but
Lee Matthews would always say 3-4 of these stoppages, umpires, they're looking for a free kick.
McInerney, well, he protected the drop, didn't win the footy. And now, there it is, high contact. Jordan put his head at the coalface, Jace.
Mm-hmm.
And James Jordan will get the free kick for Sydney, just forward of the bullseye. 24.5 minutes second term. Brisbane by 5 points. Jordan with a deep entry for Sydney. Amati at the front of the pack, can't mark, off hands, roved by Brisbane's Wilmot. Is Aaron hand pass stolen by Lloyd in the pocket, hands it to Parker. A snap from the veteran. That is brilliant from Luke Parker. Oh, wow. From Acker's pocket. The right forward pocket at the top of the groundskeeper's race at the Gabba. And Luke Parker, in his second game back, gives Sydney the lead. Swans 6-4, Lions 6-3. Great to see him back playing footy, Luke Parker.
He's really hadn't had a good stretch. He'd been injured and then wasn't getting much of the footy, but he always plays well against the Lions. His averages against them is probably the best against any team for some reason. And he's just a great role player. He's in a star-studded midfield. Good to see him back, but great left foot snap. Not easy from there, but you got to take your chances. That's what I talked about before the game, Matty Price. Those half chances, that's a ripper.
Yeah, half chance, and they've just lifted their intensity, haven't they? They're plus 10 in the contest. They're winning clearances, so their midfield's back on top. Now they're giving their forwards enough opportunity. A few scrappy ones, but it's also some nice ones that back in the game.
And they're enjoying it right now as Blakey hits the bench again. The ball
free kick
in the middle, and there's a free kick, and it's going to go to Oscar McInerney.
Even so, gets it. He already knew. He's gone straight down as his opponent. He'll probably kick it straight back to him.
So McInerney from the middle of the ground kicks it straight down. And there he goes, Acker. Beautifully called. I'm calling you Nostradamus from now because Brodie Grundy floated down there and took a beautiful defensive mark. The kick is nearly out of bounds on the full. It was nicely rescued there by Robbie Fox. He took it, kicked it a little bit further, only about 20 metres to find Ollie Florent. Still inside defensive 50 with his back 40 metres away from his own goal. He goes long down the outer side. Haywood floats from behind. He spoiled McInerney, took the arms down a bit. Heaney, nice handball from ground level to Goulden. Now he's got a runner in James Jordan. He gathered it on the bounce nicely. Just steadies and puts it into the path there of Amadi at the back of the pack. It's taken there by Leicester. He immediately transfers by foot to Brandon Starcevic.
Got players on here everywhere. Just a bit slow there, nephew of Craig, but that said, that's what they'll do in this quarter. It's late in the quarter. How long to go, you reckon?
Exactly 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Jason. I have it in front of me.
Yes.
Zorko's received in the back line, chips to Leicester, and here's this possessive stuff that Brisbane do in their own half. Bury the next man, and now here's the kick from half back towards the wing, a 2-on-2. Archie, the target, gathers out the back close to the boundary line, kicks inside 50, and the debutant Henry Smith takes the mark.
Oh, sounds like a financial firm, the big fella, but good kick inside. We should have a shot, surely.
Well, he dished off his opportunity a moment ago, dropped the mark he should have taken. He hasn't looked most confident so far, but it is his first game. A 21-year-old out of South Australia. And this is a very tough shot. Man on the mark is right on the boundary, 40 metres out. Henry Smith on debut has kicked it out of bounds on the full by a mile. That hardly got to halfway towards the point post. He looks very nervous, the young man. That's a free kick to Sydney in the left back pocket, and it's the Swans leading it by a point. Zane?
I was going to say, when that kick went out on the full, funnily enough, there was a big cheer. There's a lot of blood supporters here, Q.
Especially down at the school end, Zano, down at the left as we're looking at it.
Yeah, they just all moved up here. It's too expensive in Sydney now.
It's catching up, don't worry about that.
They're everywhere, those boys.
So the throw in, the ball.
I'll tell you what's been important this quarter, Pricey. Adams is tagging Lockie Neal. I don't know what his possessions are, but I haven't sighted in this quarter at all.
Throw in on the outer side once again. Well, Neal picked it up there and the umpire said no. We're going to come in and ball it up as Taylor Adams took a hold of him.
One possession in the term for Neal.
This time McInerney does well and at ground level slaps it forward. It's picked up by Florent. His handball back in board to Roberts was good. Under pressure, he did the old 1-2, Matty Roberts with the zinc on the nose. Kicks it towards half forward. Harris Andrews flies, was tunnelled out of it, fisted forward by Dara Joyce. It tumbled all the way back to the wing on the outer side. Now the Swans with a chance. James Jordan again. Subterranean handball over to Parker. Under pressure. He put it forward to Fox. It's over the boundary line and Fox kept it in though. Yeah, through hands to Goulden. Goulden runs to 45. O'Errol. That is the way to go about it. The Sydney Swans extending their lead. Do not write this mob off ever. 7-4-46. Plays 6-3-39. All of a sudden, the Swannies by 7 points, nearly 30 minutes gone second term.
Just the modern play of their hands under enormous pressure, just at them, Brisbane, but Sydney's hands and the running and keeping involved and then obviously get in the right man's hand to finish the goal, but an outstanding part of play.
Chance to give a bloke a rap, Jace. When I see this guy get the ball, I get as excited as I got when you got the ball. Only need a couple of... He can kick, this boy.
Yeah, he is a super...
He is a super classy footballer.
Not sure about his right foot, but he's certainly his left foot nearly about 75% of mine. But let me tell you, he can run the boy.
It's like a trout farm. All you got to do is just got to chuck the bait in there.
You little fly fisher, you, Q.
Yeah, exactly. Getting close to half-time. Sydney now 6-1 this quarter. That bounces wayward and it'll be recalled. So we'll do it again. Errol Goulden now 11 goals for the season. And about 30 seconds left in the quarter. Secondary centre bounce. Heaney applies a very strong tackle on a Lions player that I can't see. Such was the lock on him. Who was it? Dunkley. Gets up and gives the up the ball. And once again thrown in the air. Bailey wins it for Brisbane, front of the pack. Rushed high entry for the Lions. It bounces in the pocket and out of play. So I'll see it thrown in.
Geez, if Lions can get a goal here, this so late in the quarter, after all of Sydney's dominance, it just could be awesome.
6 goals, 1-1-2. Throw in Brisbane in attack. Chad Warner with the rove. Hand pass to McCartan. High, hoping clearance will bounce on the wing. It's a one-on-one race. Oh, Heaney just got rid of Wilmot. Oh, no, it's not Heaney. That's Corey Warner, the other blonde who's out there now. He won it easily, kicks in field, but over the head of Goulden. Taken by Starcevic of Brisbane. Kick to half forward. Danaher marks 55 out and played on, and the siren beats him. He got his kick away. It was marked on the goal line anyway, but had Joe taken 3 seconds, he would have had a set shot from 60 after the siren, and who doesn't want to see that from Forrest Gump? You never know what you get from him. Anyway, that is a dominant second quarter from Sydney. The Premiership pace setters have kicked 6 goals, 1-1-2 to turn a 22-point quarter-time deficit into a 7-point half-time lead. Goals for Chad Warner, Amadi Adams, McLean, McDonald, Parker and Goulden. 7-4-46 for Sydney. Plays Brisbane 6-3-39. Danaher with 3 in the first term. Rayner, Bailey and McCluggage are the other goal kickers. McCluggage the only man to kick a major for Brisbane in that quarter. How do they do this, Jay? I mean, we're not surprised because this is what they've done throughout the season. But if we're not surprised, how do they keep getting away with it, the Swans?
They just tweak a couple of things, and I think what they did really well there is, unlike the first quarter where they got a heap of numbers at the long kick or the quick kick forward and tried to really burn out of that sort of, that looked like almost a stoppage area. Instead, they sort of tempered and they got their positioning a lot different. So when the turnover was on, they had 3 guys sitting in the middle, and the Lions just did not do anything to stop that. And the Lions did what they normally do, think that they're going to win and get all the transfer of play, but that's what they did extremely well, and they do that. Once they get back in that corridor, their forwards were too quick and slippery out the open side. It was a little bit too easy for them with that much talent. If you're not going to put any pressure coming through, particularly in that sort of anywhere in the centre square, is what they dominated.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Aka. Sometimes it's very simple. Their midfield got beaten in the first quarter, and that quarter they lifted. They were plus 11 in the contest. The clearances were break even, but all of a sudden they got inside 50, 15-11 that quarter, and they got enough talent in their end, but they didn't have enough opportunities in the first quarter. But their mids got to work. They shut down Neil and took away Brisbane's flowing movement.
Oh, you picked that up, Matt. So just further explain what you saw with Lockie Neal in that.
Well, Adams, it was you don't normally see the good teams don't really tag much, and they didn't.
Well, Jordan does a bit of it for Sydney, but
a little bit, yes, but they didn't do it in the first quarter. But Adams, and then a little bit of a couple of other mids, but Adams was just going to him purely focused on Lockie Neal,
but
going in the offense.
Himself. Adams had 10 himself.
Yeah, found it the other way, and
hate that.
As we know, when they can shut him down, it certainly takes away a key driver in Brisbane's midfield.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jason. It's Sydney by 7 points at half-time. Sydney 7-4-46 to the Lions, 6-3-39 to come later today. The Dockers taking on the D's. That game is about an hour away. Then it's Carlton and North Melbourne to complete the round at Docklands. And call available for you on the ABC Listen app, depending on wherever you're listening to us on the analogue radio. We'll be flicking between different venues, depending on where you're listening to us, but the Listen app has all of the games available. At news time, by the way, if you are listening to us in WA, you will be heading to the build-up of that call of the Dockers versus the Demons. In the NRL today, there are 3 games to be completed. First of them is underway, and 20 minutes in, the Dolphins 12 lead the Panthers 6. I think Penrith's resting all their origin players, but Dolphins 12 leading the Panthers 6. Later today, Manly up against Gold Coast in North Queensland, then to take on Canterbury Bankstown to complete the day. Loving your messages as well. Keep them current. Great. One of the texts of the year from Henry of Melbourne, giving us that percentage stat about the Swans just as they went charging. So, yeah, 145 across the season, their percentage, the Swans. And according to Henry's numbers, the Swans are 94% in first quarters, but 205% in second quarters. Well, they were even better than 205 in that term, Henry. Thank you for that. 0437 774 774. S in Perth texts, my take on the Swans is that their game day coaching is the best in the league. They ID the ways to get on top in quarter one and then get to work. Interesting thought. Thank you. S from Perth, 0437 774 774. By the way, a bit of news from that late game today. Colby McKercher has passed his fitness test for the Kangas, so he's going to be playing against Carlton this afternoon. Halftime here at the Gabba. It's Sydney leading by 7 points. So after the news, if you're in WA, you're heading off to the build-up to the Dockers in the Ds. The rest of you will be back here after our latest trip to the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. US Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump has held his first campaign rally since last week's assassination attempt. The former president addressed thousands of supporters in the key battleground state of Michigan. Mr. Trump says his political enemies are spreading lies about him.
What they do is misinformation and disinformation, and they keep saying he's a threat to democracy. I'm saying, what the hell did I do for democracy? Last week, I took a bullet for democracy. What did I do against democracy?
Thick columns of smoke can be seen over the Yemeni port city of Hodeidah after an Israeli airstrike there. Israeli fighter jets struck the port a day after a drone launched by Houthi militants in Yemen hit the city of Tel Aviv, killing one civilian. Israel says the airstrike was targeting Houthi military positions. Houthi sources say at least 80 people were wounded, mainly with severe burns. A former Afghan government advisor says a compensation plan for families of people unlawfully killed by ADF personnel in Afghanistan will offer some relief. The federal government has outlined how it will compensate families after Australian Defence Force personnel were found to have been involved in serious crimes, including the deaths of 39 people between 2005 and 2016. Dr. Nematollah Bazan says it's important acknowledgement of what happened.
It can provide some relief, definitely, and also acknowledging their suffering, but it's unlikely to fully appease those families who were negatively impacted by Australian military operations in Afghanistan.
Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen says an independent review into the state's construction sector will help stamp out the rotten culture. Former Department of Justice Secretary Greg Wilson will lead the probe, which will look at ways to strengthen the powers of state bodies and laws when responding to allegations of criminal or unlawful conduct. It'll also consider how the government can establish clear processes and protections for whistleblowers and complainants who report allegations of unlawful practices, coercion, bullying or intimidation. The move comes after allegations of serious misconduct in the CFMEU's construction division. Ms Allen says she's determined to move quickly on the issue.
We also do need to look at how, in pulling out this rotten culture by its roots, ensuring that we have the structures and frameworks in the future here in Victoria amongst our agencies who both work with the Fair Work Act, who interface with those federal jurisdictions who have the industrial relations responsibilities.
An interim report will be released by the end of August, with the final report due out in November. In New South Wales, thousands of homes and businesses remain without power across the Illawarra, Shoalhaven and the Blue Mountains as electrical crews work to restore lines brought down by gale force winds. The Bureau of Meteorology recorded wind gusts of 106 kilometres per hour in parts of the Illawarra and gusts of 107 kilometres per hour at Thredbo in the Snowy Mountains. Kate McHugh from Endeavour Energy says power has so far been restored to thousands of customers and fresh crews are on today to finish the work.
Well, at the height of the storm around 9:30 last night, we estimate that the wild weather left about 26,500 customers without power. It's also caused hundreds of reported electrical hazards.
Endeavour says power should be restored to the vast majority of customers by late this evening. A woman's due to appear in court tomorrow charged with murder over the alleged targeted hit and run in Logan, south of Brisbane. Jay Bowman with the details.
Police allege a 23-year-old woman was deliberately struck by a car on a footpath along Alamanda Drive in Daisy Hill on Friday morning. She was taken to hospital in a critical condition but died later that night. Detective Inspector Chris Knight says she just dropped her child off at daycare when she was allegedly hit.
It is a gross understatement for me to say anything other than that family is deeply traumatised.
Police allege the driver, a 24-year-old woman, initially fled the scene. She was arrested and charged with 1 count of murder yesterday. Officers say the women were known to each other. The accused is due to appear in the Ipswich Magistrates Court tomorrow.
And Chinese tennis player Qin Wen Zhang is through to the final round of the Ladies Open in Palermo, beating France's Deanne Perry in straight sets. The top seed defending champion won 7-5, 6-4 and is a step closer to her first title of the season and the third of her career.
Sam Hawley here. ABC News Daily is a 15-minute podcast that's not just the latest headlines. Each weekday, I take one thing that's big in your world and dig deep so you can truly understand what's going on. It's never too long, didn't listen. It's just 15 minutes of powerful information delivered directly to your ears. ABC News Daily, your daily dose of news knowledge. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Ham pass picked up by Hayward under pressure. He snaps across the face. Amati gets to the drop in the pocket though. 2 steps, right foot snap punt. Perfectly executed from Joel Amati. Here's McLean, 45 out, directly in front. They've conceded the jump yet again, but the Swans have kicked 3 in a row. Wilmot is Aaron hand pass stolen by Lloyd in the pocket, hands it to Parker, a snap from the veteran. That is brilliant from Luke Parker. Oh wow, from Acker's pocket. The right forward pocket at the top of the groundskeeper's race at the Gabba. And Luke Parker, in his second game back, gives Sydney the lead.
Through hands to Goulden. Goulden runs to 45. O'Errol. That is the way to go about it. The Sydney Swans extending their lead. Do not write this mob off ever.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Could not have a better scene for a big stakes Sunday. Welcome back to the Gabba. The Auskick kids are out having a great time on this pristine playing surface as both the Swans and the Lions contemplate things at halftime here. Quentin Hull's my name, calling the action with Michael Price. Your experts today, Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis, and they're sifting through what Sydney do. They just seem to have made it a mark of their season at a number of occasions throughout this year. Slow to start in the first quarter, but then very quickly get things on their terms. From a 22-point deficit at quarter time, the Swans kicking 6-1 in the second term to lead by 7 points at half-time. Sydney 7-4, 46 to Brisbane's 6-3, 39. And the context of the day, Brisbane having won 6 games in a row. Sort of the machinations of the ladder continue to be absolutely fascinating. But a chance to really sort of assert their presence in the top 4 today, Brisbane, if they can continue on this winning run. If they don't, well, it's almost like Pricey. Did you have a game of snakes and ladders? You know how you got to get to 100.
Yes,
and there's a snake at about 96. You see, just as you think you're almost at home, you can slip back down very quickly. That's what this ladder looks like at the moment. So on the live ladder, the Lions are down to 6, though. If they win, they'll go actually to second before Carlton play tonight. If they lose, well, they're only 2 points clear inside the 8. That's how crazy and tight this season is. Anyway, Michael, chance for you to give the numbers on Sydney's 7-point halftime lead here.
Well, the Swannies are leading the disposal count by 14, 179 to 165. Their kicking efficiency better than Brisbane, 71%, plays 63. The Lions probably getting the more kick mark game going. They're a couple of marks in front. The clearances are basically the same, 19 to 18 in favour of Brisbane. The inside 50s, though, the Lions will be ruining this, 29 inside 50s to 23. So they're wasting their chances. We've seen Joe Danaher miss one from directly in front, a couple of snapshots that haven't gone through their way. The hit-outs relatively even, 19 to 17 in favour of the Sydney Swans. But it was that second quarter where they dominated those stats. And as you said, Locke Neal held significantly in that second term. He's only got the 6 touches so far. His major opponent during that second term, Taylor Adams, although his kicking efficiency's right down, he's getting in and under and flaring the ball out for those runners on the inside. So, boys, the way I see it, it's a tale of things are going relatively even on both sides, but the Swans are just taking their chances when they get them.
Yeah, and they are mixing it up, and they have changed slightly between the quarters, which they do, and I'm not even sure if other coaches are just not aware of that, but they are getting more of the ball, and they're coming back through the corridor. So at halftime, I can guarantee you, Chris Fagan and the coaches over there will be saying, right, how do we stop that flow? And if we can stop that flow, can we force them, if they're going to kick mark, well, they've got to go around the boundary, and let's not allow them to get back inside, but not the easiest thing to do, particularly on turnovers transition. So that's going to be a big focus for the Lions as they go into the third, you'd say.
Yeah, and I also like, they were playing Papley a bit deeper, and so their only matchup was Zorko with him, which takes Zorko away from what he was doing in that first quarter where he was just dominating off half back. I think he had 10, he only had 4 that quarter. So, yeah, there's a couple of little things to mix, but in the end, Brizzy didn't get on top like they did in the first quarter, Brisbane, should I say, and that'll be the number one thing. If they can get their centre bounce dominant and get the ball inside their 50, we know that they've got a capable of scoring. So a really intriguing second half coming up.
And when you've got, Pricey, when you've got Dunkley and Lockie not getting their hands on the ball, more Lockie, because Lockie does do a lot of handball receives and does open up the play out of those really congested areas, and that's what they'd be happy with at the moment. That said, he will always start to get back and get his hands on the ball. You can't stop him forever. Even as they did, they had 2 blokes on him, really, and they started with Parker in the middle, and then they would put Adams on there. So they're working him over, which is fine. But that said, that he's going to get off the chain at some stage.
So Rampy's been subbed out of the game for Sydney, and so we've had Corey Warner enter the game. Tom Papley off injured, and I'm not sure whether we're going to see him back at all.
Well, they're just coming out now, the Swans, so we'll see if we can see him. You can't really miss him with those red boots. It doesn't look like he is there.
Well, Zano's on the boundary. What do you see, mate?
Yeah, I've already spoken to the Swans media. He won't be back. He's got a calf problem as well.
Boy,
they're calling it a calf.
Yeah,
calf.
According to the Swans media, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because it looked like it was an ankle issue, didn't it?
We don't want it to be an ankle. That's 210 days.
210 days.
I need to know the math. ACCA predicted an ankle takes 210 days early.
It's ligaments. It's actually ligaments. So you can play on them, but that until they stop hurting. So if you ever remember, I'm not sure you boys, but me and Matty would know, even those little tendons in your hands and how long they take, and then like overnight you go, how did that happen? It's literally, that's the average, and they talk about it with guys who are bodybuilders, for example, or when you're young, your muscles take 7 days to get huge, but your tendons take so much longer. So if you get really, like, even if you take testosterone and all that, it's too much because your muscles get too strong and the ligaments can't work because they've still got another 200 odd days to catch up, and that's what gets guys injured when they're young.
And I thought Joe Danaher was like Forrest Gump. I mean, seriously, you never know what you're going to get with ACCA. Zano?
Yeah, Tommy Papley's just walked past me in a moon boot, Q. There's no doubt it's ankle and definitely calf for Rampy. He's got the ice on the back of the leg. So, yeah, it's ankle for Papley. There's no doubt about that. He's in the moon boot. You wouldn't be wearing that if you had a calf.
Yeah, and that's really bad news for the Swans. He is one of their... Oh, well, they've got a few of them, but he's one of their barometer players, Tom Papley. Now, Jace, so I've asked you this before, but we don't see it a lot these days. So if Fakes comes to assistant coach Ackermanis and says, look, go and have a chat to Lockie. He's getting tagged today. I know he's won 2 Brownlows. He knows what he's doing. But what are you picking up? How does Neil break the tag today?
Well, he's going to go, particularly at stoppages. He's one out in the centre square, which is fine. I don't think he minds that too much. It's more around the ground. Can he get a chop out just to get some separation? And the other players around there will be helping anyway. But what you see is exactly what happens when you shut down 2 of the midfielders in, like, say, Dunkley, and, of course, today it's Lockie. But then McGluggich and Berry will get off the chain. So if those guys can do that, and as he gets back in with the handball receives, he's just and he does it all the time. He grinds away and gets himself back into the game, and they really do leave him enough room and a little bit of help to do it. But that said, that's the absolute class of Lockie. He can't be stopped for all the quarter.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Did you have a bodyguard? Like, who was the Lions bodyguard in the great era that would help if there was, Vossi or Blackie or yourself got a...
Yeah, I would just run, particularly...
But you didn't have someone who'd help block at the stoppages, or...?
Not really. I had more Brownie and Lynchy just to make sure that here I come, boys, and then those boys, they're so...
So you'd go forward, though. That's the thing.
I could go forward, yeah.
Lockie Neal doesn't really do.
That's what hurts Lockie a bit, but they stick him out there and he grinds away, and I'm guaranteed he'll get like 7, 8 handballs.
What about you, Matt, the way that Port used to work it in your day?
You used to do some 2-on-1s and all those sorts of things, or the ability to go forward. But as we mentioned, Lockie doesn't have that. They could put him in half forward and bring him up as an extra on ball and see if they follow there. All those little things they could do, but he will try and get on top of him and just work him over and see if he can get his teammates to give him a couple of blocks, because it was a pretty hard tag in that second quarter.
Look, he's not even going to be tagged at this early part of the third. You see he's in there, he's not a tagger. Goulden, and neither is Warner. Ooh. So they've changed that. They've made that change for whatever reason. They obviously think they've got enough firepower to not worry about if Lockie gets off the chain.
Or whether or not Heaney's fresh off a week off, and see if Lockie can go with him.
Yeah,
in
and
this
bring him on
second half. Yeah,
5
that's
6 minutes.
That's exciting. Sydney by 7. Let's get underway.
Nice bounce to start the second half as Grundy got it down straight into the arms of McLuggage, and Grundy got him one side, Heaney the other. We're still in the bullseyes. The umpire will come in and do it all again. He throws it up incredibly quickly. This time McInerney got it down to his own feet, cutting in front of him. Goulden couldn't quite pick it up. Parker, he did the same. Then Dunkley came in. His kick smothered. Heaney stole the ball. Now they're running forward. The Swans just past the circles to Corey Warner, to his older brother Chad from 50. Lowers the eyes. Has a ping. Hits it left. One behind. Should have been straight through for the Swannies. 47 plays 39. 8 points the margin as the Lions bring it back in very quickly.
Very short as well. Zorko in the pocket, receives, kicks it across the face of goal to Leicester. In the left back pocket, tried to balk his way around Amati, dropped the ball, picks it back up, and Amati applies the tackle. Rush kick gets to half back. Pressure on Berry, breaks the tackle though of Jordan to get clear. No padlock there. Turns over the kick though. Kick to the wing mark by Grundy, looked infield, kicks conservatively back to Fox, who's on the wing and has no pressure on him. Robbie Fox chips to Goulden, takes the mark 70, make it 65 out. Right half forward, wheels onto that left boot. The bullet entry is perfect for Heaney. Oh, wow. I mean, the mark was good. It was one grab, but Errol Goulden's entry, that's as good as it gets.
That was not the kick-off kicks either. That was kind of coming in low and almost started to turn into a helicopter. But that said, that's the class of Heaney. If he's in the right spot, he'll mark those. He'll kick this, you'd think.
Had his week off. Isaac Heaney in the right forward pocket, left foot snap, punt near side, and a miss. 9 points the lead to Sydney.
Kick it straight, man.
Why isn't he kicking your drop punt from there? It was a 45-degree angle to the right. Anyway, another chance missed. Lions breathe a sigh of relief as the ball's brought back in to Leicester. Leicester now just to right half back to find Josh Dunkley. He's held up. Corey Warner saying, it was Corey Warner saying, hey, what are you doing? And basically put him off as Melican intercepts the ball as it's kicked towards the commentary wing. Swans have started nicely here again.
So this is what they want to stop, and they have stopped it, but now he's come back in. So that's the one that they are going to spend all quarter trying to stop.
Okay, 2 kicks back into the corridor through Roberts, then to Parker. Parker inside 50. Dunkley with the set. Spoiled. It's actually he's spoiled, and it was illegal because he's taken a player out as they came back. Looks like it was Will Hayward. It was. He had the right arm out and went to go to the spoil and took the right arm down, chopped it down. Yeah, and across the neck there. It was Josh Dunkley, just a little bit wayward on Hayward, as they call it.
Hayward did hurt that ankle earlier, so he's come back. He's obviously had a little bit of a jab, and he's looking right.
He's basically just slightly left of centre. He's 35 metres out. Will Hayward, this should be a soda for him. Player of his quality from 40 metres out. Oh, put me on the mark. Don't worry about that. One behind. How do you miss that? Player of your quality, Will Hayward, 49 plays 39, 10 points.
Long entry from the inbound for the Lions. It was a 2-on-1 against Dunkley. Spoiled down one by Sydney. Melican grubbers it to Chad Warner. Not a great disposal. Puts Parker under pressure. Rushes it to Hayward. He drops it. Chad Warner picks it up though. Has a shot from 40 and kicks the goal. Well, the build-up wasn't all that pretty, but the finish was. And Corey... Did I say Chad? Sorry, I meant Corey. Corey Warner with the goal. Sydney 8-7, 55, lead Brisbane's 6-3, 39. So that's now 7 scoring shots in a row to Sydney. 4 goals, 3 they've kicked it. Corey Warner, his first goal of the season.
Yeah, they're just stifling Brisbane's ball movement, not owning territory, but Brisbane just don't have the ability to do their little short kicks and take their time and then go fast. They're making them kick long down the line. Their backs are on top, and then they've got some really good forward entries, and they're making Brisbane backs panic a little bit too.
Super goal, but how evil are parents? Didn't know their kids would be actually famous playing, and they both see Warner.
Yeah,
serious.
That's a very, very good point, Acker. As we're back into the middle, Brodie Grundy smothered. Rayner imposes himself, and there's the Chad tackling him. He got the handball away to Zorko, who kicked it to centre half forward. Massive fist from the Swans defence, bounces back into the middle of the ground. Wilmot for Brisbane, through hands now, Dunkley. Dunkley, well, that's just a wild handball, easily cut off. Corey Warner, he's involved in the game, easy. He gives it back to Jordan, inside 50, well read there by Ryan Lester, favoured by that wayward kick, and he kicks it forward to find Derek Joyce, 40 metres out from his own goal. He hits Oscar McInerney, short of centre wing, other side.
Yeah, kicks it around the wing. Danaher marks. Will play on with a left foot kick wide to Cameron. Drops the mark near the boundary line. Charlie saying, where's my free kick? Get up and chase the ball, Charlie. He eventually does and wins it near the boundary, then gets pushed off it too easy. And Florent comes away for the Swans. That won't be a good replay for Charlie Cameron. Florent from right half back, kicks it to the outer wing. Lester's clung on to. Enough there. That was fair enough from McDonald to spoil him. Rode by Starcevic of Brisbane. On the wing, kicks to half forward. Rayner's got a couple to beat. Heaney there to help make the spoil and win the crumb and lock it up. And we'll see a ball up at attacking 50 for Brisbane.
Melican was good also then against the quickie guy. Charlie was a bit lazy, but Melican's second effort was outstanding.
Umpire throws it up 60 from goal, left half forward for Brisbane. Massive pack around this ball. The handball from the Swans cut off there by Rayner through traffic. He gets through from 50. He launches. That is brilliant. Brute force, and what skill from Cam Rayner. His second. 8-7-55 the Swans, 7-3-45 the Lions, back to 10 points the margin. We played 6.5 of the third term on ABC Sport.
The last few weeks at home, he's been taking them in the air, and just his aerial work was fantastic. But today, it's been the ability to grab the ball and break tackles. That's what he's done better than anyone today, and he's made the most of it. This one here, fumble, he's picked it up, he's broken one tackle, he's come around on the inside onto his right foot, and quality finish.
Played with some power today, hasn't he, Aki? You're exactly right. He's had 5 or 6 where he's just broken possessions and packs open.
Really needed that goal, the Lions.
Yep.
Really needed that goal. 2 for Cam Rayner. And Sydney's lead is 10 points. This Sunday fixture at the Gabba is, well, to this point, living up to expectation. Bounce in the middle is a perfect one. McInerney over the top, roves his own tap as well. Kicks inside 50 for Brisbane, into the space. McCartan goes to deck under pressure from Danaher, who keeps his feet, roves the crumb, and dribbles with a near side miss, which took a devilish bounce to the right late. It's a point. 9 points the lead to the Swans as they kick in quickly to the back pocket.
Adams back onto Neil.
It was Parker who received that. Chips it forward. This is Matty Roberts. Again, they're just 40 metres from their own goal here, Sydney. The Lions have set up nicely in front of them. He now plays on. The left footer is a long one, just short of centre wing out of side. There was a hold there. I reckon it's a Swans free kick. The crowd won't like it, but the big fella in Hayden McLean had his arm held on the outer side in front of the Brisbane Lions benches.
Didn't need to do that. Impossible with that sun at the moment to mark.
Chip forward to centre wing. Harris Andrews cuts across, so does McInerney. Brings it down to ground. He's tackled immediately by Isaac Heaney. Reached up and put the big O on his backside on the point of the centre square. The umpire will come in and throw it up.
Free kick. Heaney Gave the ball to his teammate. You can't do that, apparently.
Okay, so McInerney plays on quickly with a handball to Ashcroft. Left half back, he kicks it to the wing to no one. Wearing a maroon jumper. Mitchell gets back. Gets back to take the mark for Sydney. Kicks infield to Florent. Florent kicks it to Hayward. Just forward of the D50 arc at centre half back.
It's not looking real strong on that leg, on that ankle, I should say. Kick
to the bullseye's good though, Jace. Marked by Chad Warner, who runs around the debutant Henry Smith on the mark. Deep entry, 2-on-2. McLean waited at the back, couldn't mark. Rove by Joyce of Brisbane. Clearing kick to half back. Great work from Goulden to make a contest and a 2-on-1 against him. He's got the ball over the boundary line for a throw-in and keeps Sydney in attack. Braden Campbell, great effort there against a couple. And the Swans keep the ball in their attacking 50, not far from that general admission area, which has got a lot of red and white in the sunshine out there, Pricey, and the gorgeous conditions of this Sunday at the Gabba. Sydney leading by 9 points.
Yeah, looking straight into the sun too as the umpire throws it back in. This time it comes off hands into the arms of Heaney. Out of the pack, he has a flying shot at skies towards the line, and Harris Andrews tracks it back, takes the defensive mark. So Harry Laconic Jr. from the goal square. Oh boy, that's a dangerous kick and barely the distance. My goodness. It hit Fletcher. He ambles back and gets the handball received, sells the big dummy too, and Will Hayward is on one leg. Fair dinkum. He is limping all over the joint, Will Hayward, in the defensive 50 for the Swans. Attacking 50, I should say, as they bring the ball out Brisbane via Archie to Ryan Lester. So they've got 3 on the bench and 1 player on the field on one leg. Azorko goes back inside defensive 50 and finds Harris Andrews again.
So the switch, right half back to left half back. Brain takes the mark, plays on with a kick to the wing. Bailey takes the grab. Possessive football, Lions get it into their attacking half now. Bailey to Rayner, who marks between wing and left half forward. Cam Rayner now setting up. Oh, the kick is into the man on the mark, but it ricochets back to Brain. Brain gives it back to Rayner. Tries again. Left foot kick inside 50 is a rush ball, which is easily marked by McCartan. Lions did all that hard work and stuff up the entry.
It's all right. They're going to have to make them run more on defence, so that's all right for the Lions.
So McCartan's urge to play on, does so, runs to the right of the mark, kicks long. It was in, I suppose, the right area for Luke Parker as he broke back from Dane Zorko, and Harris Andrews came in and fisted the ball away. It went over the boundary line. It's called deliberate.
Didn't need to do that either. He had 3-on-1 there. Just all they had to do was tap it to his teammate.
The Luke Parker's just forward of centre wing outside the Stanley Street side of the ground here at the Gabba in the bright sunshine. He kicks it into a dangerous spot. Harris Andrews just read it best. And Will Hayward, fair dinkum, is hopping on one leg.
Yeah, he's just helping them rotate at the moment, Pricey. You're exactly right.
And Harris Andrews onto Lester. Lester onto Will Ashcroft. Still inside defensive 50. And right onto the arc, he finds Brandon Starcevich. Goes for the 1-2 handball, Ashcroft. Into the middle, the handball to McInerney. His handball returning back to Ashcroft around his ankles. He still gathered it, tumbled it forward. Now it's a contest. Bailey tackled. Umpire will come in and ball it up.
That's not bad from the Lions. They're still just butchering the ball, just trying to get it some flow inside the forward part of the ground, but they're just going to grind them down here.
Neil's had 1 possession since quarter time. It is still the best way to stop Brisbane. If you stop Lachie Neil, you can stop Brisbane most days. Hayward's there fighting hard at the stoppage, got a hand pass clear. Out to the wing. Zorko hits the pack. He's having a tete-a-tete with Florent. Meanwhile, the ball is handballed to the wing where Goulden picks up for Sydney. Kicks around the wing where Adams takes the grab. Taylor Adams on the paint just forward of the wing. And he's slowing it up. Now we'll kick precisely to half forward, but again Andrews is in the way. He's having some turn. He went to the ball as McLean was waiting for it. Andrews marks, kicks short. McCluggage takes the grab at half back, plays on with a kick to the middle of the ground, and Archie, the next man in the chain.
He's confronted there. The man on the mark is Warner, Corey. He plays on, kicks it to right half forward. That's lace out to Loman, who just got away from his opponent in Florent. He's 70 from goal at right half forward. Gee, he had a runner in Fletcher, missed him, and then put it into the lead of Danaher, but kicked it out of bounds on the full. He had Jasper Fletcher strolling past him for the handball receive. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, John Longmire's going off his head here at the moment. He's really concerned that Sydney are just slowing down. He's like, keep moving, get the ball going. He's really trying to tell his midfield group that they just can't allow stilted ball against this Lions team.
So from defence, a long kick for Sydney to a pack on the wing. McDonald at the front of it. Grundy's there too, neither mark, but Heaney comes by with a rope. Ham passes to Corey Warner, open 50 in front of him. Heaney keeps running on in support. Corey Warner ignores him, kicks towards the corridor, and arriving late for the Swans. Jordan picks up, gives back to Heaney. Heaney's grubber is near side and a miss.
Oh, dear.
They've got them on toast here, the Swans, but they are not executing. Jace, what do you think? Sydney by 10.
No, they need to get a little bit better, a bit sharper with this movement through the centre square. They're just going too short and they've got to be more aggressive, and I think they'll be fine if they get those handball receives up and also a lot quicker in their sort of kick mark play.
So Wilmot through to Leicester, then to Jasper Fletcher.
Now they've
laterally now to Archie. Archie to Kai Lohman, short of centre wing. Has a bounce, and then it's a little sand wedge to Oscar McInerney. He goes past for the handball receive, but the Big O holds it up. He had Goulden right on his hammer. So now McInerney in the shadows of the stands, kicks it towards a big leap, and Danaher front and square. There was Roberts for the Swans. He's held up by Henry Smith and Josh Dunkley, 45 from goal, and will get a ball up.
Tearing your hair out because Joey, he wants the ball. He wanted it quick. He had one-on-one and too slow.
Grundy clean possession. Not a great kick, though. It's back into the corridor and dangerous. 40 from Brisbane's goal. Archie meets it, then loses it. Florent picks up for Sydney. Clearing ball to the outer wing. No one there in a red and white jumper. Sharon keeps rolling. There's no way he could have intended to do that. But because there is no one there, it is insufficient intent. And it's a free kick to Brisbane on halfway. Joyce with a quick kick marked by McCluggage. That's where the rule looks a little silly. He's 70 metres out. He's kicked it from the middle of the ground.
It bounced right angles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what they pay now. Zorko, left half forward, 70 out. Helicopter punt inside 50 to the pocket. Fisted away by Melican. Swans arrive in number. Oh, fumble at the time of need for McCartan. And
free kick.
Free kick in the previous passage. It's Parker. I think he got taken high by Rayner in the right back pocket. Sydney 8-8-56. Brisbane 7-4-46. 16 minutes third term.
They've got to keep trying to play quicker because Sydney are out on their feet. They've got two on the bench. They've got Hayward out there who's limping around not doing anything, just allowing them to rotate tall forwards are there. They've got a good opportunity to get on the scoreboard here, Brisbane, if they can just a bit of composure inside 50.
The long extracting kick was once again cut off by the stone wall in Harris Andrews on the wing. He kicks it inside 50. At the back of the pack, McInerney versus Grundy. Grundy brought it to ground. It's picked up there by Blakey.
Oh.
His kick is going to bounce out of bounds. They will pay this as deliberate. No, they won't. Oh, 50 cents each way.
Oh.
Hey, I agree with it, but that bounced away. It was worse than the other one. You can't pick it anymore. The poor umpires, I do feel for them. They've got to get inside that grey area and extract some truth. Very difficult. From 45, they throw it across. It's taken off the ruckman's hands by Gould, and he kicks it short of centre wing. Both McDonald and Joyce holding each other. Hayward on one leg, picked it up, but his handball was astray, cut off by Wilmot, could have been taken high by McLean. Well, the crowd thought so. Umpire said no.
Have a look at Paul
up
Hayward.
on centre wing.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
He's running like me.
By the way, you can hear the atmosphere. Everyone's up for this now. No one contested McInerney in ruck, so he takes it, pokes it to half forward. Off the stoppage, Lohman rides a high tackle, plays onto advantage with a hand pass to Smith. Back to Lohman, tackled by Chad. Got the hand pass to Rayner. In the pocket, needs to finish. Doesn't hit the ball in the right spot with his banana attempt. Kicks it across the face for a point. And that's one that Brisbane could have really done with. Sydney by 9 points at 8-8-56 to 7-5. 47.
Yeah, the poor young fella Smith, he's had opportunities where he could have taken the game on his own boot and had a shot on goal, but he just hasn't trusted the process and given off to guys in worse positions.
Yeah, he had another red-hot shot there, didn't he, Matty Primus? As Harry Cunningham receives the ball in the right back pocket in his 200th game, just waiting for another Wagga reference cue.
Turvey Park, Mar Oval.
There you go, long kick down the outer side. Harris Andrews spoils, but once again the Swans at ground level. Beautiful Heaney. Handball to Adams. Sweeping handball into the path there of Goulden. Enter Zorko. He crilled the lot. Got the ball out to Dunkley. Dunkley chips it forward. Nicely cut off there towards the boundary line. No, it's in there from Lockneil. Back to Dunkley. His handball cut off there by Florent, who's tackled by Zach Bailey, and will get a ball up 75 out from the Brisbane goal, just short of left half forward.
Tough game. There's not much easy footy out there. Both teams are having a real crack at the contest.
Lachie Neale 6 possessions in the first quarter. That's not a handball. He's tackled off of there. He's had one since quarter time. They were all over him. Swans rumble the ball to the wing. Corey Warner breaks the tackle of Shadow Brain. Chips him field to his brother. Chad marks 60 out. Plays on a hand pass to Hayward. On one peg. Right foot kick. That is a brave performance from a Swans player doing his bit for the team. He has kicked the goal. Will Hayward, more willpower. Great kick. Sydney lead by 15 points at 9-8-62 to 7-5-47. That's what the Bloods' spirit is all about.
Absolutely, Q. He's, as we've mentioned a few times, but he's just there. He's getting forward. He's still trying to equalise with his opponent. Beautiful finish. But I'll tell you what, Warner and Heaney, they might not have big numbers in the second quarter, but they are pushing really hard forward when they win it and beating Brisbane's mids forward of the ball and giving some really good looks inside 50 this third quarter.
Well, they both those chains there. The Lions just couldn't execute. Coming back inside on the handball receives and turned it over a couple of times. Where the Swans didn't, they were out. They came back inside. Options are plenty, and great goal for a man with literally on one leg.
Inside 50s, 38-32 in favour of Brisbane. The Swans have now blown it out to a game-high 15-point margin. St. Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, Bruce Reville's just started warming up, guys. I think we're close to a tactical substitution for the Lions.
I reckon Henry Smith might be the go-to, the young fella. Deer in the headlights at the moment. Young man in his first game. It's a tough school to be introduced to as it comes off hand. Swans with another clearance. That's stifled somewhat, though, off the boot of Chad Warner. It's picked up by Brisbane's McCluggage towards right half forward, and Eric Hipwood sees it over the boundary line, and he's frustrated too. His opposite, number 30, Tom McCartan, right on his hammer. We'll get a throw in 60 from goal.
Well, that's McCartan. We was towed up early from Big Joe, and Joe is still on fire. They just got to get it to him. One out. Now he's in the ruck.
Yeah, Luke Parker's all over Neale at the stoppage. Neale crashes through this one, though, but turns it over, and guess who picked it up? Parker with a hand pass to Corey Warner. Hand pass stolen by Wilmot. The defender from 40 has a ping. Good hit, but missed it to the right.
Oh, good pick.
14 points the lead to Sydney, 9-8-62 to 7-6-48.
I would think with a couple of rotations, they probably have to share that role, Q. You just can't tag for tag, so Parker will go forward and then he'll swap, and then Adams will go forward and have his rest.
I'm so intrigued. I want to. Can you do the play-by-play? I want to watch off the ball for a sec just to see how that's working.
You don't want to be doing that. You got it.
Well, the Liz is going to kick in. He's looking for options. He's going to go long here, I reckon. Big Joey and probably McLean are going to go at it.
He does kick it exactly to that spot. Acker at the back of the pack. Leicester fisted it forward. Front and square was Wilmot. Under pressure inside 50. Spoil there from Blakey. Rove by Lohman. Handball back to Archie. Back to Zorko. Off a step. He tumbles it forward. And once again, McCartan reads it beautifully in the goalkeeping role. Takes the mark and flares it out wide to find his mate in Lloyd. Lloyd finds Errol Goulden, who takes it under enormous pressure from Shadow Brain at right half back.
Made him earn it. But that's what they're not getting quality shots at the moment here, the Lions. And when they are, they're spraying it.
Goulden's long kick to the wing. Andrew spoils away from McDonald and the ball rolls out of play. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action. Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primacy are experts. Zane Bojak's on the boundary, not far away from Bruce Reville, who looks like he's about to be subbed in. Brisbane by 22 points at quarter time.
He's on.
Sydney by 7 at half time, and now it's Sydney by 14. And indeed, it looks like the young man, Henry Smith, is in the red ink here. He's been subbed out. Zano? Just getting confirmation.
No, he's out and Reville is in, and that's a better matchup. This is actually a better forward structure if Zano can hear us. That throw-in was too short, so we made it do it again.
Yep. So, Reville into the game. Thrown in on the outer wing.
That's
McLean to the front of it. Yeah, it was another shallow one. Rode by Dunkley, and here's a rare stat for Neale. Receives the hand pass, chips to Lohman, who marks for Brisbane in the middle of the Gabba. The blonde locks flowing, Modra-esque. Left foot kick to full forward. Hipwood from behind. Spalls away from McCartan. Rode by Bailey. Finds a passage. Has a shot. Misses near side to the left from 40. Another behind for Brisbane. 62 to 49. Swans by 13. 23 third term.
They're looking dangerous and getting on top here if they go short from this kick in. But this is trouble for Sydney.
Well, Roberts, just a very, very short kick into James Jordan. Still inside defensive 50. Now he wheels around the mark. Joe Danaher kicks it long towards the central wing. Amati did beautifully to fist it forward once again. Hayward beats everybody to the ball on one leg. Then he gives it off to Braden Campbell, who lowers the eyes and hits his target. That's a really good pass, and I'm absolutely stunned by Will Hayward and how he could do that on one leg after that goal. Hayden McLean is going to go back and have a ping from about 40. Pretty tight angle to the left, though.
Yeah, their running power is really evident. When they're able to get out to some space, they are really getting ahead of Brisbane's backs and midfielders.
Like a speed then, but they did it again, and this is a better quality shot on goal.
Well, McLean's got one for the Swans. He can extend this lead. Leans into it, pulls it left, one behind. 63 plays 49. So we're back to a 14-point margin here at the Gabba in favour of the Swannies. 24 gone third term.
Yeah, Brisbane have kicked 1 goal 4, but that's 2 goals 5 now for Sydney this quarter, so they've been inaccurate also.
Zorko short with the kick in. Wilmot marks it. Kicks it to McCluggage, who's still inside D50, right half back. Will stroll to the paint. Chip the ball on the head of McInerney. Oh, no, over the head of McInerney on the wing. Out the back, picked up by Fox of Sydney. He turned over his handball. Stolen by Fletcher of Brisbane. Hands it to Lohman, who's near the boundary line on the wing. His precise kick doesn't get to Neil. Parker steals it from him. Great control from Luke Parker. He's been locked out, Lockie.
He has, and that's what you don't need, a poor kick.
Parker, well, that's an up and under from between half-back and the wing to half-forward. Oh, McLean got underneath it to take the mark. 60 from goal. He's got McDonald leading. The kick goes there. It's in the sun. He shades his eye. He's got a hand. Can't mark. Went to ground level. Berry has a fumble. Gets jumped on by Campbell. Ump says, mine. Ball up with Sydney in attack.
Oh, fumbles. They hurt you. He's lucky he got away with that there, Jared.
So it's going to be balled up. A very dangerous spot for the Lions. They're under pressure yet again. McDonald versus McInerney. McInerney got it down there to Berry. Berry towed it forward to the outer wing. Now it's Bruce Reville. Gathers to the crowd. The left foot is a beauty to find Danaher. Danaher forward to centre wing. He tries to measure a pass into the front of Lohman. An evil bounce taken by Robbie Fox. His handball back to McCartan, tackled by Lohman. Now it's in the hands of Florent. That's barely gone 8 metres. They're going to pay the mark to Lloyd on the arc of 50. Very short kicks, the Swans.
Yeah, an evil bounce, Price, but just a poor kick inside 50 again, missing a target.
Florent receives it right half back. Kick goes along the ground to the wing. Picked up though by Campbell. Hands it to Heaney. Under pressure. Kicks towards half forward. Over the head of the entanglement of Amati and Joyce. Play on, says the umpire. Andrews arrives. Amati arrives too. Wins it on ground level, but he's got no help as Amati. Forward against him. Picked up by Dunkley. Hands it to Berry at left half back. Rushes the lines to the wing. Good kick. Guess who's got it? Reveal takes the mark on the wing.
I love it with the ball in his hands.
Well, they need something, don't they? His kick is hoping for Hipwood, spoiled away by Blakey near the benches. Out of play for a throw-in. Score check at the Gabba, getting close to three-quarter time. Scoring's been tougher in this third term. Sydney lead by 14 points, 9-9-63 to Brisbane 7-7-49. Zane Bojack.
Just have a look at Harris Andrews. He's really struggling at the back there, guys. He was in a collision with Amati, and he's really just sucking in the big ones.
Yeah, nice little rib-to-rib contact there. All very, very legal as the umpire throws it back in. Adams got around him beautifully. Handball off to Braden Campbell, lowers the eyes and hits Amati 70 from goal at right half forward. Joel Amati, his breakout year. Lance Franklin left a lot of room in that forward line and he's making hay. He kicks it inside 50. The Chad. He broke into the front of the pack. What a grab.
Good grab, but he shouldn't have been able to get that super grab with 2 players around him. Someone needed to just get a fingertip in that. That's it. Really tough shot on goal, but if they kick this, I think the Lions will be really happy with this quarter because they got some run.
He kicked the first goal of the game for the Swans, did Chad Warner. He's from the boundary. He lets go from 45 metres. It's across the face of goal. Barely squeaks in for one behind. 64 plays 49. Back to that 15-point margin as Wilmot brings it in very quickly.
So Sydney's kicked 2 goals 6 in this term. Brisbane has kicked 1 goal 4. Lions get it to left half back. Hipwood a long way from home. Having to come to the left half back flank to get a kick. Takes the mark. Puts his left peg to it. Precise kick around the boundary line. Marked on halfway by Berry. Hand passes infield to Zorko. This looks better for Brisbane. Zorko's entry. Looking for Cameron in the pocket. Charlie takes the mark. Okay. 45 or so from goal, and he's taken the responsibility. It's going to be close enough to the three-quarter time siren. Oh, the week he's had.
They're not going to change his song to I Fought the Law.
Well, John Denver is a bit like Tenacious D this week, except John Denver came back on tour.
Yeah.
He had his gig cancelled. He's warming up in the green room. Cameron, hard on the boundary. Three-quarter time looms. The kick won't get to the goal line. It's to the top of the square, fisted away. No John Denver at three-quarter time. No score. Brisbane are going to have to come from behind to keep this winning run going. 6 in a row they've got coming into this one, but the Swans lead by 15 points at three-quarter time. So they've won that quarter as well. It was a 7-point lead at half-time for the Swans. So 2 goals 6 for Sydney to Brisbane's 1 goal 4. Sydney 9 goals 10 64. Brisbane 7 goals 7 49. Now the goal kickers for Sydney. Here we go. Hayward. They're all singles. Hayward, Chad Warner, McDonald, McLean, Amati, Goulden, Adams, Parker and Corey Warner. While for Brisbane, 3 to Danaher, 2 to Rayner and singles to McCluggage and Bailey. Sydney by 15 points at three-quarter time. The game between Melbourne and Freo's not too far away. Call available on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL Extra button. In the NRL today, first of 3 games is into the second half. Dolphins lead Penrith 18-12. Early stages second half. Dolphins 18, Panthers 12. To come, Manly versus Gold Coast and then North Queensland versus Canterbury. But a big final term imminent here at the Gabba. It's Sydney leading by 15 points. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
The Parthenon of Athens is famous as a temple and a treasury, but is it also a crime scene? In the days of the British Empire, things were taken.
It was a ransacking, I'm afraid.
From countries worldwide to museums and all kinds of strange places.
Join Mark Fennell on a new global quest.
It's about the theft of history itself.
The epic new season of Stuff the British Stole. Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Chad Warner, not a great disposal, puts Parker under pressure, rushes it to Hayward, he drops it. Chad Warner picks it up though, has a shot from 40 and kicks the goal.
They're just stifling Brisbane's ball movement, not owning territory, but Brisbane just don't have the ability to do their little short kicks and take their time and then go fast.
Handball from the Swans, cut off there by Rayner through traffic. He gets through from 50. He launches. That is brilliant. Brute force, and what skill from Cam Rayner, his second.
Chad marks 60 out, plays on a hand pass to Hayward. On one peg, right foot kick. That is a brave performance from a Swans player doing his bit for the team. He has kicked the goal. Will Hayward, more willpower.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Keenly anticipated clash at the Gabba to get this Sunday triple header away, which will complete round 19. And the Premiership fancies, the competition leaders, Sydney, go to final oranges with a 15-point lead over last year's beaten grand finalists. Quentin Hull and the team enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the fair here. Hope you're enjoying it with us as well. You can get in touch on the SMS 0437 774 774 is the number. 0437 774 774 is the number. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. It's Sydney by 15 points at three-quarter time. Let's get to our experts because there's a bit to get through. The huddle's just about to break. What say you, Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus, from here?
If I was Chris Fagan or any of the coaches, Matty Primus, I would be saying, boys, they are starting to run out of legs. They haven't got the rotations. They're a couple down. on the bench. We need to run. We need to come through the corridor and get them out the back and have the courage to do that. It's a hot day here if you're a player, not so much for anyone in the crowd. And that's their best way to get multiple goals, because they are going in to where I've played when the sun is like this and it's horrible. So you want to be running back with the flight, not running straight into where the sun is, Matty Primus, because it is really hard to see the ball.
Yeah, it is. And we always probably talk about Acker, but what else can and Fags do differently? So Lockie Neal's not getting it. Can you throw Rayner in there at some stoppages and get some power in there? Because they've got no one. He won a couple of clearances and they look good, but when he doesn't, there's nobody else that has that power to get through traffic. So they need a little bit different there, because Sydney got them where they want. It's an arm wrestle. They're winning the arm wrestle. You know, they've kept them to 36 inside 50s. There's no really clean ball, and they have a bit more running power. So they need to throw something different at them, because if you just keep giving Sydney the same old, they'll wear you out.
And they've got Bruce Reveal on the field, and I like that. Nothing against the first gamer and Smith, but he was not really able to do much. He's big, tall and lanky. But that said, I really think if they can get the ball in the hands of Bruce, and he uses his run and his beautiful skills, the Lions are going to have a lot of good looks if you're a forward inside the forward 50.
Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, 3/4 time, the entertainment was the Wiggles queue, and I noticed that Dorothy the Dinosaur is pretty handy overhead. Maybe they can throw her forward for the Lions.
Well, it does. I think what the difference is the Sydney Swans are operating for scores inside 50. They're operating at 53%. The Brisbane Lions are only 33%.
Fox has had 21 for the Swans, Goulden 20, Adams 17, Zorko leading the way for Brisbane with 22. Lockie Neal has had 10 disposals in the game. His lowest previously in this season is 21 in that Canberra shellacking that they copped at the hands of Greater Western Sydney. So that's among the storylines which will unfold in this final term. Sydney go into it with a 15-point lead over the Lions at the Gabba.
Umpire bangs it down in the middle of the Gabba for a Sunday afternoon. McInerney got it down for Brisbane. McCluggage gathered, got around Warner, Chad, but just got his boot to ball as it tumbles towards the outer wing. Nicely picked up by Archie. His handball to Loam and is, pushed over the boundary line by Fox, and we'll get another throw in just forward of centre wing out of side.
But I want to see Lockie get out of the stoppages. That's where he's getting beaten by his opponents.
He actually only had 20 against St Kilda, Jay, so I'll make it an amendment there to the stat. But 20 against the Saints, 21 against Greater Western Sydney, and they're his two lowest outputs in this season. So he's only on 10.
And big last quarter to get over that.
He's got to get some work rate out of these stoppages. Get on the run, get on the move, get forward, do something.
Ball thrown in right half forward for Brisbane. Shallow throw in. McInerney palmed it straight to Campbell of Sydney. High kick from left half back to the wing. Starcevic gets underneath it for Brisbane. Takes the chest mark and will set up on halfway for the hosts.
Lovely.
Kicks a wide ball, hoping for McInerney, but it's spoiled away by Melican. Out of play for a throw in, but attacking 50 right half forward for Brisbane.
I said the off-air cue at 3/4 time, 14-1 when the Swans are ahead at 3/4 time this year. It's a pretty good stat to have.
Well, they don't usually lose from this position. Brisbane with all of it up against them at the moment. There's going to be a hold on this ruck contest, and Lockie Neal off the ball being held.
I was watching that contest and he just grabbed hold of him, did everything so he couldn't run, and I'm glad the umpire saw it, because this is the problem. When you get tagged like that, you deserve a lot more sort of free kicks, because they are breaking the rules. But that said, he's got it.
And it was against Luke Parker. Neal just measured the kick. He was about 60 from goal, and that was barely the required distance, but it found McCluggage 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
You're not going to beat the Swans by having shots on goal with your midfielders from this far out. That's just simply they've got to be smarter than that.
So Hugh McCluggage, not noted as an expansive goal kicker, but he launches into this one. He peeled it across to the left, though, one behind, so 64 plays 50. It's 14 points the margin. Early doors, final term here at the Gabba.
It's really tightened up in the second half so far. Blakey taking his time at the top of the goal square to work out what he's going to do. Runs into the pocket. And now puts his left boot to it. Kick on Heaney's head. Oh, and he marks it. Leicester arrived late. And the Swans fans want 50 because the ball was dropped by Heaney after Leicester sort of had a play at it. Ump doesn't buy, but good exit from Sydney. Heaney shielding his eyes from the sun. Now plays on. Right foot kick. over the head of Chad Warner, straight to Andrews on the bounce for Brisbane at half-back. Hands to McCluggage, hands to Zorko. Here they ping from half-back. Zorko's kick's very wide, though. Danaher set a task, Melican with him. Melican gathered, pushed over the boundary line, and the ump says it's a push against Joe. Free kick to Lewis Melican.
Yeah, I'd give him that look too, Joe. That was more in the side, but anyway, what do? Free kick?
Well, the umpire sort of, like going to a bad doctor, he asked for a second opinion from the other umpire there, and he got it. So it was a Melican who kicks it towards right half forward. Big pack and well taken at the back there. The man from Kilkenny, Dara Joyce, the Irishman, he goes across the arc of 50 back to centre half back to find Jared Berry. He wants to move it quickly. Kicks it back out into the sun on the outer wing. Charlie Cameron in a one-on-one with Blakey. It's going to be a free kick to Charlie. He was held by the shirt. So Charlie Cameron just short of centre wing. That's a good win because there was another Swan just waiting for the ball to run away with as Charlie kicks it to right half forward to Kai Loman. He's 70 from goal.
He's starting to look dangerous, Kai. He hasn't had a big half, but this second half he's looking very lively.
Chips it into the pocket. Looking for Hipwood. It's got a couple to beat. Brings it to ground level. McCluggage roves, weaves a path, snaps on goal and kicks a goal. And didn't Brisbane need that? That's the second goal for Hugh McCluggage. And the margin is single digits. It's an 8-point lead for Sydney. Swans 9-10, 64. Lions 8-8, 56.
I tell you, that was Kai Loman into a marking contest, but super spot there, right in front and centre. Good pick-up, actually chucked it on the right slipper, and he had a guy, a Sydney player, right on the line, and it actually got past him. So great goal, very fortuitous, but great crumb.
There, and you have young players watching that acca, the front centre, that was perfectly front and centre, wasn't it? It wasn't to the side or the back. He just went where the drop of the ball was going to be, and a beautiful finish.
My coaches say, hey, 70% of the ball will come right there, so go there.
22 disposals for Hugh McCluggage, 3 clearances, 2 goals, 1. We're back into the middle of the Gabba, and here we go. The crowd's lifting up here. They're sensing something. 5 minutes into the final term, and the Lions crack it back to single digits. They win the clearance through Dunkley. Straight inside 50. It's going to bounce. It's going to bounce. Oh, my God, it's going to bounce. Josh Dunkley out of the pack. Oh, it was Hugh McCluggage. He got in for his third. Sorry, it was Hugh. I couldn't see whether it was actually McCluggage or Dunkley because he was surrounded by 4 Swans who are still anchored back in the middle. The ball just kept bouncing and bouncing and bouncing. So we'll give that one to Hugh. He deserves it after all of that.
Bang. And how cruel is this game? Lee Matthews just always say, how could it be fair? The bounce of the ball, it's so unpredictable. And that was a beautiful bounce.
All of a sudden, 2 points. 64 plays 62. 6 gone, final term. Game on, boys.
And seriously, who needs John Denver when you've got the Beatles?
But they said it before a couple of weeks ago. They're tagging the wrong bloke, are they? McCluggage off the chain again.
2 in a row for Brisbane. McInerney and Grundy tangle. Adams over it for Sydney. McInerney jumps on top of him high. Free kick to Taylor Adams. Plays on quickly with a handball to Goulden, who will kick wide for the Swans. On the head of Heaney. Spoiled away by Wilmot. Every movement is cheered for by the crowd at the moment. The ball goes out over the boundary line and we'll see it thrown in. So, game's just about to get underway in the West. If you want to hear that one, Fremantle and Melbourne. It's available on the ABC Listen app. 2 points the lead to Sydney here. Boundary throw in left half forward for the Swans. Grundy to the front, taps down. But McCluggage is there. Hassling. Goulden's there as well. Neither can pick up. And the boundary wins out. Sydney rush it inside 50. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Oh, the crowd is lifted, but Chad Warner, he wants to get back out there. He doesn't like this run of goals for Brisbane. He wants to get out there and make an impact for Sydney.
As the shadows from the stands go halfway across the field, this beautiful Sunday afternoon, the crowd lifting here at the Gabba. Lions within 2 points. Offhand, Zorko. His kick cut off there by Matt Roberts. Face crunched in a front-on tackle. I'm not going to say whether it's great or not. We'll see how that pans out at the tribunal.
It was touched.
It was Rayno who smashed him. Great tackle.
Anyway, the umpire's going to come in. It was front-on. It was more or less a replica of Charlie Cameron's last week. Offhands from Grundy. It's taken there by Heaney. He's gathered by Neal and Ashcroft, and we'll do it all again at the point of the centre square, left half forward for the Swannies.
Grundy just protecting the drop. He didn't get near it. Rove by Berry of Brisbane. Rush kick to the middle of the ground. Devilish bouncing ball, won by Lloyd of Sydney. Hand pass for Cunningham, too hot. He dropped it. Cameron will play on for Brisbane in the bullseye. Kicks it over Danaher's head. And McCartan reads it well for Sydney to mark it left half back. Calms things down with a lateral pass to Roberts. Chips it to Cunningham, gives it back to Roberts. And his chip pass marked by Goulden at centre half back. He looks like he's going to take some time, but then he's got Lloyd out in the wing. Say, hurry up, kick it to me. Kicks it beyond him, marked by Jordan on the wing for Sydney. Infield chip is clung onto by Fox. Fox's chip on the head of Florent, spoiled away by Zorko. Florent butters up though, wins to Crum, hands to Jordan, hand pass too hot for Lloyd at half forward. Out of play, throw in. Jason and Max, what are you seeing in this turn?
Well, Brisbane have lifted in the intensity, and Sydney just look a little bit out of legs at the moment. Some simple skill errors, and two men on the bench who are able to rotate along with Hayward out there. There's a great opportunity if they can keep trying to play quick, Brisbane, and win the ball inside.
Yeah,
nearly out of gas.
Dane Rampy subbed off relatively early, and Corey Warner into the game. They also lost Tom Papley in that second term. The Sydney Swans, as the ball comes off the hands of the ruckman, into the arms of Goulden. He's tackled, and we'll get another ball up at about 70 from goal at right half forward for the Swans. They're leading by 2 points. 9 minutes gone to this final term on ABC Sport. Rayner from the clearance, got the handball back. Beautifully done by Heaney. The handball to Goulden, tumbling it inside 50. Lions have got the numbers, but McLean did well. He overran it though. Picked up by Zorko, kicks it to the wing, and tracking back Matt Roberts. He wants to wheel onto that trusty left foot. That's a beauty too. Into the pocket. Big pack flies. Off hands. McLean gets there first. Zorko tackles him. He dropped it over the boundary line. Umpire was there and said, no, he got a handball to it. It'll be a throw in the right forward pocket in front of the scoreboards, which sees the Swans leading by 2 points.
They've got the run here.
And the crowd's doing its bit. We're getting the best of a Gabba Sunday here on ABC Sport. Big stakes round 19 clash. Sydney in attack, leading by 2 points. Throw in. McInerney, clean possession. That didn't look like a legal handball to Neil. Up, let it play on. Neil's clearing kick, intercepted by Fox. 60 from goal at half forward for Sydney. It's a rush clearance from Neil. Now Fox with plenty in the attacking 50, sets it on the head of the big man. Brain flies to punch it 30 metres away from the stoppage. Roberts with an underground hand pass for Sydney. Goulden picks up. Took too long. Rayner is absolutely tenacious with his tackling at the moment. Great play.
He's out here on this other side here too. Hasn't he been good all day tackling first?
He's starting to become the player you want him to be, Jace. He is turning the game for Brisbane. Kick to the right half-back flank, gathered by Berry. Handed to Brain. Brain's kick to the wing, marked by McCluggage, who's kicked the last 2 goals in the game. Short pass, Archie waited, shouldn't have. Punched away by Melican over the boundary line. Throw in Matt Primus. Oh, wow.
It's lifted, hasn't it, the intensity. Brisbane are doing to Sydney what they've done the last couple of quarters here. Terrific first 10 minutes of this last quarter.
Throw in on the Stanley Street wing, the outer side of the Gabba. Slapped down by Grundy, picked up again by Rayner. His left foot snap. Lohman! Great mark in front of Roberts. 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right, still within his wheelhouse. He'll have a shot from just outside 50 here.
Yeah. He's got the range here, Pricey, and this is what I said to you at half-time. If he can start getting in the game, look out, because he's lively and he just doesn't stop running, and he's got that turn of pace.
4 score involvements, but yet to hit the board himself, Kai Lohman. It's a slow build-up. He hits it on the arc. It floats to the right. It's only one behind. 1 point the margin. The Swans lead. 64 plays 63. Nearly 12 minutes gone to the final term. Swannies bring it back in quickly to Goulden.
In the pocket and chips it to half-back for Campbell. Braden Campbell still inside defensive 50 at left half-back with the sun beating down at the Gabba. Gorgeous day for footy, and it's turned out to be a pretty hot contest too. Campbell with a long kick to the wing, and McDonald gets to the front of the pack to take a good mark for Sydney.
Made him earn it, at least. That's a long kick. That's in hope. They don't want to do that, Sydney. They're still trying to chip it around.
Yeah, he's still defensive side of the wing, Logan McDonald. Short pass back to Campbell, who marks. He kicks it around the half-forward flank, over the head of Corey Warner, and out of play for a throw-in. 60 from Sydney's goals, Zane?
Yeah, Harris Andrews had to go and get some treatment, guys. Remember, he's been struggling with those ribs, but he's gone down into the dressing room. Hopefully it's not too serious for the Lions.
So the umpire's going to throw it in on the outer side. Left half forward for the Swans in the bright sunshine here at the Gabba. McInerney slapped it forward into the path of Ashcroft. Off the deck, he toes it towards the wing. Danaher got there first, front and square. Oh, well done, Loman. Handball back to the run of Ashcroft again. He lowers the ice, puts it in front of Charlie Cameron. Tackled off the ball. Well, legally, says the umpire. The ball spills away from McCartan. He can't quite pick it up. Ashcroft back in there. He's underneath the lot. Oh, and he gets tackled and squashed there by Braden Campbell too, and the umpire's going to come in and ball it up.
Game underway in the West. Dockers 2 straight with the early jump on the D's, who are yet to score. Listen out for the call if you want to hear it. McInerney, clean possession from the throw-in right half forward. Kicks to the pocket. Cameron's chasing, but it beats him over the boundary line after it clean bowled Danaher in that contest. Out of play, throw-in right forward pocket for Brisbane. Sydney leading by a point. ABC Sport at the Gabba. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus with you.
Looking sharp, Brisbane.
Throw in. Left back pocket for Sydney. Oh, Grundy gets to it and just hits it straight back over on the bounce, so they'll throw it in again. That wasn't too far away from going over on the full. He's done that a lot today, Brodie Grundy.
What is wrong with these boundary umpires and their spindly arms? Guys, do some weights. It's going 5 metres, man.
How's this one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit wobbly. Matt doesn't like it. Danaher tried to kick it out of the air, and it goes off the turf. And did it hit the post? Yes, it did. So it's a boundary throw-in. We'll have another one with Brisbane in the right forward pocket. Sydney deep in defence, clinging to a 1-point lead, 14.5 into the final turn.
Yeah, I'd be dropping in a little closer if I was the ruck here. And throw in, right forward pocket. It is, well, it's short again. Danaher gets rid of Grundy, picks it up, snap. Oh, boy, it's gone just inside for a behind. Oh. Scores a level here at the Gabba with 14.5 minutes gone to the final term. Both teams 9-10-64. We've got a Sunday afternoon cracker.
They are stifling them, Brisbane. They're trying to go short. They go short here. Play on as it is.
Yeah,
look out.
Roberts not long enough with the kick to Fox. Plays on from fullback. High kick to halfback. Wilmot flies to mark for Brisbane. Good grab from the defender. 60 from home. Kicks infield to Zorko, who's so good usually here. He's trying to milk 50. The ump says no. Zorko now kicks deep. It's towards full forward. Brain, the flyer. Oh, clean hands almost to Mark Rayner. No. Hipwood Rhodes snaps, put Brisbane in front by how much? Just a point.
How can he miss that?
Just a point from the top of the goal square. It was a high floater. It went to the wrong side of the stick. 9-11 and 9-10. Brisbane hit the lead by a flared nostril.
And Cam Rayner nearly with the grab, but how did he miss that? 11 metres out on the preferred side.
2 goals for to Brisbane in this final term. The Swannies yet to hit the scoreboard as Blakey brings it back in. Oh, it's a mark taken in front of Grundy by McInerney. 70 from goal, the big O, and he just says, look, I'm settling down. Every player on the paddock is forward of centre as McInerney kicks it to the top of the square. Danaher! Oh, through the hands of Joe. He had the sit and he's claiming a free kick, but we will get one behind for Brisbane only. They hit the lead. 66 plays 66 plays 64. They are in the lead by 2 points.
Roberts runs beyond the goal mouth. Long kick in for Sydney. McLean the target. 3 lines spoil him. Jordan Rose for Sydney though. Hands it to Florent. Half back, hands to the wing for McDonald. Hands it on to Fox. Space to bounce to the wing. Hands it to Chad Warner. Runs to 70. Infield kicks not great. Oh, it went over the head of McCluggage. Gathered brilliantly by Corey Warner. Hands it to Hayward. Hayward from the pocket. Kicks a brilliant goal for Sydney from the tightest of angles near the boundary. Curled it around from 15 metres out. And Sydney returned to the lead off the back of the slingshot from the inbound. Swans 10-10-70. Lions 9-12-66.
Great goal in the end as we go down to Zane Bojack.
Oh, how good was that goal from the corner pocket there. Can also say this, Harris Andrews is a mandatory concussion assessment, so who knows if he gets back into this game, guys, he might be done.
That
huge.
That was a great
moment. Yeah.
What that was, Q, was just taking your chances, go down, and the Lions, you miss from 11 metres out, a sitter, then you drop a sitter, go down, and just a quality goal. But I tell you what, they're just hanging on, the Swans. That was a very good goal, mind you, but they are out on their feet. They're getting turned over everywhere, and the Lions are just got to take their chances.
They are brave, the Sydney Swans. Do not write them off at any stage. They're back in the lead by 4 points here at the Gabba. McLean in against McInerney. Toes it off the deck. They win the clearance here. Picked up by Corey Warner. He tries to measure a kick to Amadi. It bounces in front of him. Darren Joyce takes him over the boundary line where the arc meets the boundary at left half forward for the Swans. We'll get a throw in front of those very vocal Lions members on the outer side. McInerney in front of McLean. Grabs it out of the ruck. Handball back to Berry. Off a step. He kicks it back to the wing. Hipwood peeled himself away from Melican. Oh, well done to Bruce Reville, who had tapped it back to Hipwood, but he turned it over under the tackling pressure. Now Roberts. Oh, he turned it over. His dinky little kick, too cute. Cut off there by Bailey. Gave the handball backwards. Now it's a big tackling effort there once again from the Swans. They are out on their feet, but they're brave. McInerney got taken down.
Oh, they're lucky there. Lucky there. That was nearly a poor turnover.
Yeah, Hipwood,
Campbell it was.
Yeah, Hipwood tackled as McInerney taps down. Rowed by Ashcroft near the boundary. 60 out, right half forward. Errant kick infield. Melican marks it on the rust entry. Yeah, here's called to play on. Melican went with a short pass to Goulden. Well read by Dunkley, who fisted it away. Boundary throw in, right half forward for Brisbane, left half back for Sydney. Score check at the Gabba. We've travelled nearly 19 minutes of this final term, and Sydney lead by 4 points, 10-10-70 to 9-12-66. Lions looking for a seventh straight win. Well, the boundary throw in hit the deck, bounced in the air. Roberts had it punched out of his hand by Ashcroft, taken by Dunkley. He's wrapped up, stolen, and the ball's now chucked over the boundary line with an over-the-shoulder hand pass there from Campbell. Let it go. And it will be tossed in. Another stoppage deep in attack for Brisbane. 4 points the lead to Sydney.
It's the third of the ground that's still in bright sunshine here at the Gabba as the umpire throws it in. Danaher versus McLean. Danaher chased it. Chad Warner overran it. It stuck underneath him. The players are hovering and the umpire's going to come in and throw it up basically 35, 40 metres out, but slight angle to the right. Quickly thrown up to try and extract it. Joe grabs it out of the ruck, pings it to the top of the square, and it's cut off nicely there by Blakey. Good mark, and he flares it out quickly to Fox. He's 45 from his own goal. He slows things down. He's got Melican running for him. He hits him 70 out from his own goal at right half back. Once again, you can just see the Swans want to retain possession and burn a bit of time off the clock.
Melican is called to play on now. Kicks it to a pack on the wing. Oh, big fly Joyce. Big piece of it doesn't mark. Jordan Rose was immediately tackled by Neil. Ball up. Halfway.
The highest pressure rating they've had all game has been in the last 10 minutes from Brisbane, so they're coming at them in plus 14 in contested possession all over them. Just Sydney's class is holding them on.
Matt Primus on ABC Sport as McInerney clean possession. Hand pass to Neil. Forward of the stoppage. Chip pass marked by Hipwood. Just forward of the wing. He wants to play on quickly. He's got Cameron in the pocket. Yeah. Charlie takes the mark. 40 out. Oh, what a week it's been for this man. Super. And enter the moment as his team trails by 4 points in a tight final term against the ladder leaders.
What about the big O out of that stoppage? Handball forward. Lockie Neal again. I said, had to get on the move. He did. Hit up Hipwood. Hipwood turned around. Super pass. Charlie got off the chain. Can he kick the distance? Q.
Well, he missed from a set shot from here a couple of weeks ago. Man on the mark's about 40 metres out. A goal puts Brisbane in front. Cameron from 48 metres.
That's a goal.
John Denver! Brisbane lead by 2 points with Charlie Cameron's first goal coming 22 minutes into the final term. It's the Lions 10-12, the Swans 10-10.
Well, it might not be your day. He hasn't had a great day, Charlie. I think Cunningham's done a really good job on him, but when your moment arrives, take it. That was just a beautiful kick out to the right goal post and then just brought it back in beautifully.
Zane Bojak on the boundary.
Charlie's just run all the way to the interchange bench and they said turn around and go back. He's done about half a kilometre then.
He looks a little knackered too as he gets back in the forward 50. As the a cappella keeps going here at the Gabba. Umpire bangs it back down. Imposing himself on it now. Chad Warner grabs it. Handball forward to Heaney. His handball cut off there though. Now it's with Neil. He skies it towards the outer wing. Archie versus Heaney. Good contest this. At ground level, Heaney gathered and tackled by Archie. Umpire will come in and they'll ball it up. That was a great little one-on-one between those two. It's happened out of those contests too. That just both sides working hard to get turnovers. 2 points the margin. Lions lead. Off hands, Goulden now. The handball missed Blakey. He gathers. He's still got the handball forward. Now it's back to Florent. To the arc of 50. Good mark there. Once again taken by Will Hayward, who, boy, he's been incredibly brave. I've said it a couple of times, but he's dead set playing on one peg. That's poor from Brisbane, letting him come through on that inside the corridor. They've done well for a quarter and a half to stop it. Too easy there, but see if he can kick the distance here, Hayward. He's got a couple of goals. He'll have to launch this from 55. From inside the centre square, he lets go. It's hit the post. 1 point the margin. The Lions lead 72-71 with nearly 24 minutes gone in the final term in front of 33,924 Gabba fans.
Zorko with a long kick in. Leicester got in front of Lloyd to take a good mark beyond defensive 50 at left half back. That was a brave kick in. Leicester kicks infield. Now the conservative chip to Wilmot. He looks backwards. They get all the way to half back. Now they kick it all the way back to almost a fullback. Joyce is there. He runs and kicks towards the outer side into the sunshine. The bounce evades Fletcher for a moment. He gets it. He's tackled by Parker near the boundary, and the ump says, is it out of play or a ball up now? Out of play. Boundary throw in.
Well, they were out too, Brisbane. Poor choice to go backwards. They had guys out everywhere.
5.5 minutes left in the game. Brisbane leads Sydney by a point on ABC Sports. Shallow throw in. Grundy taps down to Heaney. Heaney gets a hand pass clear. Parker whacks it to attacking 50 for the Swans. Bouncing ball. Hayward gathers. Hand passes to Chad Warner. Pushes away from Zorko. Chips it across the 50. Taken by Lloyd. Lloyd from 50 returns Sydney to the lead. Oh, what a hit from Jake Lloyd. Swans 11-11, 77. Lions 10-12, 72. Yeah, this Sunday's lived up to the billing.
Absolutely. Chad Warner, his ability to go from that throw in, then he won that hard ball at the top of the 50 and did that beautiful kick to be able to give them the goal. But his ability to get out of the stoppage is amazing.
Zane?
Well, there's 5 minutes to go and they're down by 5 points, and Captain Courageous Harris Andrews has emerged and he's ready to go again, Q.
Even just Brain losing his footing there. It's not a wet day. That's just unlucky. Oh well, it's just the worst time to fall over. Allowed that non-pressured handball. Great finish, mind you, but it's not over yet. And how about Chad Warner? 8 score involvements. He's an incredible player. He's had a great year, hasn't he? The Swans by 5 points. 26 gone, final term at the Gabba. Lions with the clearance through McCluggage. He wheels around onto the right. It bounces away from Archie and Blakey. Enter Hipwood. He overran the agate. Picked up by Milliken. Sweeping handball in front of Braden Campbell. Went over the boundary line. Umpire's going to be kind and say we'll throw it in between the wing and right half forward for Brisbane.
Getting close to quarter time in the West. Fremantle's 3-2-20 lead Melbourne 2 behinds early in that one.
So the ruck go at McInerney versus Grundy. McInerney from the back position, fists it forward, cut off by Campbell for the Swannies. At left half back, his handball hits Adams. Adams off a step to the wing. Logan McDonald, good strong mark. Takes it in front of Leicester, just forward a centre wing in front of the Swannies bench on the outer side.
They've played a few tight ones recently, the Swans. Going down in those games to the Dockers and the Saints. Here's McDonald kicking into the pocket. Oh, Brain flying from behind. Great mark by the young Lion. Plays on quickly, kicks infield to Zorko. Zorko wants to move it, stutters a couple of times, doesn't like the short kick, kicks long to the wing, he's got Hipwood. Oh, the sun beat him as much as the ball hit him in the face almost. Kicked off the ground by Neil to half forward. McInerney marks. Yep, that's a mark, even though Neil kicked it off the ground. Kick is semi-smothered by the man on the mark. Great work from Florent. Picked up by Chad Warner hands it back to Florent, who's on the wing for Sydney. Holds up, hands it back to Corey Warner. Hand pass out towards the wing for Goulden. He's got time. 70 out. Goulden's kick to full forward. Hayward, the field to beat. Brain again. Leaves his man to mark for Brisbane. Plays on with a short pass to Wilmot. Holds up just forward to full back.
Got to go quick. They've got numbers forward. Brisbane, you've got to go quick.
With only about 3.5 left on the clock here, Swannies by 5. And he kicks it to right half back and finds Hipwood is a long way down the ground. Now onto his left foot, looking for McInerney versus Florent. He juggles with the big one met Oscar McInerney, the ruckman. He had the size advantage.
Grundy's behind the ball now, so he can't kick long down the line.
So he's just looking for options now. Holds the ball up. Now he kicks it to the pack. Danaher nudged out of it by McCartan. Rayner got involved in the contest. Pickbutt up by Archie. Archie out of the pack from 40. Bangs it through. Lions hit the front by another point. 28 minutes gone, final term. This is a Sunday afternoon special on ABC Sport.
Oh, yeah, I said it before the game. The ability on that scramble to get in there, front and square there from Archie, but super snap. And this is what you need. They've got quality forwards everywhere. They did it the other end, the Swans, and then that's just another great opportunity. Super finish. And that's what you need to do, Matty Promise.
Well, you do, and the man who's had a massive impact, Brisbane, Rayner, he was on his opponent, but he actually jumped in the air to compete with Grundy, who was 1 out. He was going to land and brought it to ground, and then the finish from Archie. But Rayner's effort in the air against a bigger opponent, outstanding.
He has looked sharp, and if he'll clunk one before the game's out the way he's going. This is just beautiful footy.
Brisbane's kicked 4 goals, 5 to Sydney's 2-1 in this term. Swans led by 15 points at three-quarter time. It's now Brisbane by a point. Centre bounce a bit wobbly, but the ump lets it go. No play gets a clearing touch on it. Socket inside 50 for the Swans, but picked up by Lesnar of Brisbane. Tumbles a hoping clearing ball out to the wing. Met by Fox, can't gather. Ashcroft steals it, but runs out of room, runs out of play. And we will have a throw in the sunshine on the outer side. The Swans looking for their 15th win of the season. We sort of know where they're headed. The narrative's pretty big for Brisbane, though. They're either inside the top 4. They rise to second if they win this, or if they don't, they're only 2 points inside the 8. No clearance from the stoppage on the outer side as Grundy tackles Neil, and it will be thrown in the air with 2 minutes and 27 seconds left. Brisbane lead by a point.
This game is everything we hoped for. Umpire throws it up. McInerney slaps it back towards the boundary line. The brilliant Chad Warner. Sold the dummy past Wilmot. Had a bounce. Runs to 70 from goal. Kicks it inside 50. Starcevic fists it away towards the boundary line. Now Lester gathers. Tackled by Amati. Got the handball off to Harris Andrews back on the ground. He kicks it to half back. Big contest. Dunkley fists it towards the wing. Now Grundy's got to get back there for the Swannies. Does so. Knocked off the ball. Now it's towed forward out of the pack for Brisbane. It's loose. There's 2 Swannies versus Archie. Archie kept his feet while they fell over. And he kicks it. Hits the post. 1 behind.
We could have run into the goal square.
2 points the margin. Brisbane lead. Nearly 31 minutes gone to this final term.
100 seconds left. Long kick in from the Swans. Turned over. Zorko. He almost tripped up as he got to the ball. He's taken the mark. I think he's cramping the Zork.
It's hot.
He marked while cramping and going to ground. He's forward of the wing. Zorko, short pass for Neil. Marks it at left half forward, 70 from goal.
Archie had 40 metres. He could have just run in. He didn't know. But what a contest.
Just chipped.
2 points the lead to Brisbane. Neil kicks long to a contest at full forward. Off hands. It's in the pocket. Blakey's got it for the Swans. Puts a dangerous toe poker to the corridor. What's the bounce going to do? Heaney taps it. No one's there for him. Ashcroft roves, hands to Bailey, hands it on to McCluggage. Great tackle. Corey Warner, neutral. 40 from Brisbane's goal. Lions lead by 2 points. 55 seconds left.
Archie behind the ball all by himself.
Umpire throws it up. McInerney got it down. Now Neil explodes onto it. He's tackled there. Gets the handball away. Now it's launched by Neil towards the goals. It's bounced back into the field of play. Didn't even score. Swannies have got a chance here. The final chance perhaps. Roberts with a long kick to the outer wing. Fisted forward. Florent gathers the handball. The Swans run forward. through Jordan. Jordan into the pocket, over the back of the pack, over the boundary line. No. Zorko peels it in. The umpire said yes, it's going to be a throw in the left forward pocket. And it is the Lions by 2 points with seconds left.
Lions by 2, 22 seconds left in the game. Sydney in attack, throw in. Grundy palms it to the front of the pack. McCluggage is there to rove, tackled by Amati. Hand pass comes free over the boundary line. Do it again. Tick, tick, tick. That took 9 seconds off the clock. 13 seconds left. Brisbane looking for a 7th straight win to go temporarily at least a second on the ladder. Throw in. Grundy got a hand. Goulden's tackled immediately as he roved by Neil. And that's taken further seconds off the clock. There is 6 seconds left in the game. Sydney with the attacking position. Stoppage 40 out. No clean clearance for the Swans, and the siren will sound, and Brisbane has won. Brisbane has won by 2 points. 7 in a row for last year's beaten grand finalists. What a test for them. They prevail 11-13 to 11-11. For the time being, Brisbane returns to its finishing position of last year, second, with the Blues to play later on today down at Docklands against North Melbourne. The Lions with a raucous 34,000 odd at the Gabba, cheering to the tone of a 2-point victory. Brisbane kicking 4 goals, 6 to Sydney's 2-1 in the final turn to overturn a 15-point three-quarter time deficit to win 11-13, 79 to 11-11, 77. Brisbane by 22 points at quarter time. Sydney kicked 6 goals to 1 in the second term to lead by 7 points at half time. They led by 15 points at three-quarter time, but the Lions came too hard in the last term against a brave Sydney team, it must be said, that played the game with only 3 on the bench and an injured man out there. Dane Rampy with a calf injury, Tom Papley with an ankle injury. Those 2 guys weren't seen pretty much from midway through the second quarter. And then Will Hayward, who was hampered with a leg injury, playing out and playing bravely, kicked a couple of goals as well. Here are the goal kickers for Brisbane. Joe Danaher kicked 3, all in the first quarter. Hugh McCluggage kicked 3, 2 of them in the clutch in the final term. Rayner had a big day, kicked 2 goals. Single goals to Archie, Cameron and Bailey. While for the Swans, Hayward's 2 was the only multiple. Singles to Chad Warner, McLean, Adams, McDonald, Goulden, Parker, Amati and Corey Warner. Jason Ackermanis, Matt Primus. That's what you want when you come to the footy.
What a game, Matty Primus.
Oh, absolutely. What about the Big O's last quarter? 8 possessions, 5 clearances, 3 score involvements. He just got them going when their stoppage stuff wasn't happening most of the game, with Lockie being shut out of the game. That was huge. And yeah, the run got them, but there, their pressure went through the roof in the last quarter. So, yeah, you can have a team on ice with a bit of run, but you've got to have still the willingness to get at them, and they just swamped them with inside 50s, contested possession clearances, and they were brave, the Swans. A bit of class going forward, Acker, but eventually they just got overwhelmed with the ability of the time in the forward half, and a cracking game.
And a hot day. Like, it just takes it out of here. The last thing they needed, the Swans, is have those injuries. That said, that is a worrying sign. They are top liners. They will get a couple of their top liners back as well with those injuries, but even Hayward, he's going to be sore for many, many weeks if he comes up next week. But that said, I think the Smith out, great to have a debut against the Swans. Very tough opposition, but getting Bruce Reveal in and everything else that wasn't working for the Lions that they needed to stop. They'll be even smarter for the run, particularly when they come up and if they come up against the Swans in the finals. But that said, the second quarter, the Swans just had their way with the Lions, and they just had as an arm wrestle after that. But that said, you still can only beat what's there, and the Lions did the job today just.
And I don't think it means much, but it's worth pointing out that's now 3 really tight ones where the Swans have been pipped. A point by the Dockers, 2 points by the Saints, and 2 points today. So they've lost 4 games for the year. They were beaten pretty handsomely by Richmond early on, but then the only other ones that they've been beaten by have been by 1, 2 and 2.
Which means your backyard's in pretty good order, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And you're going well. So, yeah, they've got as Acker mentioned earlier on, they've got 4 or 5 weeks of just getting the preparation for themselves. They're going to finish on top and get these all injured guys fit and healthy. And
that Richmond result, by the way, was a massive 5 points. So
yeah, right.
So Sydney has lost 4 games by combined 10 points.
Dominant year.
I think they came. It was a long time ago that game trying to work out what happened. But yeah, so 5 points was the loss to Richmond, 1 to Freo, 2 to the Saints, 2 to Brisbane.
Yeah,
that's a good year. But what about the win from Brizzy for Lachie Neale not to have an impact at all, really?
8 possessions in the last quarter for him, 10 to 3/4 time.
So got going a little bit, and that was the big O dominating, but not to have an impact. But other players to stand up, like Cam Rayner, as we mentioned, ability. A couple of their key backs who maybe were a bit poor in the second quarter, but they stood up really well. It was just an outstanding win, and their confidence would be sky high with the way they're playing a game of footy at the moment. Defence, offence, and their contested work is outstanding.
Quarter time in Perth, by the way, the Dockers lead the D's in that one. 3 goals, 5-23 to Melbourne's 2 behinds. So 3-5-23 to the Demons, 2 points. Call available on the ABC Listen app. Jace, I want you to go with your man. You've been an unabashed Cam Rayner fan, and I want you to talk through his second half when Lachie Neale wasn't impacting the game. What did you see from Cam Rayner?
Well, what we have seen today, which we weren't getting as much of, is, a 20-touch game, but it wasn't just that I loved. It was the ability to pick the ball up cleanly, break a tackle, have a shot on goal, and get those ones that he's just got so much strength to do. That goal where he broke that tackle, he was on the 50, sort of right side in for a right footer, and he just slotted that one. That gives everyone that knows how good he is just what he can do. But it wasn't that we loved today. It was his tackling, and it was supreme. And he used his bulk and his strength and his huge legs to an advantage. And that's what the coach will be loving about him, not the big marks and the goals. It's the pressure.
Well, I think as good as Brisbane has been in the last 4 or 5 seasons, they've done it without a midfield brute, and they've been waiting for this bloke to develop into it. Yep. Matt, we might have seen that come out of the shell today.
Well, absolutely. It just adds more depth. If you can have 4 or 5 guys be able to go through there rather than just relying on Dunkley and Neale to do it all the time.
Yeah, and I think the context of what I'm saying, it's not that the other guys aren't tough, but
no.
The Lions haven't had a midfielder to physically impose
their will on
a game.
Contest, yeah.
And we've been waiting for Rayner to do that. That's the first time I've seen him do it.
Over 4 quarters. Yeah. He's at a quarter or here, but that was a constant. When the ball's in his area, he impacted the game all the time.
He had a game earlier in the year against Melbourne, I think, that he just did that. And that's the thing. They're both quality teams where he dominated one game, and then he went missing for 6-7 weeks. We know that's his inconsistency at his age shouldn't be there. So we all want him to just butter up next week and do the same stuff and show everyone just how consistent he can be, because when he is, he's a game changer. He's a match winner.
Lions by 2 points, 11-13 to 11-11. So yeah, outside of the result, the news from the Swans will be just how bad the injury is to Papley and Rampy. I mean, two guys at either end who are such important parts of the way they go about their business. And the Swans have got a trip to Melbourne next week to play the Bombers, who'll be desperate after their Friday night loss. So that game's at Docklands. Whereas Brisbane go down the M1 to Fortress Carrara.
Oh, yeah.
About time, Q Clash has a bit more chili on it. It'll be a good one next week, I think.
It'll be a cracker.
Yeah. The Lions are just now descending into the rooms. We'll get some reaction from Zane Bojack, and we'll get you to the build-up of Carlton and North as well. Our news radio audience to depart shortly. Of course, all the calls available on the ABC Listen app. But Zano, down to you. Let's hear what it sounds like in those rooms.
Oh, there's a lot of joy down here. Lockie Neal, very happy man. Dane Zorko, how did he do what he did after getting injured early? He's taking some sports drink and he's pointing to a few people in the crowd here. Down here, there's a lot of revelry, as you would expect from a 2-point win. Kai Lohman, they all played their part. Here's Cam Rayner going past me. Howard Schmidl was here in the win. Even Bruce Reville, when he came on, he played a real part. Smith's getting covered in sports drink for his debut. Wasn't the match that he would have liked, but he's made his first start in the AFL. And a big O comes over and just makes sure he's completely saturated. They're forming a circle here. They're about to sing a song they're about to sing for the 7th straight time. There you go, Q. If ever they're going to knock off the Gold Coast or Fortress Carrara, maybe it's next week as they chase 8 in a row. We saw what they did here at the Gabba earlier this year. Can they be the first to beat the Gold Coast down there in season 2024?
We'll stay close, Zano. We've still got about 15 minutes before we head off to the build-up to Docklands, as kick to kick is going to take place here at Carrara, at the Gabba. I was going to say the security at the Gabba. It flogs the security at Carrara. There's
at least the police are in there.
The police are there as well. Let's get straight back to Zane, because he's got the man of the headlines during the week.
Yeah, it's been a big week for Charlie Cameron. Charlie, I know at one stage it looked like you weren't going to be playing today, and then late in the fourth quarter, here you are kicking a goal from the pocket. What a great goal it was. Country Road sings out, and you guys go in front.
Yeah, at the moment I'm not good with the appeal board at the moment, so the tribunal. So it's been a big week. I appreciate Danny Daly. He's done a lot of work this week to get me off this week. So a lot of work behind the scenes just for me to play this week, and can't appreciate the work that Danny Daly has done this week. So yeah, thanks to him for getting me off.
We knew the midfield of the Swans would be formidable, and they did a great job tagging your skipper, Lockie Neal, but he got off the chain in that last quarter. Hugh McCluggage and you guys just started to work into that unit that we know you are, and you were able to kick a goal, and Kalachi as well.
Oh, you can't keep good players down. With Locke, he's having an awesome year, but I think his teammates around him have helped him as well. Like, you got Dunkley, you got Huey there, Rayner, Oscar. Be able to, I guess, pump him up, like even the boys around, just trying to keep him positive, just to keep working at it. And I guess, like I said, he's a good player. You can't keep him down, and obviously it makes a difference when you got your teammates believing in you, just pumping you up. And then you could be out there by yourself sometimes when you get tagged. It could be a tough day, but yeah, he stuck at it, and yeah, huge quarter.
All right, well, I'll pass you up to the panel because I'm sure they're keen to talk to you, Charlie. We've got Michael Price, Quentin Hull, Matt Primus, and Jason Ackermanis.
How are you, lads?
Yeah, where do you want to start, Charlie? I'm going to start with the kick, though, today, because you didn't make the distance from the same spot 2 weeks ago. What were you thinking?
No, well, obviously the lead, I did a tick lead. I knew Eric's going to pierce that kick, so I couldn't really see it in the sun because obviously it was pretty tough to, I guess, with that sun in the eye. So I just caught it late and obviously taking chest mark. And I had a thought about that. In my mind, actually, last two, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I missed two from the distance from there, and I said, I'm a good kick, just got to back himself in, so I just kept saying I'm a good kick twice, and then went to my routine, and then just kicked through the ball and just try to get momentum, and yeah, it went through, and I knew obviously down that end the ball just goes downwind, and obviously down that end. So when I heard it, it started right post, I knew it was coming back, and it's a great feeling when you kick a goal, I guess.
What's it feel like to be sort of back where no doubt you guys think you belong? You're putting a few wins together. Yeah. It's a big game. It's a tight game against one of the best teams in the comp. What's it feel to be back right among the fight, because you're a long way from it a couple of months ago? Yeah,
there's a lot of people writing us off. But I guess we've had some young blokes come through because of the injuries we had at the start of the year, the ACLs and stuff. So we're able to steer the ship, and I think what's well spoken about already with Fague showing us stats that we were up there with the best. It was just not converting, and if you just keep persisting at it and just keep going, knocking the door down, we'll get there. And so, yeah, we've had some tough matchups over the last couple of months and just stuck at it. And I don't think we've blown teams out of the park, except for I think it was a Richmond game in Port, but it's sort of been just a tough, gritty games, and I guess that's what it's like in finals. So, yeah.
Charlie, Jason Nakamenis here. I reckon what's changed with you too is your role. They seem to have pushed you way up, much higher up the ground, where you're actually doing a different role, which is sort of getting the forward line a bit open, which more open, and guys like Eric can get on the pace, and that's helping him. But you're not outside. I have no doubt they have no idea that you're doing a selfless role like that.
Sorry, I fucking had block. My bad. Apologise. Sorry. Well, I had Cunningham last 3 weeks. I've had Max McElhaney, Brady Hoff, and then obviously Cunningham today. So I knew that they'd be following me around everywhere as a small forward. So to be able to get up the ground, so it creates an open forward line, I guess. I was playing a fifth role at times, and you see at the back of the stoppage I was able to play that and sort of get up the ground, and then obviously try and rip back to goal, trying to beat him back. But obviously, yeah, like I said, different role. But then that last quarter, I just asked Muzz, the forwards coach, I said, mate, can I play deeper just to have an influence, me and Joey? And I obviously had my moments there, and just capitalised. So I think when it comes down to, I guess, those moments, you want those moments like in those last quarters and have an influence, and I was able to have an influence, and I guess in a different way, and had my shot and had the moments. But yeah, like I said, it's a different role. But yeah, I just keep sticking at it. Yeah.
Has anything changed now you re-signed? I mean, it's always on your mind. You get that sorted, and you just look like you're a bit freer in the mind, and there's nothing coming from the outside. You're just back on task.
Yeah, I think that, and obviously the frustration of the goal kicking. Obviously, I think last year I was kicking those goals, like easy goals, simple goals, and obviously the roles changed, so just adapting. And obviously when you're not going well yourself, you got to try and find things outside of footy to help you allow to clear your mind. And obviously I'm just doing that. I play golf, like just doing other stuff from around there, extra recoveries, just trying to clear my mind and seeing like a counsellor just to help me clear my mind. So yeah, I think you got to do that. You can't just stick at it and stick at it and keep doing the same things. You got to be able to change it up and find different ways to, I guess, try and get your mind right. But yeah.
Has Jason invited you to have a hit? He loves playing with Jared Berry and a few other guys.
I heard Bez is not that good, so
he's off 14.
He's off 14, so I think I'm off 8 at the moment. So yeah.
Now just to the week, it obviously in the moment where we're talking about the game, but as a footballer, when you're to and fro, you don't know whether you're playing. Everyone's talking about tackling technique and so forth. So can you just explain how you have handled this week?
Yeah, obviously I just try to handle it as normal as possible with the like training stuff. Obviously missing weights and stuff. I actually don't like doing weights actually.
So you missed a weight session?
I missed weights, a couple of weight sessions, but with the just staying back, I think I didn't finish till like 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night on Tuesday and Thursday nights. But I think the last time I got done was probably I copped a bit of flack because of the good bloke taxes, all that sort of stuff, and all the character reference. So that sort of got to my head a little bit. But I think I guess the footy wall was on my side this time with the tackle. It was a clean tackle. So I think that sort of Danny said, don't try and let it get to you. So, and I said, nah, mate, I let a good tackle, and it's just unfortunate. An accident happens, and I hope that Doug was all right after it. But yeah.
I've just got one more for you, Charlie. If you could just hang on for 2 seconds. I just have to say farewell to our news radio audience. Thanks for your company. Great game here. Brisbane beating the Swans by 2 points. Of course, the Listen app has the rest of today's footy for you. So, Charlie, just back to that to finish up. You spoke about your golf, your counsellor. So, who is that you turn to either inside or outside of the club when you're talking about your goal kicking? You're talking about all these other things. Who's kept you grounded, mate?
Oh, obviously got family around me as well. And then you have inside the club, you have your side. Because I have a good bloke called Anthony Clary. And Phil Smythe, the general.
Yep. Yeah, the great basketball coach.
So I talked to him a little bit about my outside of life and everything like that. And then I have my own personal one. But obviously it's good to have different opinions and see where you're at and try new things, obviously. And then obviously the goal kicking, just got to keep sticking at it. When my opportunity comes, I've just got to take it. As a small forward, you don't get opportunities often, and obviously touches and all that sort of stuff. So I just got to keep sticking at it, and it'll break open hopefully in the next couple of months when hopefully we're playing finals. I can have it real impact.
Yeah, and I've got to ask you one more before you go. So what's your thought process? Snap versus drop punt. What goes through your mind when you make that decision?
Depends on the distance. Probably 30 in, I'm snapping. That first one, I was looking at it. I thought I had a snap there, but I was just too far out and probably didn't have a longer run-up to create that momentum. Otherwise, and then obviously everyone was saying the siren's about to go, so I couldn't really step off my mark. So, yeah. But I prefer a snap inside 30, but, drop punt if it's further out.
Big moment today. It's been a big week for you. Thanks for your time on ABC Sport.
Hope you enjoyed that game. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, we did, mate. We did. Charlie Cameron from the Brisbane Rooms. And well done, Zane Bojack, to get the man of the moment. He's been through so much this week. And
I'll get him out for a golf game.
Yeah, and we've been critical at times as well because we're wondering what his process is. His goal kicking hasn't been as good this year. He's owning it. But, gee, that was a moment today, wasn't it? If you just joined us, he kicked the game was 22 minutes into the last quarter. Sydney led by 4 points, and Cameron marked and kicked a set shot with the drop punt from 40 metres out.
Yeah, he seems to matured and have certain things in place to allow him to keep playing at a high level. And he's a key component, especially the smalls in Brisbane's forline. So he creates a lot of attention. Other guys get off the chain, and then he had his moment today. You can see he's got his confidence in his own ability. And they are long weeks when you're at tribunals and late nights and hanging over your head. And nowadays, especially nowadays, social media and all those sorts of things. He handled it well and still kept on having an impact and working hard. So good on him.
I didn't think the delivery early in the year it was rubbish to Charlie, and then later it's picked up and he's taken his opportunities, but he has also missed a bunch of stuff. Yep. So he's been frustrating for him, I have no doubt. But he's turned the corner, and that you could hear in his voice the change in his mindset.
And it's funny. It seems like Brisbane is yet to show us really its best football. And we're talking about a team that's won 7 in a row. Mm-hmm. And pending what Carlton do this afternoon is... And just wondering what the Dockers scenario does for...
And I always think when you're being...
Yeah, so the Dockers, if they win... I should have met... they'll... Margin will be dependent for Fremantle at the moment. So the Dockers lead 6-7-43 to 1-2-8. So a really good start there halfway through the second quarter. They'll need to win massively to get above Brisbane on percentage. So in all intents and purposes, it revolves around Carlton if they can beat North to see whether Carlton go back to second. But if Freo win by 100... I'm not a mathematician. They're going to need to win by a street anyway.
A lot to get up there.
To get their percentage better than Brisbane's.
If they're in front by 35 points.
Exactly.
Come back.
Good luck doing the votes. I'm going to give you some numbers before we get the 3, 2 and 1. So Zorko ended up with 29, McCluggage 26, McInerney 22, Rayner 20, Ashcroft 20, Neil with his lowest disposal count of the season.
But he had 8 in the last quarter.
Yep, 18 for the game, 8 in the quarter, so that's lower than his 20 against St Kilda about 6 weeks ago, which was his previous lowest. For the Swans... I would give anything to be like him. He got 27. O'Errell, he's a good one, isn't he?
One of the best kicks of the footy.
Yeah, Goulden 27, Fox 26, Roberts 23, Florent 22, Warner, Chad 20, and Adams 20. And the other thing to reiterate, Rampy, calf injury, Papley ankle injury. Hayward got through the game hampered by a leg injury. Overall disposals, Sydney had 3 more, so nothing in that. Contested possessions, Brisbane had 2 more. Absolutely nothing in that. The clearances, Brisbane by 10. In the centre, Brisbane by 5 at 13-8. Tackles, Sydney +3. All of these stats are so tight. 8 more inside 50s for Brisbane. Lions won the game by 2 points. Good luck working out the best 3 in the game. Matt and Acker.
Just a little app. Fremantle's percentage is up to 116 at the moment. So it's come up a little bit.
So and Brisbane's started the day at 120 and it's now 119. Okay.
Yeah. Anyhow, yes, it's a difficult one there, Q. Lots of good players and a couple that really stood up in the last quarter, but we ended up going 1 to Rayner. We've spoken a fair bit about him. Huge impact on the game, on crucial moments, especially in that last quarter, to bring the ball to ground a couple of occasions, but his power and intensity. 2 to Chad Warner. I thought his ability inside, his running forward. I think he had
8 or 9 score involvements.
1 goal, 2, 8 score involvements, 6 inside 50s, and nearly won them the game in the last quarter when they were out on their legs. And 3 to McCluggage, who constantly over the 4 quarters was the dominant midfielder for Brisbane. 26 disposals, 460-metre gain, 4 clearances, a couple of centre bounces there, and 3 goals, 1 on the scoreboard, which in the end was a pretty telling stat from an inside mid.
3 to McCluggage, 2 to Chad Warner, 1 to Rayner. Yeah,
you love midfielders kicking goals.
And it's the one thing that the Lions haven't had a lot of in recent times.
And look, I don't know what Neil's. It'd be a career high for goals in the season this year. And
Lockie, 8 for the year.
8 for the year. He's not normally renowned for that. And McCluggage is too, especially that one from the centre bounce. A bit of a lucky left-hand break, but crucial stats when most of their forwards were well held for most of the day.
By the way, there's no late changes for the Blues North game. David Cunningham is the sub for Carlton and Liam Shields for North Melbourne, so we'll be taking you there in just a moment. I know you mentioned that Melbourne game earlier in the year for Cam Rayner, but we've seen a lot of Brisbane. It's the one missing piece with the class of Neil, McCluggage, Dunkley, those guys that go through the middle. But, the one thing that they don't have that a lot of great teams do have has been the physical presence. And not saying that those guys aren't hard. I'm just saying who's the guy that's going to do something to change a game in the physical sense. And we've been waiting for Cam Rayner to show us that, and he gave a bit today. His tackling, I think, helped change the momentum of the game.
You'll be short-stepping it if the opposition once you know he's got the eye for it and he's the hunger for it. It's pretty scary when a guy that size does come at you because he is so powerful and he can generate that speed really quickly. That's better. That's what we want to see. Now it's time to back it up next week.
And they'll see if they can do it down the M1 at Carrara against the Suns. Sydney's got the Western Bulldogs. So my apologies. I've read the wrong line of my notes here. They play the Doggies at the SCG next week. They don't play Essendon.
What a game that'll be.
Yeah, Doggies at the SCG.
Who knows what you're going to get with
who are in form. By the way, Blues or Kangas?
Blues.
Blues will bounce back. I think they've just been just unlucky with a couple of sort of matchups. I think they'll just change it up. Vossi will be good to go. He said that we've got to step it up, and it's unlucky for North, really.
So, interesting. We've seen 2 teams right in front of us who are in that conversation for potentially being there on the last day, and I think the third team that's in that conversation is about to try and do its stuff and take care of business at Docklands. Meanwhile, the Dockers aren't far out of that conversation, and they're doing really well, getting close to half-time over in Perth. It's Fremantle 6-8-44 to the Demons 1-2-8. Cracking Sunday at the Gabba. 34,000 saw a classic. Lions won by 2 points, and they have won 7 games in a row.